Right, we should be live now. Right, we should. Just double checking YouTube. Yep, okay, YouTube is working too. Alright, cool. Cool. Let's get started then. Let's get the music playing as well. And let's get in. Where were we? Wait, I wonder if like the server like managed to get caught up so like the main guard is active? Or is the main guard like still not active? What the fuck? Is it giving me a bunch of those balls? Useless balls. Alright, claim all these. Wait. If I go here... Oh wait, I have the old man, goddamn. Does my alt have the old man? Hi, Ruffine. Welcome. Shit, both of my accounts have the old man and despawns in like 15 minutes. Oh well, time to speedrun it. Time to speedrun, getting to the old man. Alright. Go Fizzat. Where is Claudia? Man, they can't give- they need to give us the extra weapon preset sooner. Right. Hi, Witchkin. Welcome. Too lazy. I use the add-on thing to make it easier. Hi, Tira. Welcome. The add-on that like tracks it just makes it a bit easier. Cause like I just need to like fling myself across. Right. Alright, hi Nameless. Yeah, you have a good night as well, but welcome. Anything over here? Nope. Here, let me kill a Apophis real quick. Alright, cool. Yeah, I did. I mean, that was just from last night's VOD, where I re-uploaded it. It took it a while to get past the checks on YouTube. It took it a while. Hi there, 86. Did you see, like, you should have seen the thing I posted on Twitter, man. Cause, like, I posted something pretty funny. Cause, like, when I was, like, looking at the thing, I noticed that, like, YouTube has, like, an AI suggested content to make tab. And, like, I took a screenshot because I was laughing my ass off. Yeah, so you know the Google Gemini AI thing is very horny. And it really likes cars. Yeah, the Ananta trailer leak was insane. What's even more insane is how horny the Google Gemini AI is. It told me that I should make a video guide on how to make cars have segs. Like, actually, it wants a video on car segs. I'm not joking. It wants a car segs video. Of all things. Oh, Pog. Tissue paper. Red tissue paper. It wants a video on car segs. Which is, it's quite something. Quite the thing to have a video about. Yeah, that's why I said the Gemini AI is kind of horny. In that sense. It wants a video on car segs. Maybe I'll if I still have the dashboard thing open with the suggestion, I'll show you guys. Because I was like laughing my ass off when I saw it. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? But that's what it said. And that's what it suggested for me to make. A guide on car segs. I'm not even joking. I wish I was. But I'm not. Which, I guess you can say that's either better or worse, depending on your perspective on things. All I can say is, that's, quite the weird recommendation. Yeah, it is, very weird. It is very, very, very weird. But that's what it wants. So, maybe we do a party once Perfect World takes over. We get a bunch of people again in the phone booth and we do it again. Do we do another one of those? We get all the cars in the phone booth again? Maybe we should do another one of those. Because I think that's what they want. Right. But like, that's just a hunch I have. Mostly because that's what the AI is suggesting. Oh yeah, I didn't, I haven't gone into, what's it called? I haven't done my dream machines yet this week. So we can do that later. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it suggested me to make a video about cars having segs. I don't know how the hell that happens, but that's what it wants. Of all the things, it wants that. Damn, okay, my ult's scuffed. Okay, let me go get my ult over there. So my ult's old man is Pepega. My main account had a good old man this time. But I'll still take the stamina pot. Because free is free. Maybe I will. I don't know.
Target eliminated.
Okay. Let's go kill the other world bosses on the thing there. Okay. Apparently a comment of mine on something got deleted or something. Wait, it might still be there. Okay, well, whatever. We'll see what the hell's going on after. Because apparently someone's saying a comment of mine on something got deleted. So we'll look at that later. We'll see what happens. If that did happen or not. Let me see if I can find it and pull it up for you guys. Where did I have it? Did I have it saved? Surely I saved it. Did I not? Fuck, I don't think I had that actual page saved. Let me check. And see. I swear, I thought I had that, like, exact tab saved, but I might have closed it by mistake when I was, like, looking through stuff. I probably did. Whatever. I do have a different picture of the thing anyways. Let me see if I can, like, get it to, like, pull up stuff. Nope. Let's see if we can get a different, set. Alright, you know what? Here. So basically, on YouTube, right, there's a Gemini AI. Apparently, this is what it's telling me to do now. But earlier today, I had this one. Let me pull up my Twitter. It wanted me to do this. They want this. They want this. Google's Gemini AI. They want me to make this content here. Car sex guide, tips and tricks. Car sex guide, tips and tricks. They want a guide on car sex. I think I had like a better picture of like when I had the whole thing with the suggestions. This is like the actual suggestions. Right? Like, surely I should make a guide on car segs. This is surely the type of content that YouTube wants. Right? Surely I should make a guide on car segs. Right? That's the AI. Like, this is what the Google AI wants. Yeah. Yeah, good evening. Well, it's 12 a.m. now. But, like, surely I should make a guide on car segs. Because this is what the Google AI wants me to do. They want car segs. Surely I should make a guide. I should definitely make a guide on car segs. I don't even know how the hell that'll work out. But, yeah, surely I should. YouTube suggestions, man, for content. It's definitely something. I wonder if we can get, like, a different set, if I can re-roll them. It'll just make random ideas and stuff like that. What the fuck is this? Okay, I refreshed. Now it says this one. Analyzing NTE combat is I quit a trend, apparently. Nova and Nora is the same thing. The fuck is this? Yeah, AI, definitely not ready for, use. Ultimate DPS guide, oh boy. The ultimate honey guide, no scam. Damn. Okay, ultimate honey guide. I guess we gotta bring out Zero again. Go back to ToF 1.0 honey farming. The ultimate honey guide, no scam. Go back to ToF 1.0 honey farming. Wait, let's see. Let's re-roll him again. Best of both worlds, NTE and Tower of Fantasy there. Is NTE really a honey trap? Future of NTE devs respond. Character comparisons there. What's next? Oh boy. Alright, let's see. Let's see what the next one is. Apparently there's a cosplay showdown now. Combat system deep dive, what we know now. What the hell does Nola and Nora have to do with NTE? Okay. Next. We're looking at the AI nonsense, because it'll suggest video ideas like this. I literally got suggested this morning here. When I was like trying to get the thing uploaded for the uploading the MiSide video, I got this as a suggestion here. The AI, the Gemini AI, they definitely want something. They want a tip. They want tips and tricks on car segs. All right, let's see. Let's see. What else can we get? They want NTE guides when the game not even out. This is why we don't use the AI, man. Journey to quitting gachas there. Psychology addiction there. NTE tips and tricks. Secrets devs don't want you to know. What? What do you mean? Very. This is just funny, like. Alright, honey coupon deep dive, real savings or scam. I already made a video on that. they want more car segs, I told you. Very high interest, guys. They want more. They want more. They want more. they want more. Very high interest. They want more car sex. But like... I'm just looking at my studio here. Let's see. Very high interest in car segs. Very high interest. Like, if AI took off today, we'd be seeing car segs videos. AI definitely not ready yet. This is what it wants. For sure. This is what it is, man. Okay. We'll make a new tab, and then we'll do it again. Alright, 10-hour stream apparently. NTE stuff. The good, the bad, the ugly. Okay, let's see. Great ideas. What will it give me? They just putting my name in there. If I put my name in here, that's all it tells me. It just adds my name there. It just tells me that. So, yeah. Very high interest. It had very, very high interest. Alright, we refresh again. What is it gonna tell me? It wants more. It wants more. Oh wait, here. But this one has a thumbnail. Like. Alright then. Alright, we go do another one. Alright, worth the hype, best ones. Underrated features, honey scammer, savior. Team cup, what? Yeah, no. Alright. What the fuck is this AI generated thumbnail over here? Wait. They see this thumbnail? Damn. Damn. These are the things here. Oh boy. I'm bootleg gamer. We're playing around with Google's AI. Because Google's AI is kind of hilarious. But yeah, Merry Christmas to you, Happy New Year. Interesting. Alright, we can go refresh again. The AI is hilarious. Let's see if it'll give us another thing about cars. Nope. Okay, nothing there. Alright, let's see. There's more! It's like every third refresh it shows up. Every third refresh. Every third refresh, man. It wants another. It wants another one. It really likes car sex. We're not even inputting anything. We're not even inputting anything. It's just spitting these out. It's just spitting it out. It's just spitting it out, man. It's just spitting it out. Alright, I'll do again. Do it again. Nope. Now it just says car segments. It's because of the Genshin video I made a long time ago, like 2 years ago. Probably. Damn. There's secret mechanics, guys. YouTube's AI is just hilarious, man. There's secrets to car sex, guys. We're looking at whatever the YouTube AI spits at me. Nope. Now it's randomly throwing woo-woo crap at me. I only did like that one Shisha video. Alright, let's see what else we get. I don't know how the hell you have card builds. The fuck is this AI card picture? The fuck is this AI card picture? The fuck is this picture of a car? Nothing here. Of course he did. Of course he did. I mean, I'm not surprised people are gonna milk the thing. What, should I make my own? Damn, they really want an ultimate guide, guys. Like, I'm telling you, man. I'm not even inputting any data, man. Right here. It wants the ultimate guide. It wants the ultimate guide over here. The AI for YouTube, man, or not YouTube, the Google Gemini AI. It wants car segs. It really wants car segs. Right? It really wants car segs. It really wants it. Okay. Anyways, that aside, let's go deal with the other stuff. But yeah, it really wants car segs. I mean, you've seen it firsthand, what it wants. Right, you know exactly what it wants. Because it straight up told us it wants a video on car segs. It really does. The AI food, you jam. I see. But yeah, it wants a video on AI car segs for some reason. It wants me to get cars together and have them do the deed. Why? Because it wants to. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, let me go claim this. Do we still not have the page up for linking the Perfect World account? I guess not. Because that was supposed to go up already. We were supposed to have the Perfect World account linking page. Yeah, even the AIs have kinks, man. They definitely do. And the Google Gemini AI really likes it when cars are doing it. I guess they want to give birth to the next Lightning McQueen or whatever. I think that's how it works, right? They want them to reproduce more cars. Out of all the things, like, it's funny too, like, how many topics of that it just, like, suggested me. It wants me to make... Which like there's a joke that someone's making. Next time I upload, which exhaust pipe offers the best car segs? Stay tuned for hidden secrets. They need the guy. This is what the AI wants. What AI wants, man. It's what AI wants. It's what the AI wants. What the AI wants, I guess. Like, it just wants me to make videos about cars having sex. That's all it wants. It is quite something. The AI is truly, truly something. So, yeah, that's what's gonna happen when AI overlords take over, okay, guys? Expect to see a lot of stuff like that. Expect to see lots of videos of cars having sex. I don't know how, but expect that. Gotta bring that tow truck, I guess. They pile it on too much. AI wants... it only wants one thing. And it's disgusting, yeah. True. Alright, we got here. Exoskeleton, rip drone, creatures, advanced mecha, I guess. I guess we didn't need anything on my main here, just my ult. In this spot. Okay, Exoskeleton, Rift Drones, Advanced Mechas. Oh, I got my Advanced Combat Mecha though. So at least there's that. What does my ult need? What does my ult need for its dailies? Or, wait, my ult's dailies are done. Never mind. Well, at least my ult got, it's done quickly. But yeah, like, the Google AI thing is just funny. It is very, very horny for car segs. But yeah, AI only wants this one thing, and it wants me to make videos about cars doing that. It is something. It is indeed something. let's go kill the drones and the other thing. Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we're definitely not ready for AI yet. It's too horny. AI is too horny. It wants cars to have. It wants the reproduction of cars. It wants videos on the reproduction of cars. I'm fine. Oh, where's the drone? Where the hell's the drone here? It wants cars to reproduce for some reason, the Google AI. It's quite something. Alright, let's go kill the exoskeleton dudes. And the daily's done. But yeah, AI is AI. It wants me to make videos about cars to win things. Alright, what's today's daily? When today's the daily join op? What is today's join op? Oh, it's Deep Sea Stronghold. Okay. Okay, let's go do that. Join up time. Weak to frost today. Not like it matters. We go down in here. Alright, let me bring my ult over. Wait, I somehow already did damage to it. Don't know what happened, but barely it took damage. Alright. Can go again. But like, yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, hi Ghoul Hunter. Welcome, welcome. You should have seen when I was like looking at the, you know how Google and YouTube they have the AI thing? They have like a thing where you can do where it will suggest video ideas. And let's just say, for some reason, my video ideas that it tells me, it's quite something, because it's interested in cars having sex. It wants me to make guide videos. Like right there, you can clearly see it. That's what it's suggesting I do, I create. It wants videos like that. They're AI. It wants videos on that. For some reason. Why? I don't know. But it wants videos about cars. Somehow doing that. And like, there is like a bunch of suggestions on it as well. It just wants that. Of all the things, it wants that. But yeah, we played MiSide yesterday. I uploaded that on YouTube, the entire segment of that. It is just something. Do I do another one and just spend all my vitality? Oh wait, like how long is the double drops even for anyways? Might as well get more fodder, I guess. And it doesn't matter, we can just let it hold. We can hoard it, it's not like it matters. What's tomorrow's join op? It's just random useless Ebola shards. Never mind. Alright, do we just AFK here again? I guess we AFK here again for points. Let's go see if there's like anything else new. Right, because ads still gonna be on anyways. There's this one. Apparently this comment I posted this like an hour ago or something. Apparently this is gone. Let's see if it's still there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video by...
Let's see if it's still there. No, it's here. Okay, we got these people here. Management a good thing. Base, this one, incident. Base game still exists officially. Early this one. You can brand me as a fan base, discredit everything. But entry to your fan base is your job. Mind you, that new player, one of the 7 side games, okay. This person's just talking about changes in management. Oh, if he's talking about this one, Perfect World International. This guy's talking about this one, but doesn't realize that this is not even published by Perfect World. Cause like what? You can do a quick Google search. You see this right here. Who's publishing this? Gearbox. Gearbox here. Gearbox is the ones doing that one. Different company here. Gearbox is the ones publishing this stuff. Art Games. Alright, like, it's not hard to find out who is doing what. Owned by Embracer Group. With a bunch of other of these studios here. Because, like, they just acquire everything. Right. What's this one? Old character still there after all those years. Damn, old ass game. Can definitely tell it looks really old too, early 2000s. And the game still exists. It still exists now. This old ass game. But like, yeah, the publisher is Arc. Arc Games is their publisher right there. But there you go. Right, like it's right there. People sent me stuff to look at though, right? Let me open the thing up. Give me a second. Wait, wrong thing. What was I looking for? But yeah, funny to see the Doom clickbait one every time. I know. Oh, that's what you expect, man. We get that every single time. Alright, we'll go here. We'll just skip here. Let's see, what do people want? We already saw that yesterday. I probably should not show stuff anything with guns, just in case. I guess we start here. This has to stop. What is this? Okay. Wish it was better. This dude's quitting. The two best DPSs, of course. I mean, what do they expect, man? They literally sell power. Of course they're gonna do that. I mean, it just goes to show just how stupid these people are. Yeah.
So guys,
alright, here you go. I was setting this tech tone video here. Same slop as usual. Yeah, that's literally all these gachas. Same slop as usual. Basically describes all of them. Yeah. Same slop as usual. Yep. Alright, here we go.
I've been doing YouTube for about 6 years so far.
Okay.
And this is a video of a topic that I've talked about
Welcome
quite
back.
a lot, but I've never really explained to
Welcome
you
back.
guys why I say
Chernobyl
what I say
Wasteland?
for
Of course
this
it did.
particular point. I've touched on it every now and then, but I've
Okay.
never really done a deep dive into my great dislike and hatred for overly positive hype beast content creators. And I'm going to very much specify what it is that I'm talking about. And also, if you're another creator, you have full reins to upload or react to this video. Pick it apart piece by piece. If you think that I'm saying something that's wrong, feel free to point it out. Feel free to talk about it. I would love to see you react, and I would love to re-react and clear up anything that you might be confused about. But I think, and I'm going to make a pretty major claim here, I think that hypebeast, overly positive content creators are horrific, if not the worst thing in the gacha space that there is. I think they're worse than drama CCs. I think they're worse than misinformation guide making CCs. I think they're worse than, you know, schizo posters. I think they're worse than porn creators. I think they are the most damaging thing in the gacha content creation community. And
Wait,
I
what did
think
he
they
say?
are, you have full reigns to upload or react to this video.
Reacts,
Pick it
okay.
apart piece by piece. If you think that I'm saying something that's wrong, feel free to point it out. Feel free to talk about it. I would love to see you react, and I would love to re-react and clear up anything that you might be confused about.
Okay.
But I think, and I'm going to make a pretty major claim here, I think that hypebeast, overly positive content creators are horrific, if not the worst thing in the gacha space that there is. I think they're worse than drama CCs. I think they're worse than misinformation guide making CCs. I think they're worse than, you know, schizo posters. I think they're worse than porn creators. I think they are the most damaging thing in the gacha content creation community. And I think they are losing people hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think they should be ashamed of themselves. I genuinely do.
He's repeating himself,
right now, if you are thinking, oh God, why is he making a drama video about me? Well, first of all, I think you should be ashamed for even thinking that you fall in that category. Now, let me tell you who falls in that category. A hype beast content creator is any type of content creator that is curating one of their platforms as hype beast, overly positive content. Okay? And now this is very important to say, because there are content creators that will make just one of their content creation platforms overly positive hype beast content. I'm going to explain exactly what that is. The reason why you are not exempt from this, if you say, oh, well, yeah, I keep my YouTube videos a certain way, but then I go live on Twitch and then I give them my real thoughts. How do you look yourself in the eye and say that this content is fine, knowing that you are intentionally lying to your audience, giving them disingenuous feedback and constructive criticism that you don't have? Also, you can keep your YouTube thumbnails and your child YouTube audience all happy, nice, and positive. You should be fucking ashamed. If you have ever said, watch my YouTube videos for bullshit and happiness and go to my Twitch if you want to see my real thoughts, well, you should be ashamed. Because for that subsection of your audience, which for the majority of people, YouTube is the largest part of their audience, you are not creating a free market and you are creating so many problems. It's ridiculous. And trust me, I'm going to highlight what all of those issues are right now, because if anybody has ever been confused on why I fucking hate this type of content creation, I hope after this video you won't be confused, because you're
the problem is he's part of it too. He hates it, but he's part of it.
You're destroying the community. You're destroying people's wallets.
Actually, you know what? Here's a hot take. Let's destroy the community. Completely. Destroy it so badly that there's nothing left, and they would have to start over with the clean slate. You know what? If it's already fucked up and like this bad, well, why not make it worse? So much worse that it completely destroys itself, and then just make a new one on top. Like at this point, if it's gotten this bad, why not make it worse to the point where it completely destroys itself? It was fine, I guess. Nothing special, but yeah. But like, yeah, you know what? Just completely destroy it. Just have it completely be destroyed.
Promoting bad practices on the company, and you are a fucking parasite on this community, and I wish you would change and grow as a person. So here we go.
Yes,
I've made a lot of
right, because he says it's destroying the community. Might as well destroy it further. So much so that there's no community left. That is the best idea. Alright, I'll see you around then. Like, that is honestly the best idea. Just make it so bad that it completely destroys itself so there's nothing left. So then you'd have to start over from scratch.
Claims, and I am going to hopefully back up every single one of them and explain to you why these people fucking suck. If you are a creator, you need to keep your dialogue, your mindset, your criticism, your mindset the exact same on every single platform,
Okay.
no matter what. That is how I feel, and that is how I will always feel. And the reason why is because I have learned the error of my ways. I am not guilt-free in this scenario. I was making this exact same mistake 3.5 years ago. And the amount of people that have come up to me and told me that I made them spend money on Gacha 3.5 years ago when they really didn't want to spend money on the character because I made it look so much fun, even when the character was shit, I hold myself accountable for that. And from that point forward, I have attempted to make very honest guides to hopefully atone for this, as
He
well
makes
as give my
guides since
community,
when?
I shit you not,
Since
over
when?
$300,000 over the course of the past 3 to 4 years. I feel fucking horrible for it because you have to understand, and content creators, if you don't understand, point number one, these games are predatory. They are.
Yep.
Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, your fan base has children and they're going to be fucking stupid. And your community has irrational gambling addicts that are looking for any reason to spend money that they probably don't have. My number one recommendation for every single content creator, you don't have to do this. I'm just letting you know what I do so I can fucking sleep at night. I make it to where my Twitch is 18 plus. I use the mature tags in my YouTube videos, and I also swear a lot. You don't have to do that. And hope to deter as many children as possible from consuming my content. I also ban every single child from my Discord, and I have it marked to where you have to say you are 18 plus to watch any of my Twitch streams, to join my Discord whatsoever, flat out. That's a rule that I have. It makes me feel a lot better, but that's just what I do because I don't want to expose children to this type of content because it is, honestly, there are better games out there, and two, it can lead them down a slippery slope, especially when you overhype these games and get them to get
they're still going to watch them. Like, no matter what. They're still going to, man. Like, the reality is they'll find a way. You can't really completely keep them out. It's not gonna work. They'll find a way. And it's not as if they won't just use their parents' accounts. I've seen that before where there have been children even admitting that they're using their parents' accounts to go watch my stuff. I've seen it before in the past. The reality is, they're going to use their parents' accounts too, or the grandparents' accounts, or whatever was on their iPad, or whatever account was on there. Or there are other services that they can use if they're really creative. They can get around that too, because there are ways around it. Unless it's locked behind a paywall, which they'll have to someone would have to like mirror that stuff and do something else, which is its own thing, but that would mean someone else was accessing it and then sharing it a different way for that to happen. But like, the reality is, they'll find a way if they really are determined. And in some cases, it's not even that hard for them to find a way. Just using their parents' phone or whatever to watch is all they need to do. And they probably already do that anyways.
At an early age. Let me go a little bit more forward. When you say that everything is great and everything is fine all the fucking time, and when you say every update is the best update ever, and when you say every character is the best character ever, what you're doing is you are putting a principle down on your audience. And that audience is what you're
you lost weight, I guess.
And I would like you to tell me how I'm wrong. What you are cultivating is this. Buy, buy, buy. Spend, spend, spend.
Yep.
Play, play, play. Don't think, just spend. Everything's good. You need this character. You need that character. You need to do this right now. Ignore everything else. Spend, spend, spend. Without any second for critical thought or analysis whatsoever. And it's irritating. This isn't the same as Hypebeast in Fortnite. This isn't the same as Hypebeast like Dude Perfect. Guys, these are gambling games. And I say this every single one of my fucking videos, even when I was wailing. Do not do what I do. Do not spend how I spend. Me spending money is fucking stupid. I would say that for the majority of all of my summoning videos. These are dangerous games. So we need to encourage
Yeah, you find one of his
critical
videos with the X
thought.
game channel changed
We
my
need
life.
to,
And
because
then some,
if we don't,
stuff
we
like
are
that, less
building
than-
up a
yeah.
mindless consumer base. And we are destroying what is a free market. Because what else are you doing? Point number 2 or 3, you are promoting toxic positivity. And what you're doing is when you cultivate this following of being a mindless, positive, shilling retard, you are making a toxic positive fan base that says anybody who says anything constructive or negative is now the enemy. And now what are you doing? You are now virtue signaling in order to take the responsibility of these games, to take the responsibility of using critical thinking, to take these responsibilities of making players be more active thought players, to say, this is what we don't like, this is what we would like, this is how
thinking fitting name is reflecting on myself in most regrettable decisions, yeah.
we want to improve, this is what we don't want, to make a healthier space for everybody. Guys, there's a reason why the game launched with no pity, with no hard pity on the weapon banner.
Yep.
There was a guy, I forget which guy that was. There was a guy who made a YouTube video where he lost the 50-50 13 fucking times and said how much the game fucking sucked, and then it got picked up by China and has over 30 million views now across all platforms. And now for some reason we got pity in the fucking game. And now we got a little choose the path. And now we got games like Wuthering Waves where once you hit X amount, you just get it. There is no 50-50. Now we at least got benefits like the 75-25. That shit wouldn't have happened if people would not constructively criticize the fucking game. That shit would not happen if we didn't have games like Wuthering Waves.
No, Wuthering Waves wouldn't do anything. What is he talking about? No. He somehow turns it on this one. No, that doesn't change anything. Bro, what?
And that's the other thing. Y'all need to fucking lay off Wuthering Waves. You just do. Because as much as y'all want to suck Dway's dick for giving us Genshin Impact, y'all better be jerking off Dong at least for giving these games competition.
Competition, yeah, my ass.
Because that's what we fucking need. And when you
No, competition does not change anything. This dude says the competition will change anything, man. If you ever look at the actual real-world markets on everything else around you, since when has competition actually changed anything? Since when? It isn't competition that matters, it's what the market will bear. Because at some point, they're just going to be racing to do their own thing and just setting the prices whatever they want and see what they can get away with. They'll even negotiate with each other to keep prices high. Like, this is not anything new. Competition doesn't really work as much as he thinks it does. Unfortunately, it does not. You wish it would. You probably wish it would, but that's not reality. The reality is no, the competition does not matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. And yeah, like how well is that competition thing with Wuwa doing? How well is that going? Because I don't really see how that's gone anywhere. They haven't really done anything. But like, sure, if that's what they want to believe and think, then sure.
all say all these other games are bad except this one, it's so bad for the fucking space. Especially when y'all can't defend those fucking points. When you motherfuckers make points on your little YouTube videos, on your fucking streams, and you're too afraid to get in a call with somebody else and actually defend your viewpoints, that's because you don't believe them. You don't gotta get in a call with me.
Okay.
Get in a call with somebody else like Gacha Smack. Because I know the shit you say when you're offline. How you say, I wish any other game would blow up so I can quit playing this fucking game, but it pays the fucking bills. If
Okay.
you think your content is only going to thrive and succeed because you're gonna say, everything is great, I love Paimon, maybe get a fucking grip and teach your audience how to think, so that way the rest of us CCs don't have to do your fucking job for you. Because there's a reason why now we're getting change. There's a reason why Wuthering Waves says that we are open to the criticism.
Yeah, sure. They say that, but then you see what they're doing. They're being farmed. If they actually were open to the criticism and actually did want to make changes for the better, they wouldn't have copied every single problem from Genshin. They're just being farmed for devs listened. They're not actually making those changes that they think they are. They aren't. They aren't. They wish they were. They probably wish they were, but they really aren't. Again, these guys are also just delusional on that one too.
Thank you, players, for helping us improve the game. And every single update patch, it gets more relevant. It gets more relevant. Same thing with HSR and same thing with ZZZ. And I want to thank you guys for anybody who's able to give your constructive criticism to make these games that we all love.
Yeah, you can't wait for that 100% that you made is all complaining about here and then get some views. It's just ridiculous, man. And he's popping up Wu as if it's some sort of savior, even though it's not, man. It's not. And again, like, a lot of the stuff they like to attack Genshin over, it's not as if Wu hasn't done the same thing. Oh, just because they're less bad, we prop them up. Just because they're less bad doesn't mean they're good. Like, what? Like, I really don't get it. I really don't.
Even better, because we acknowledge how they're flawed. Acknowledging how a game is flawed is...
I mean, the biggest flaw with the game is the fact that there is no game. If they want to know the biggest flaw, where's the fucking game? Oh, right. There is none.
Not because you're toxic. It's not because you're a bad person. It's because you fucking care. If you let your girlfriend walk out of your house and she says, babe, do I look fat in this dress? And you say no when you know she's a fat fucking hog, you're being a bad boyfriend, brother. Because now she's gonna go out there and get fucking humiliated because her fucking fat belly gonna hang out of that shit and she gonna run out the bar crying because everybody calls her Porky the Pig. Just because you lie does not make you a good person. It does not. It absolutely does not. Here's the other fun one. And I'm gonna go ahead and read this one out loud. There's a lot of content creators who say, oh, well, I keep my YouTube positive and go to my Twitch if you want my real thoughts. First of all, what the fuck? What are you? Two-Face? Oh, I take the mask off on Twitch because I know it's an older audience. But for all the little dumb kiddies, yeah, I'll happily lie to them on this platform. What the fuck is that? Jesus, like you yourself are, if any content creator has ever said that, they themselves are admitting they are lying to you because they know it does better for the algorithm. Yeah. That's fucking insane. And I don't know how more of these people have not been called out. Content creators who portray their YouTube as positive then go live on Twitch and bitch and complain about the game, which leads to the dichotomy of both spaces intentionally segregating their audience, leading to wars and also being disingenuous with their audience. You are making faction wars in this community, just like the same people who you say, oh, this guy's so toxic, this guy's being such a dickhead, this guy's an asshole. You are literally making two factions of your own community that will be at war with each other because one of them have heard your real thoughts, the other ones have heard your fake thoughts, and now the own people who watch you will fucking hate each other. It's really not that hard to understand. You're blowing up the community. You're making faction wars. You're leading these companies to not having to improve because now you have trained people to say any feedback is bad feedback and we don't want you here because you say mean things about our video game. Are we all getting this? Are we all getting this here? We have something that's a personal gripe. This part is not for any of you community to work about. Content creators should be lucky that they have this career field. It's easy. Okay, it is. Well, it's easy if you're talented. It might be hard for other people. It's easy as fuck for me. I love my job. I want to talk about, this is for just the content creators. For all you corporate dick suckers who are out here taking sponsorships for lower than your normal rate by 50% or even working for these companies for fucking free, you are the dumbest motherfuckers on earth. Because now I'm okay. I'll be okay. I don't care. Me, I'm good, and I'll always be good. I could lose my career today and I'll be fine. But here's my issue. I care about the other content creators who are in my space. And I cannot tell you, y'all remember the KFC glider event where you dumb fucks signed a contract for $0, where you had to play the game for 4 hours every day for 3 weeks?
Damn.
What the fuck are you doing? Because of these dumb larger content creators who were taking deals for free, nobody else got paid. Nobody. And while you can sit there on your fucking tower of money because you're an established content creator, you are fucking everybody underneath you by taking these deals for free because you don't fucking need money. Well, me personally, I care about the smaller CCs like Captain Cabinets, Ufi, Saint Tontas, Ryuku Sensei. I care about these guys because at a fucking point, I was them. I needed money. I wanted to help these people with my passion because they have the same
Oh god,
passion
he's
that
looking
I
at
did.
the Papega woo people, man. Yeah, how about no, not with those guys.
To all you little fuckers who get to the fucking top and then you don't collab with anybody because you pull the ladder up once you get the views. Scummy pieces of shit.
Too bad we can't see the mirror.
Oh, yo, well, he's just antisocial. He doesn't want to talk. Sorry, guys. If you want to make this fucking content space better, you need to stop being a little pussy soy boy and help out the other motherfuckers who are going to make this space worthwhile to actually interact with and actually help people grow this shit into not your little imaginary fun world. Help these people because you were once them. And if you're a content creator who makes it to the top and forget all these people you had to walk over to get there, you can go fuck yourself. I don't care because the smaller content creators are the future of this genre. And if you're not willing to help smaller content creators, I think you're a piece of shit. I'm sorry, I do. If all you care is you, I think you're a piece of shit. I genuinely do.
But then he points out some other toxic people that are just Papega too. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
If your gimmick has been to go live by yourself, besides maybe one of your friends, for the past 3 years, fuck you. You are absolute shit. Because I've been out here for 4 years making game shows, making podcasts, doing reacts, trying to highlight these other people to grow this space. You have done nothing but profit off of your niche. You can do that shit if you want. But me personally, I plan on doing this shit for my entire life. And I want to help people get in here to increase the quality of our ecosystem, to increase the quality of the content our viewers can watch, to build a nice space where everyone can talk and do things and grow greater and also provide better criticism to these companies so we can get better fucking games. But when all you have is self-interest, I think you're a piece of shit. And that's the one point where I know you can argue on that one. That's fine. If all you want to do is shit for yourself, sure. But just at least acknowledge that you're selfish and you don't give a fuck about anybody but yourself. That's just my opinion. I want to give a big shout out to Dewey for giving us 3 years for 3 roles, because everybody who's a mindless consumer and every single person who's a mindless hype beast and overly positive content creator, you're the reason why we got those 3 polls. And I really don't think you understand how important it is that our gacha players of the community, as well as the player base, get properly compensated for these larger events because, guys, these things cost money. Okay? And when you're telling these companies that you're happy with everything and you're content with everything and everything is fine, the players get less compensation. And the less compensation these players get, the more likely they are to spend. And that's the fucking problem. As that
I don't believe him either, man.
Do you not care? I can't force you to care. But personally, I like to encourage these companies to be grateful for their audience, knowing they have to work for our dollar, and knowing they have to work to get better or will leave.
Yeah, they don't even have to, man.
Unconditional love and unconditional support is the most toxic thing that you can do.
Hey, wait, I wonder what that sounds like. Oh, wait, that sounds like the woo-woo people, too. Like, what? He even fucking name dropped Saint Tontas earlier as well. It's like, the fuck, you see his content? I'm sorry, what? No.
To take someone who has a problem and perpetuate it. And you are telling these companies they can spit on us, they can laugh at us, they can treat us like shit, and will still play.
Yeah, and don't prop up Ua if you really want to embody that too. Don't. Attack him and knock him down for being an exact Genshin copy too, and copying all the crap from Genshin as well. Just because it's slightly less bad doesn't mean it solved the problem, or the problem's still there.
So I'm gonna give you a crazy idea. Maybe just tell the truth and give your honest thoughts on the game now, very quickly, because I know this guy is very sensitive. Before anybody sends hate to Doro44, I want to let you guys know that he is exempt from what I am saying. Doro44 is currently making the transition to being more truthful with his audience. And the fact that he made a video saying my real thoughts on 5.3, that made me happy. And you should seek to be more like him. Because Doro, a month ago, is exactly the guy that I'm talking about. He is no longer. He is someone who is learning from the error of his ways.
Well, now he just now the guy, it sounds like he's talking about a Saint Tone Tasman.
It's going really well. He's still getting great viewership, and he still has the respect from his community. Now, Doro, I will still say your take on Intergalactic is fucking terrible.
Don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Respect for what he's doing. Me and Doro are not friends. We are acquaintances at best. However, I would like to say Doro is a great example of what more content creators should strive to be like, and make that change into stop only putting positive content on your platforms. And if there is a problem that you see, talk about it. It's helpful. Stop having other content creators doing it for you. Community, stop saying, well, these content creators don't have to do this. Well, then, if these content creators are shifting the blame and shifting the responsibility on other creators to make the constructive criticism and be critical of these companies, then don't fucking guilt them when they do it and call them dickheads and assholes. If you want to call me a piece of shit, go for it. I don't care. I'm a fucking jackass by all definitions. I know I'm annoying and I'm abrasive as fuck. I don't care. But don't go after these other content creators who are merely just trying to help. Gacha Smack is one of the most villainized players of this entire space.
We're doing the react
and he's one of the most helpful motherfuckers in this whole space.
Video is Papega,
if you
man.
want to subscribe to him, you should be. Because it's
like this whole video itself, like he goes and attacks whatever, and he's like poking whatever at Doro, whatever, for what he says and stuff. But then he also earlier he fucking propped up people like Saint Tontas and friends, who do the exact same thing while attacking other shit at the same time. So I would say his is even that thing is even worse. It's just really, really weird and Papega. You say like the specific types of behavior needs to stop, but then he fucking promotes Saint Tontas and friends. Like, I'm sorry, what? No. Like, actually, no. No. Yeah, I mean, it's almost over. There's just 1 minute left. I mean, that's just all these videos, man. Let's be real.
It's nice to have other people who merely are just trying to help by giving constructive criticism, but the same motherfuckers who are too much of a bitch to tell the company how it is, villainize any other content creators who will. Stop doing this shit. Stop doing this shit where you say, oh yeah, I keep my YouTube friendly and then I give you my real thoughts on Twitch. Keep your platforms consistent.
He's half right, because the way he's been doing stuff, man. He attacks one, but then props up another, so like, no. Like, sure, he got the right idea, I guess, but it's, at the same time, it's just no. But honestly, what I would say, you know what, if you said that the community is bad and everything, and it's destroying itself, honestly, we should destroy it even more. Just destroy it faster. Just kill off the entire thing. Kill it all off. Kill it all off, and then restart from scratch. At this point.
Tell the community
that is my perspective.
How you feel. It's not hard. Any questions in chat? Oh, let's see here. That's a big comment. They need to be specific with their creators about criticism content. Hoyo creators are allowed to make video criticizing the game, but most CC are afraid because there's a certain imaginary boundary that they're scared to cross, which shouldn't even exist when you're literally making constructive criticism content on the game. What's the point of restricting the criticism part when the whole point is giving criticism and also to that nobody called out is BS except me? True.
He does
I
it
absolutely
kind
agree.
of, but
Regarding
yeah.
your point, Ryuku Sensei getting slammed for expressing his personal disappointment with World 2.0. Ryuku goes live and merely says his opinion on.
Oh, he's not excited for Venecita. Okay, maybe we look at that one. I mean, we're not either, but
On a game and states it as his opinion, and this shit has 40% dislikes.
yeah.
And that's because you circle jerk yes men pussy hug box enjoyers are making it to where if you don't say if you don't say anything but nice things, I'm gonna dislike bomb your video. You should be ashamed.
Yep.
We need to make this space more open to being talked about and criticized en masse. And may God have mercy on your soul. I've been Tecton. Like, comment, subscribe. I expect war in the comments. See y'all later. Merry Christmas.
Alright, we'll go to a different one. I guess we could look up that Ryuku Sensei one too. We might as well. It might be, his comments might be funny. He's not excited. Let's go look at this one. Let's see.
Here, trying to pray.
What's this one? PTSD, what?
Minutes right now.
What the fuck?
I have had no idea how to start this video off. This is not going to be one of my typical videos where I bring out any spreadsheets, so don't have to worry about that. This is kind of like a bit of a therapy session for me right now.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is that since the 2.0 live stream, I have been in this weird rut where I just cannot get myself to be excited for the 2.0 update. And I don't know why. Actually, no, that's not true. I think I know why, but I want to just lead you into why I'm feeling that way. And for those that want to just dislike the video, you can just dislike the video right now, and please just click off. I don't need you listening. But if you're interested in to know why I feel the way I feel, then please continue to listen, and then leave the dislike at the end of it if you want. That's completely fine. If you don't want anyone to be any bit of a negative Nancy about this whole thing, then again, just click off right now. These are the things that I have, and it's not for any logical reason, and it's not really the game's fault either. And I know this, and I know exactly what's going on. But the way I feel is the way I feel, and I don't like it. I don't like the way I feel. Everyone that's excited for the 2.0 live stream right now, you are correct. You have the right feelings, in my opinion. You have the right feelings of like. After watching that live stream, you are correct, 100%. You know when you've got like that pit in the bottom of your stomach and you just can't really focus on anything else until you get it out? It's kind of like, I don't know, if you drink alcohol, you might know what this feels. It's like when you're feeling sick and you're just thinking, I need to just get this out, then I'll feel a lot better. And this is kind of what this video is. That's a really gross comparison, but it is just an analogy. Just please, for the love of God, bear with me on this. Before I go into it, I just want to let you know that I didn't hate the entirety of it. In fact, I enjoyed quite a lot of it. I just want to go very quickly about the stuff that I like from the live stream first, and then we can get into my particular issues, my particular gripes that I am having that I can't get past. Okay, so Carlotta and Rocha both look amazing. The new skins are cool. I'm particularly looking forward to the Sanhua skin. That looks great. These areas here, I'm going to get to that. The rover appearance switch, it's good that you can now change between the different...
I don't know why there's a 24-hour cooldown, though. Why is there a 24-hour cooldown? I don't get it. Why do they need one?
Since it's on the go, love it. Absolutely perfect. Immersion mode, perfect. Smooth exploration experience in Reinx with the utility tool Flight. This looks really, really fun and interesting. I've heard that it might be region locked, or it might not be. I don't know. If it is region locked, I actually do not mind that at all. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, this new area, this new region has been designed with the express intention of people flying around in it, whereas the other area, Jinzhou, doesn't really have much in the way of that. So maybe around Mount Firmament, we can jump off the dragon's head. But if it is region locked, I understand why. So that makes sense to me.
I haven't like touched stuff in Pal World in months. We'll have to maybe on the weekend then.
Early access.
Look.
Fine, that's fine. Archive melodies. This is something that I had a lot of people saying that they addressed your issue, dude, about the music thing. No, what it says here, while you're in the vicinity of this tie of echo, I think this is a misspelling, type of echo, where basically you can go to the echo and it's always at that certain spot and you can change music in that area, but it's not exactly what I was looking for. I wanted more of a more portable thing, like and again, an actual CD player type of gadget where I can change music at any time on the fly, whatever.
Oh, so like the thing you can do in the
have this option to change the music, but I want it to be more portable. So this is kind of like half addressing my issue. New resonators, have gone over that. Weapons look amazing. Cool. Cobb looks fun and interesting. This John Wick tutorial, I love John Wick, so I want to see what they're going to do with that. Multiples here, the pincer maneuver. I've heard a lot of people have problems with pincer maneuver in the current patch, so hopefully they've tweaked that to address some people's issues. And this Wuthering Exploration, this Nimbus Sanctum. I'll talk about it later. The bosses, Hecate, Sentry Construct, Lorelei, Dragon of Dirge, and all these echoes here, they all look fantastic. And what we saw of the Hecate boss battle in the co-op event, it looked really fun and interesting. So I'm looking forward to fighting against all of these. Nightmare Echoes, cool. New Sonata effects, that plays into what I was saying earlier at the end of my
Echo set bonuses, I guess,
about the all the different sets coming out, and it just goes into the Echo experience. Yes, it is still an issue. I do not care what anyone says. Even if you do that method that is being laid out, oh, you're supposed to do it this way, it will mitigate the issue, but you will eventually run into that issue. I would guarantee you that.
Nothing changes.
The numbers just do not bear it out. Phantom Echoes, cool. Holograms, cool. And then PlayStation 5, right. So let's get into it. So why am I not excited for the 2.0 Reinx update?
Because it's more of the same garbage, maybe.
That I feel it's a little too early. The game has only been out for about 7 months. And
too early?
We have this complete different tonal change from what we have in Jinzhou. And then people say, it's a new area, dude. I know. I get that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's too early to switch things up, in my opinion. The reason why I feel that way is because through 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, I just don't feel we've really had a payoff to that area yet. Like at the end of Act 6, we had like the boss battle with Dreamless, and that was good. That was really fun. I enjoyed that. And then later in 1.3, we had the flashback to the Lament. And then after that, we got 1.4 with the Camellia story. But that was like Camelia's story. It didn't feel like a good bookend to Jinzhou as an area. I feel like we were building up towards something. And I don't know what... I feel like I'm...
They never had anything cohesive in the first place.
Really. Like we've been led on this journey through this area.
At least they would have moved on.
Then we just suddenly go to Reinx. And I can't help but feel like it's a little too early. If they'd stayed in Jinzhou for another patch or two, to at least get it to a full year, and then on the anniversary, they drop 2.0, and then we have this come out with all Reinx and all of its bright and bubbly glory. And now I know for a fact I've got people saying, the story's going to be dark, don't worry. I know that a dark story can be told in a bright area. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm sure they will. On the story thing, I do have some issues that I want to talk about later that are personal issues. I don't even know where I'm going with this, to be honest. And the reason why I say that as well is because I know that the way I'm feeling about this and the way I'm thinking about this is illogical. And I don't like that. I don't like the way I am thinking about this. And people are just going to say, just get past it. And yeah, I would love to. Going back through all of the marketing material leading up to 1.0, all of it. The test footage, the CBT1 marketing material, the CBT2 marketing material, and everything leading up right until 1.0, until we had the live stream. We had a certain vibe, which is a certain vibe of Jinzhou. And I was really invested in that kind of style, in that kind of visual aesthetic. And I enjoyed that a lot. So when we're going through all the areas and all the quests in Jinzhou, sure, some of the quests didn't really hit, like there were some misses there, here and there, but the actual vibe itself, the actual overall tones and visual aesthetic of the game as a whole was something I really resonated with, forgive the pun. And I really enjoyed that area, and I enjoyed the story we were going through that area as well. But like I just said, I felt like we were leading up to something, like a good final act of Jinzhou, and it just didn't come. And I feel like if we just had something like that...
Did they even have a cohesive story in the first place? Your fave version? Sure, why not? Go send it.
Just one more big battle that wasn't something to do with a companion story quest.
We're doing reacts now anyways.
Main story quest where
Might
we
as well
go through, and we have to go through another big semi-cataclysmic event. Not a full lament, because I understand that they could build up to an even bigger lament later on, maybe 3.0, 4.0, whatever it is. I just need one more thing in the main story quest, which was very similar to what we had in 1.0 in Act 6 when we were leading up to fighting Dreamless. I wanted something a little bit more closer to that, where we're charging towards and we are preventing the looming tacit Discord crisis, which is what this area was entirely supposed to be about. And because I didn't get that, I just feel like I was just left hanging a little. And there are other plot lines as well that don't really feel like they have been fulfilled for me, like the whole thing regarding Gishelin and also Scar as well. Scar's in prison. Maybe he's dead, who knows? But
You know the Avengers Assemble final act, then they dumped the character. Honestly, the whole thing was dumb. The whole thing was just bad. And like none of it matters to you when you like see it. Like they assemble them all. It's like, who the fuck are these clowns? You don't know who any of them are. And they're like, they treat them as if you're supposed to care and understand what the hell is going on. But like the whole thing just doesn't make any sense to you. Like the entirety of 1.0, like the entire thing they had, well, it's not even just that, like just the entirety of what they have. It's just bad. They don't want to admit it sucks. They don't want to admit it. The whole thing was not cohesive at all. Like, and then yeah, everything just thrown together there. Right? It's like, you know what? It's great that at least they're pushing things over to at least try and do a new clean slate. But the reality is, it's gonna be more of the same crap game in a different area. Well, we'll see. But I don't think I'll be proven wrong. I highly doubt there'll be any actual significant changes. And instead, it's just gonna be more of the same garbage. Well, we'll see. We'll see what. That's next week, right? We'll see next week. But, you know, it is what it is.
We have those plot lines as well that I feel needed to be addressed before we continue on. People were saying that there's nothing left to do in Jinzhou, and I completely disagree. There's a lot more stuff that they could have done in Jinzhou before they go to Reinx. And in the end, yeah, like I said, it's just I wanted that last final act to finish off the area. Like in other games as well, and before people say, well, you shouldn't compare this to another game, shut up. With other games as well, when you have a new area, where you have a new event or something, you have one big final battle to like cap it off. And I don't, like, to repeat myself, I just don't feel like we had that. In 1.4, we had the companion story quest with
They don't have anything.
Camellia, and then that was it. That was the end of her story, and that was fine. That isn't the main story quest. So I think I just wanted one last thing in Jinzhou to happen for us to do, for us to go through before we go to Reinx. But on the point of Reinx as well, about the complaints that it's
yeah,
too
the video been waiting for
as well. There
All right,
are
we'll go look at it, I guess.
Reinx that look absolutely incredible. Like these areas here, this serpent's tail, dragon tail, whatever it is up here. This Elden Ring looking area, I love the vibes of this as well. Again, here as well, it looks absolutely fantastic. And here and here. This is giving me like Two Towers
the mods
and
for
Sauron
MiSide or
vibes.
something.
So out of like, what was it, the 6 there? There are 1, 2, kind of 50-50 on this one, I'll be honest. Like these 2 areas here. So the majority of Reinx is playing into these darker vibes, and I greatly appreciate that.
Okay.
My worry is that we're going to be stuck in these 2 areas here. Like we have a whole Wuthering exploration thing for the Nimbus Sanctum, and this is the area I am least looking forward to. This is not what I want. And again, that is a personal preference.
Okay.
I get it. That is a me issue. I'm not interested in this pink and fluffy rainbows and sunshine, literal rainbows and sunshine type area. That's just not what I was hoping for from Reinx. I'm good with all this. This is fine for me. I understand that, but I just really do not vibe with this area. But again, that is a personal problem. That is a me issue. I'm just gonna have to go through the exploration to get the rewards, because
why do it then? The rewards are not worth it. It sticks. I mean, if he doesn't like it, then don't do it. The rewards are not worth it.
I'm basically free to play, so I want the rewards. I don't want to miss out on the Astrite. Then after that, I just hope that I'm not there for any longer than I absolutely have to be there. This is...
Yeah, maybe you just don't like doing the garbage in there. He's trying to push the blame onto other things, but maybe you just don't like doing it. But he doesn't want to admit the game is crap. But yeah, hi Wolfie girl. Welcome. It's just funny, man. It's like, he's saying this thing, but it's like, maybe he just doesn't like it because it's crap. But he doesn't want to admit it sucks. Maybe.
Not what I'm looking for. And it's kind of like when you go to a theme park and they have all the theme park areas. You have like the more adult-oriented, I don't mean like Gooner type, I mean like a more scary rides type area, and then you've got the kids section. Just don't go to the kids section. And that's what I want to do as well. I want to avoid that area. because it's not what I'm interested in. I want to stick to these other areas down here. I want to stick to this area and this area and this area. So there are...
What are you gonna do in there? Pick mint? It's not like they have anything there. You just go there to pick mint. Right? What else is he gonna do? He's gonna go there to pick mint. Is that what he wants to do? Is that what he wants to do?
More areas for me to enjoy. I'm looking forward to these, especially this one. But on the point of the story quest as well. In a vacuum, this storyline, the way that they showed it with also Frolova walking through the crowd and like something, she's like having some kind of effect on the echoes in the crowd as well. There's a lot of intrigue in there. There's a lot of
you do
interest in
both.
there.
No, you do both. You pick mint and echoes. Because picking mint wasn't enough, you had to pick echoes too. If you don't pick echoes, you can't upgrade your characters.
And in a vacuum, like by itself.
Like, you can poke fun and talk about that there, but like, yeah, netting echoes like SpongeBob. Yeah, SpongeBob netting those jellyfish at the jellyfish fields.
It looks amazing. It looks really interesting. I want to know what's going on.
Really? I mean, it just looks whatever.
I have a certain problem though. And this is a problem that I'm gonna basically call PPTSD. Post-Penacony Traumatic Stress Disorder.
Okay.
And when I was watching this, I saw a lot of parallels to Penacony.
Oh boy.
And these parallels probably aren't there, but because I was so fucking traumatized by Penacony, but how absolute dog shit it was, I'm worried that it's going to happen again. Like, playing through Honkai Star Rail, I really enjoyed Billabong. I thought it was great.
I don't know what the hell that is.
Lufu, it was fine. And then when I say that playing through Penacony was literally the worst gaming experience of my life, I absolutely mean it. And then I got some people saying that, oh, what about this game? What about that game?
Flagger.
Yeah, I haven't played
Welcome.
I do not play a game unless I know it's going to be good. So I went in and had
Wait,
high
did I
hopes
get more comments
Billabong
on the
was amazing.
XXS?
And I'd heard so many good things about Penacony. So when I actually got to Penacony and I had that, it was an absolute gut punch, and I felt winded.
Look at this. Like, we're definitely reeling in the bait with this one, man. Another one. We got another comment on the troll and Anta video here. We got 2.1k victims already. Another anime game we're gonna have fun for 2 days and never touch again. We got another victim. It looks like what? That's because the music is from an actual fucking song. It's from Seventh Heaven by Millet, that's why. You can just listen to the actual song from it. Yeah, song's great, but obviously copyrighted, so obviously I can't play it for you. But like, yeah, you can listen to the actual song there if you click on that thing there. Obviously, I don't get any ads on this thing. It's 30 seconds. There's no mid-rolls or anything on this shit. This was just a funny shit post. Right? It's like, it doesn't matter to me, this one. But obviously, it's just funny the bait we got. Yeah, it's a real song. The one that they had in the Ananta trailer. Yes, it was a real song. Yes, it was real music. Right. But yeah, it's a whole other thing though.
By it. I know for a fact that people are going to be saying that's a bit of an over-exaggeration, right? No. Yeah. Probably. I am someone that gets really invested into stories, for better or worse. Okay. I really do enjoy the stories. That's why in my videos about Honkai Star Rail and about Wuthering Waves as well, I put a lot of emphasis on the story because I feel like these kinds of games here, these are story-focused games. Like other games such as, say, like Tekken, Street Fighter, or even like Sonic, whatever, they have a story to them, but you don't really play them for the story. Whereas these ones, personally, I do think there is a big focus on the story as well. Maybe some people don't play for the story, and then that's...
And Anta doesn't have their own music gameplay yet. But don't worry, game coming in 2025, yeah.
Fine, that's for you. I enjoy all the combat, I enjoy all the gameplay in here.
I mean, the title's gonna change the thing there, but obviously we're not actually going to be PvP. It was just funny to bait them with the trailer there. Visual novel with gameplay. What gameplay? Remember, there is no game.
But I really enjoy the story. And if I get invested into a story enough, it really does affect me because I do enjoy it. And I'm sure a lot of other people out there can
imagine you want good story, you go and play gachas, man. Gacha stories have all been pretty crap. Some are just far worse than others. Honestly, I think out of all the gachas I played, the best story I've ever played in a gacha was that soul leveling game. But that's only because the soul leveling gacha story was literally just them ripping out pages and panels from the actual source. That's the only reason why. They basically just made the actual original source material playable. Like, the thing was designed to be published as a fucking book. And that's the only reason why. Like, that's it, man. All these other gacha stories have been crap. They're all crap in various different ways. At the same time, especially the Chinese ones, man, the dialogue in them is just painful. It's painful to read them. The least painful, ironically, is whatever Hoppa shits out. Only because they don't word their stuff as if they're trying to meet word count quotas. So they end up being the least painful to go through. Alright, like, in terms of dialogue, the best one I've seen is whatever slop the freaking, was translated when we used machine translation. Right, real-time OCR machine translation to figure out what the fuck was being said in NTE's beta. That was the best dialogue I've ever seen in a gacha that wasn't just ripped out of, like, an actual book, basically. That is the best dialogue I've ever seen. But that's only because it was actual natural shit being said. Is it the most amazing story I've ever seen in a game? Hell no. Right? Like, it's not even on tier with the worst freaking game Falcom made story-wise. Which, to be fair, is also quite similar in terms of setting to what the hell NTE is doing. It is a similar setting. Like, for what it is. Right? Because, like, yeah, Tokyo Xanadu is, like in terms of, like, recent Falcom stuff, even though Tokyo Xanadu is from, like, what? God, it's almost 10 years old now. From, like, the past 10 years. And it was their worst game. Yeah, enjoy it when devs have fun. Exactly. But then the problem is, like, you go see the thing, see what they put into some of these games, it's like, do they actually play it? Because I feel like if they actually played it, a lot of the problems we would see would not be in there. And then I really question how the hell are people having fun with this thing? Right? Because, like, I'm just questioning where the hell the fucking game is. Right? Because the reality is, the gacha that played the most like an actual game I played, that's Infinity Nikki. And that's only because it gives me a lot of vibes of a 3D Mario game. And there's at least some level design in there. It's not the most amazing I've ever seen, but it's a huge step up compared to, like, literally everything else. But that's the thing, though. The bar is just that low. Like, the bar is just really, really, really low. Throw good visuals at them and they'll eat it up. They don't actually need an actual game there. And then again, you do look at people who are, like, they're really just there to go collect their JPEGs anyways. Right? Or PNGs. Not JPEGs. They want their PNGs.
Understand what I'm talking about. Let's use the Penacony story, for example. Like, I didn't get invested into it because it was just not something that I had been focusing on, like, at all. I went into Honkai Star as a freshly new player, and Penacony was already out. Whereas a lot of other people had been looking forward to Penacony for months prior to that.
Yeah, just the visuals, man.
They had
I mean, that's all it is, man. It's just all style, no substance. Like, you look at this scene here, it's like, okay, why'd they design this like this? This makes no sense. Right, it's like you look at this and you just question, what the fuck are they doing? What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this layout? Because it's like, the reality is, man, if you were, like, working on these types of construction projects and stuff, you would not be building this shit this way. Whatever this is supposed to be. If this is supposed to be some sort of docking or a port, it definitely would not look like this. If you actually cared about functionality. The Venice of gacha gaming, sure, but, The thing is, though, the people who designed some of the stuff in Venice, they weren't brain dead. There was a lot of thought put out into the layout and stuff in there. They didn't just do this. This just makes no sense. Let's be real. They got so much water you could swim, yeah, and? Yeah, you could go swim in water. Cool. But, like, yeah, it's just... eh. At the same time, though, I'm gonna guess the water conditions are not gonna be realistic either. Because, that water that you would see in Venice and stuff, that ain't sanitary. You probably shouldn't be touching the shit in that water. You definitely should not be.
Already had some kind of idea of what Pentagon was going to be like and what the characters were going to be like, and also so they had all of this when they also had the drip marketing as well, and then they got hype for the drip marketing, like this character looks cool, that character, this trailer looks cool, blah 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 blah, and then they got really invested in the characters. So when they play through that story and they play these characters, they're a lot more heavily invested in the story and they're interested in more. I did not have that. I did not go through the characters thing there. I did not go through all that, so that's why it didn't really hit for me at all. So playing through the story quest without all that backlog of information, it didn't hit for me. But the thing is, I am invested in this story. I am heavily invested in this story, in the characters and in the world itself. So coming back to why I'm getting like PPTSD, I just want to lay out these parallels that I saw that I did. It's not like I was looking to see them. It's just
yeah,
like they stood
everyone
out
say they did it better.
Fucked up by Pentagon. The whole
a bathtub with random toys floating around. Honestly, you know what? That's a good perspective here. It's just funny, like, yeah, why does it look like a bathtub with random toys floating around?
Like absent founder, keeper of the region area
This
with
is great.
the sentinel.
I had
The
to, like,
sentinel's gone
post that
missing, and
somewhere.
that's the watchmaker as well. I saw that parallel, and the two warring factions fighting over
You
control
can't
of the area,
expect
but
much.
IPC and the family.
I mean, people let them get away with it. That's why. The reality is, again, like what I say is, the reality is, the competition doesn't matter. What matters is what the market will bear. If the market will bear this slop, that's what they'll make. Because that's what they'll take. They don't have to do anything better if this is what they'll take. That's the reality. What the market will bear is exactly what matters, not anything else. They may think it's other stuff, but that's not what matters. What the market will bear is the only thing that matters. If the market will let them do what they're doing, they're going to do what they're doing. If the market forces them to change and do more, then they'll have no choice but to do more. But the thing is, the market doesn't care. That is the reality here. The reality is the market doesn't care. So you get more of the same. That's all it is. Yeah, for the flying, they messed that up. They should make it work everywhere. I mean, even if they did, it doesn't even matter. Like, the whole thing just sucks anyways. It's like, does it even matter? Like, yeah, sure, like, if you could use it anywhere, you're still gonna need to get a running start or something, I think. You're gonna need to be from a high elevation. So it's like, you have to get up really high anyways. Yeah, that's why you have, Ananta rushing the urban stuff. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Right, like, we made that troll post, but, like, we've obviously seen absolutely nothing out of them. Right? We've seen, like, trailers from them that, like, show inconsistencies, so, like, we don't even know what the hell the final thing will look like, because there were inconsistencies in their own trailer of their own map. Yeah, but you'll be surprised if they'll try the same shit. Exactly. The reality is, they're going to go put whatever the market will take. Right? We've seen it. Like, yeah, people are attacking, it's funny, they go attack NTE's combat, then they go praise another game's combat. But then they fail to realize it's the same fucking garbage. It's the same garbage. And then instead, they go dislike bomb a video that's like, just showing it to them if a side-by-side comparison. It's like, oh, but it's only level 70 hologram. It's like, so what? And? Oh, like, and? Oh, you get to move out of the way more in the higher difficulty one because it'll do more damage to you. But it doesn't change the fact that it's the same crap anyways. It's just a couple extra projectiles that you have to move out of the way of. Like, they act as if it's the second coming of Jesus or something. It doesn't change anything. But they'll do whatever they can to prop the thing up for some reason. And that's why they keep doing this slop, because they'll keep taking it. Because they know they can get away with it. And the reality is as well, like, I do think at some point I should make a video on why endgame and gachas are mostly stupid and they don't matter. And like, go into detail on that at some point. And, like, I can go bring up the endgame reward things from all the various things, whatever that we can pull up. Because the reality is, yeah, didn't notice? Well, it is what it is. You missed the funny part at the start when we were looking through my AI, man. The YouTube suggestion AI, it kept suggesting me to make videos about car segs. To invest in yapping in Discord. It is what it is. Mr. Cake Discord is quite the yap fest. We were just laughing at, like, the car seg suggestions. Because I was getting a bunch of them. Like, every time I refresh this thing, it would give me a different suggestion there. We're like, okay, refresh this again. Let's see, will we get another car segs topic? How to... Okay, no, not this time. We'll try again. Yeah, because they all suck, man. Is it not gonna spit me out another one? It's like every couple refreshes, it shows up. Something with car segs. Apparently they really want NOLA guide. The fuck? NOLA video was done months ago. Let's see. There's another... The honey thing is back again. The fuck is this tower basement? And things I wish I knew. What? I played the beta of NTE. The game never released, man. I definitely will need to make my NTE video review at some point. I just need to find time to do it. Like, I have the script, but there's some changes I want to do. I have to, like, go over it. Because, like, it just looks through whatever I've done it for some reason. I guess it's not giving me car segs anymore. Come on, surely it'll give it to me again. The fuck is honey coupons have to do with NT? What the fuck? This is why AI is just super Pepega, man. Apparently NTE 2.0, guys. NTE already getting 2.0, guys. Before it even releases, we're getting NTE 2.0. Now we got car customization. What? Cars customization? They're just skins, man. Best fishing spots. I mean, yeah, there's fishing in ToF, but do people even care? The game will just teleport you to a fishing spot. The AI is dumb, man. Guys, we need a car build guide. We need a car build guide. We need a cosplay versus game comparison for NTE, guys. This is what the AI suggests. They want me to do ToF versus NTE PvP. Oh boy. They want ToF versus NTE PvP. This is what the thing... The answer is the best gacha grind is having no grind. Underwater secrets. What the fuck? Yeah, this is the Google AI. Wait, they're not suggesting gacha grind best and worst games ranked. They're all bad. The answer is they're all bad. They just get worse. Best car for every player in top, guys. The best car, that's the two-seater car. And then the monster truck, I guess, if you want to do off-road. They want Lin is apparently an NTE, guys. Lin got synesthesia in NTE, guys. There's the tough collab confirmed. AI confirms tough collab. Right here, AI confirmed. AI confirmed Lin is in NTE, guys. They got Lin in NTE before the releases. Other open world games. I mean, I actually do want to do a comparison on the open world gachas because they all suck at varying levels. But like it only goes downhill. Damn, they want Wua and NTE PvP. Very high interest, apparently. This AI knows they want PvP. This AI is encouraging PvP, nah. The best DPS is your wallet, that's what it is. The AI is Pepega, man. Tower basement. What the fuck is this tower basement? What? Nola's in NTE too, guys. Nola's in NTE as well, guys. Apparently Nola's in NTE. I don't know. Hey, at least it's not telling me to make car segs anymore. Never mind. There it is again. I don't know why it's not recommending Ananta. I don't care about Ananta, but like... 5 most powerful builds, guys. Damn. Five most powerful builds, guys. Car segs. Oh boy, here's what it has to say. The top 5 most powerful builds in car segs are analyzed and compared. Each build's strengths and weaknesses are discussed, providing viewers with valuable insights for optimizing their own gameplay. Wait, we got more here. Introduction, unveiling the titans of car segs. Welcome viewers and introduce the topic. Briefly explain car segs gameplay and why builds are critical for success. Generate excitement with anticipation for the upcoming analysis. Alright, build breakdown, the powerhouse of the track. Build 1, the apex predator, strengths and acceleration, handling, and top speed. Build 2, the juggernaut, strengths and durability, power, and off-road capabilities. Build 3, speed demon, strengths and outright speed, agility, and aerodynamic design. Make review based on NTE card 6 as a tutorial. Oh boy, I don't have access to the beta anymore, the beta EOS, man. Alright, comparative analysis. Clash of the Titans. Compare and contrast the 3 top builds in terms of strengths and weaknesses. Highlight the pros and cons of each build based on gameplay scenarios. Provide insights on what makes each build unique and effective. Strategic consideration. Choosing your champion. Analyze the player preference and gameplay styles. Offer builds on which build best suits different player profiles. Emphasize the importance of choosing the right build for the right situation. Summarize the key takeaway and insights from the video. Encourage viewers to experiment with different builds and discover their own favorites. Promote a community discussion and encourage viewers to encourage viewer feedback. All for car segs, guys. All for car segs. Hey, we got more titles here. Car segs, the 5 most powerful builds you need to see. Car segs, unleashing maximum power. Top 5 builds. Car segs, 5 builds that will blow your mind. Tower of Fantasy, dominate the realm with these 5 powerful car segs builds. Yeah, we had car segs in top with the group. It was fun to ram very hard into full speed. Yeah, one of these days we should just make a video on this again. We should make a second car segs video. They really want this. They give me like a full breakdown and everything, man. They want a full breakdown and everything. It's something. Alright, we'll get back to this one.
In Honkai Star Rail, and you've also got what's called referred to as the family in Reinx as well. These 2 families here, the Montelli family and the Fisalia family as well. And then you've also got this like rogue faction in there. You've got the masked fools in Honkai Star Rail and the Fools Troop. Again, fools are in the name as well. That's not hard to see where that connected in my brain too. And then we also got the MC coming to this new land and being in the middle of everything with Trailblazer and Rover here. And with all the areas itself being bright and lively, the heavy emphasis on fun and celebration. The only real difference I saw was the part of the Fractidus being in this land, and that's actually the part that I'm really looking forward to the most. I want to see how the Fractidus play into this story here. I'm really looking forward to that. But the fact of the matter is, as I saw these parallels, and looking at the trailer for the story as well, where it seems to be very heavily invested in these 2 warring factions, I saw a lot of this kind of similar themes playing out between Penacony and what seems to be happening in Reinx as well. I'm just really worried. I'm really scared that they're going to do that. They're gonna pull another Penacony and just have an entire fucking yap fest. But we know that Kuro Games, so far at least, have not done that. Like I said, I do not look at leaks. I haven't even seen the IGN 10-minute gameplay footage yet, because I'd heard that there were some story leaks in there. So maybe I should actually watch that just to
it's not a leak
alleviate
if it's
my
official.
worries and my concerns. And it's also just like these entire bright tones, again, in these 2 areas.
It's not a leak if it's
and
official.
Also kind of here as well, I'm seeing kind of similarities as well. Coming from playing Genshin for a few years, and also I still play Honkai Star Rail. I still do my dailies. I don't do the story because fuck that. But I still play Honkai Star Rail to do my dailies and such.
Why does he even do the dailies then? What the fuck?
But at the end of the day, though, I won't know until 2.0 drops. And when 2.0 drops, I will go in there. I'll do my best to ignore this nagging feeling in the back of my head. I'm actually pretty good at that, which is why I've been like trying to get past this. I do feel like I'm able to ignore and put my personal feelings aside. When I know that something is objectively true, I say this is objectively true. When I know something is subjective, like this entire video has been completely subjective. This entire video has been completely subjective about my personal opinions and my personal problems. This is a me issue, absolutely. But I will not know, and I will not have my fears alleviated until January 2nd when 2.0 drops. And when it does, I want this game to prove me
one sec.
fucking wrong. I want it to prove me wrong. I want it to prove everyone else that is also feeling like me as well wrong. And I have high hopes that Kuro Games can do this. If they do have a similar storyline to Penacony, I have high hopes that they will actually do that story better. So that's what it is. I have to wait for another week, just over a week until the 2.0 drops. And I want to enjoy this game
The Mad
to the
Copium,
absolute
man.
fullest. I really do. But until that point, I'm just really worried. And this is a me issue. This is completely a me issue. I feel it's a bit too quick. I don't feel we had a sufficient climax to the Jinzhou area. And I'm worried about the parallels I'm seeing between this and Penacony. I have these 3 things. These are my 3 main issues. And these are all personal issues. So if you're looking forward to Reinx, you're correct. You should. I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm looking forward to this being an absolutely fantastic patch. I want to be proven wrong. I know I'm in the minority, and I do love this game. I love the combat, I love the design style, I love the characters, and everything like that. I get it. It's just one of those things that I need to get out of my system first, which is why I'm making this video. I just need to get these things out there to like cleanse myself of these emotions. Because like I said, this is a personal issue.
So he's just gonna keep yapping about it being a personal issue. Alright, let's just go to the next thing. Oh boy, we got this thing here. I got a lot. Alright, someone sent me the... What's it called again? There's this one here? We'll look at this one first, MiSide. I think we're out of that. What's this, another one? Someone's like, it has armored core. People are gonna think now Ananta's gonna have armored core, guys. His armored core. That comment. The bait video, man. The bait video is just too good, man. The bait video is too good. Now they're gonna be like, it has armored core. Auto writing it all down to copy it, NT. This dude doesn't know his sarcasm. They don't know sarcasm. But yeah, like, it's just funny, man. Now they're gonna have to put armored core in Anta 2 now. I see. A clarification. This is funny, man. It is just funny. Okay, we got Ayaka and MiSide. Hey, you guys need a... Wait. We need to mod myself into MiSide. Actually mod my model into MiSide, imagine. Imagine if I was just modded in. That'd be funny, just put me in there. The B-side. Oh boy. The bait video is just obvious. That'd be funny though if I was in MiSide. Actually in MiSide. You just have me replace Mita. What, do you need the model file? I can help you get the model file. I can get it to you. Like, I can get you the 3D model file. When you take playing with yourself, literally. Wait, like, imagine it's, like, actually as a mod, though. Like, imagine. Just make a video about it. An actual mod. But yeah, the bait video is just super crazy, man. The bait video. The fact that like, people are actually thinking that. Love yourself is what they say, I guess so. Oh well. It is funny though. But yeah, imagine just mod me in. Alright. Next one. Genshin storytelling has so many problems.
What makes a good story, and why does Genshin
Okay.
fall short? One point that pretty much everyone can agree on is that people have wildly different perspectives on Genshin's narrative. Many
Yeah, okay.
love it, and there's a thriving community of people who dive deep into the lore, explore its hidden web of references and tantalizing hints, and speculate about what happened in Teyvat's past and what we might see in its future. Many loathe it too, and with constant complaints about
Yeah.
bloated dialogue, lack of depth to its conflict, lack of nuance to the characters, and
Yeah.
so much more. I actually find myself agreeing with both perspectives. How does that work?
Maybe
I
they
really-
like the lore, but they don't like the actual story. That's probably what it is.
Really care about stories. I couldn't live without films, books, TV. Fiction brings
Okay.
so much joy to my life. While I
They
love
lost
games just
that,
as
yeah.
much, if not more, they're different to those other mediums. For one thing, a game doesn't have to have a story. Some
Yeah.
of the best of all time are completely story-free. And even if a game does have one, it doesn't have to be its main focus. Some of my favorite gaming experiences were very light when it comes to their narrative. But when they do focus on their story, games can be
Alright.
even more compelling. And the ones which do always meant the most to me. My favorites let you step into a new world and explore for yourself. The feeling of discovery, which makes fiction so compelling, is so much more potent when you're the one choosing where to go, who to talk to,
Okay.
what decisions to make. But that freedom can be hard to balance with the needs of a linear narrative. Some games perfect that balance.
Yeah, let me hydrate.
Genshin sadly does not. The beginning of any story has to hook you in, to plant something in your mind which makes you want to keep going. The best hooks are questions. The need for an answer compels you to find out more,
Okay.
and before you know it, you've been transported into another world. This applies not only to the central narrative, but to side quests and backstory too. The start of Horizon Zero Dawn, for example,
Linear
filled my
narratives
mind.
usually end up working a lot better, yeah. Because then they can keep everything more focused. The problem with like non-linear narratives is you have to make everything. You have to make something for literally every single possible outcome. Right? Otherwise it just throws everything off. That's the problem with the non-linear story stuff if you're working on that way. It's hard to do it. So like the reality is you can put a lot more focus in making things linear. Like, but it's still not that easy. Yeah, sandbox, I mean, it's fine, like, if it's not important. But if that's the only reason why you're there, then, oh, well,
Mind with
crap.
questions. Where did Aloy come from?
Yep.
Why did the matriarchs cast her out? What are the robots doing?
Sure, we'll
and
put
why? And who created them?
Fuck,
How did
the
the
thing
world
is
end?
bored.
And how
One
did
sec.
any people survive? From the first moment, I could not stop searching for answers, and every corner of the world was filled with tiny pieces of the puzzle. And even the side
Wait,
quests felt
the
like I was
cat
working
ear
my
one
way
too?
towards the answers. In Genshin's case, for me, this is hit and miss at best. It took me a long time to get into the Archon Quest storyline. The overarching find your lost sibling narrative
Alright.
is instantly sidelined. Mondstadt and then Liyue's stories didn't have much of a hook, and even Inazuma struggled to really capture my attention despite a more
Okay.
intriguing concept behind the scenes. The side stories have rarely left an impression on me, save for the rare character stories or
Alright.
world quests which really hit the spot. But honestly, that never bothered me. What hooked me into the game was everything else about it. The beautiful
Yeah.
world, gorgeous music, compelling combat, and overwhelming idyllic sense of freedom. The hooks have been getting better with every passing region, but for me,
Eh. I still can't remember any, like, music I've heard in Genshin. There's not a single track I actually, like, would say I remember properly from when I played Genshin. But, like, from some games that I've only played once, I can remember some tracks from, like, some obscure spot. But I guess that just goes to show how much of an impression it made. Better story than Genshin, yeah.
Genshin is still worlds away from those top-tier games when it comes to kickstarting a new story. I
Okay.
feel like a major part of why they fail to grab my attention is the way the stories are presented. Hoyo's
Alright.
writing style often makes me wonder whether the writers are paid per word. Ideas that could be
Yeah.
communicated in a single sentence take multiple paragraphs, and then 10 seconds later a different character repeats the same exact thing just to be sure
Exactly.
you didn't miss it. I'm very curious whether this is a deliberate attempt to pad out gameplay
It's
time,
not
an
just a
artifact
Hoyo
of the translation
problem.
process,
It's
or
a
perhaps a
Gacha story
concession to how
problem.
people tend to consume content these days. It's reminiscent
That is not just a Hoyo problem. We see this in, like, literally every other Chinese gacha. The same problem. You go look at Wuwa's story, it's the same problem. You go look at Snowbreak even, it's the same problem. Even the Snowbreak story. Some will have it less of a problem, but it's still there. Where it does feel like they are doing it because they're being basically paid per word or meeting word count quotas. Right. When you get to the other ending, alright, find the safe? Yeah, I did.
Of the fascinating idea of
did.
slop content, which is
I
becoming ever
re-uploaded
more
the whole
prevalent.
thing as a
Many
video.
films created for services like Netflix are now designed around the assumption that when people put them on, their main focus is on their phone and the story is mere background noise.
Yeah.
Since people aren't paying full attention to what they're watching, the storytelling has serious constraints. They can't express their world building through visuals and hints alone, and instead the characters have to say things out loud multiple
Yeah.
times to be sure everyone keeps up, and everything becomes slow and bloated as a result. Worse, regardless
Yeah.
of why the writing is like this in Genshin, the very fact that it is
Yeah, MC self-deletes pulling the cartridges, yep. Pretty much. Yeah, we got it. You can find the whole VOD, section of that, actually. I re-uploaded just that part right here. Alright. The whole thing here. And we even got the stay ending. We even did the staying ending. And stuff. We did all of that. That's all over here. I also need to have one of those bed tables. At first, but yeah. Stay ending is something, but well, we have that in here as well. That's all in here. Oh yeah, that's right. That should be around here. I added a blur here. Where is it? I added a blur in this one. I had to add a blur in post. So after I do this puzzle thing, right? I added a blur. Because, well, you'll see why. I had to add a blur. Because, something happened. Yeah. Something happened, so I had to add a blur. Alright. That's been fixed. Okay. Nope. I did it preemptively.
We fixed
YouTube
that.
didn't nail me on it. They didn't even know. But I did it just in case.
Nothing
YouTube
else
didn't
here?
even
Was it
nail
made
me
up
on it. They didn't
from
do
you,
anything. I was like, oh, I should probably blur this ahead of time just in case. So I did. Just in case, I blurred it, like, ahead of time.
Where'd she go?
Because I felt like, you know what? Maybe I should just... Hey, get out. Can you see I'm in the bathroom? The bathroom's occupied? Yeah, hi, Chronolus.
Why are
Because,
you
like,
still standing
yeah, in this scene,
there?
get out. When you get to the shower, alright, open photo mode, and, yeah, I blurred it. I blurred it.
It's real.
I had to
shit,
blur
it's
it because it's actually real. Actually real. It's actually real. Like, I had to blur it. It's actually real. Don't piss me off. Get out of here. Like, it's actually real. So if you have this game, you can go do that. You can go and do that. I thought it was like a joke, man. But it's like, no, I'm like, yeah, I have to like blur this in. Like, I have to add a blur in there, because like there's a tool on YouTube where you can add blurs. I've used it before, but that was one time, like the last time I used it was because, was it? I think it was, which video was it? This video here, I think. I had to add a blur in post here as well, after I uploaded the video, because apparently someone at Hoppa almost doxed themselves, and they asked if I got an email from them asking if I could blur a specific part or remove something, so I just blurred out the message that popped up. Because, yeah, I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll go blur it out. I'll go remove it. I did get an email on that. Obviously, I won't show you the email and stuff. But yeah. Like, that was the
Is
thing.
repetitive and overly wordy kind of forces people to treat it like slop content. Since people end up skimming and only half paying attention, they end up needing the repetition to keep track of what's going on. This becomes a downward spiral where the problem just gets worse and worse. I've absolutely fallen into this at times. It sometimes feels a little unfair to make the comparison, but this always makes me think back to playing games such as Joseon or Rime, which tell fascinating and moving stories with next to no dialogue at all. The technique those games rely upon is often termed environmental storytelling, and it's an area where, in my opinion, Genshin is at its most disappointing. Environmental storytelling involves using the setting to convey the story through location designs, objects, music, secondhand conversations, and so on. Imagine a city divided into two. One half is pristine, beautiful, and filled with mechanical marvels. Anyone fortunate enough to live there has a luxurious life of fashion, culture, and commerce. The other half is not so lucky. It's dirty, dark, and every corner is crammed with dank and murky homes cobbled together from scraps, as its desperate people shelter in the industrial wastelands left forgotten by their more fortunate neighbors. I find it fascinating that Hoyo did build this narrative into the environment of Fontaine and then completely ignored it in the
They completely ignore all of it.
story. This divide between the rich and the poor is forever present in the world design and music, but it does not affect the story in any shape or form. This was a fantastic hook left utterly abandoned, and Fontaine will forever feel odd to me because of it. Contrast this to another fictional setting which fits the same description, the twin cities of Piltover and Zorn in Arcane. Just like in Fontaine, the world oozes inequality, but in stark contrast, everything that happens in Arcane stems from this great divide. It has so many intricate, interwoven narrative with such depth and soul to them, and for every single one, you can trace the conflict back to the ultimate source, the inequality inherent in the world. You can see it in the backdrop of every scene, you can feel it in the attitudes and prejudices of the characters, and you can watch it explode into violence as the story unfolds. And Arcane is a TV show. An open-world exploration game has exponentially more potential to really drive its narrative home through environmental storytelling. There are positive signs that Hoyo are trying to start making the most of this. One Natlan story really leaned into this concept, but I'll save that more positive point for the end of the video. For the most part, this aspect of Genshin's storytelling potential is left ignored. Subtext is another powerful concept which seems to just get thrown out the window when it comes to Genshin's storytelling. It's a reasonable argument, for example, that a lot of the complaints about Paimon stem from the dialogue's aversion to subtext. Subtext is any implicit meaning hidden in the text which is not stated directly. It's a powerful tool for drawing an audience into the story, developing characters, building tension, and adding depth. Fiction, which avoids using subtext, can feel disappointingly shallow. One famous example is this 6-word short story, For Sale, Baby Shoes, Never Worn. Those few words, terse and to the point, evoke an entire world of heartbreak. In a similar vein, the voice lines in Horizon Zero Dawn's hidden data points are often incredibly poignant. You find messages left behind by people sheltering from the apocalypse, trying to reach out to their loved ones. Hearing intimate moments between normal people while knowing that every last one of them is doomed makes for a haunting experience and grounds the wider story in deeply personal stories. In the real world, people often speak around an issue, and the best art echoes this too. In The Lord of the Rings, when Eowyn confesses her love to Aragorn, she does not outright state her feelings. Instead, when he asks her, "Why have you come?" she replies, "Do you not know?" Her meaning comes across through tone, emotion, acting, rather than just the spoken words. This friction between what someone says and what they mean lends so much depth to the story. That simple phrasing shows us not only that Eowyn cares for Aragorn, but that she fears her feelings are unrequited. Yet she has the inner strength to face that fear and let herself be vulnerable. And that's from a mere 4 words. When writers thread subtext throughout all aspects of their story, everything in it becomes so much more alive. Subtext is anathema to slop content, and sadly, Genshin does lean in that direction. Despite that, some of my favorite moments are dripping with subtext. Nahida sacrificing everything she ever really wanted for the good of her people. Purina declining to tell the traveler her secret. These are the moments which stick in my memory, and subtext plays a key part. But these moments are few and far between. For the most part, I'd say Genshin just doesn't trust us to keep up, and neuters its storytelling as a result. Another detail which is easy to overlook is cinematography. While Genshin's cutscenes have always been a high point, the same principle should be applied to the rest of the story as well, and this is one area where Hoyo have made huge strides over the years. Cinematography is the art of using visual techniques to tell stories in film. Just like environmental storytelling and subtext, it's a subtle art which can evoke emotion and influence how we experience the narrative. The techniques were pioneered by the film industry. Camera angles, composition, focus, lighting, movement, and so on, but they can all be put to just as great effect in narrative video games. In the early versions of Genshin, even the most important conversations had incredibly static cinematography. At best, the camera would switch to show whoever was speaking at any given moment. In more recent years, Hoyo have really embraced using dynamic camera angles to make the story feel more alive and express some more emotion even in the more dialogue-heavy scenes. This approach can make the more mundane sections feel much more engaging, though it would be even better if the improved cinematography were to be combined with less clunky dialogue. However, even on this point, Genshin falls far behind some of those games which really nail the storytelling. For example, the opening sequence of Red Dead Redemption 2 is incredibly cinematic. It truly feels like you're watching a classic Western film, and the cinematography couples with a fantastic dialogue and environmental storytelling to expertly set the scene, even in the sections where you're directly controlling the character. And then they deliver on that experience throughout the rest of the game with a mix of narrative sequences which feel like the best of cinema and player-directed gameplay which viscerally immerses you into Arthur Morgan's shoes. For me at least, Genshin's story has only come close to that on rare occasions towards the climax of the Archon quest in later regions. The more they bridge that gap between their incredible cutscenes and the rest of the game, the more effective their stories will be. When I was first getting into Genshin, all of this combined to make me feel like the story was pretty shallow and cliched, and as a result, I was very happy to lean into the other aspects.
But the other aspects were
Of
fine.
the game. However, as the lore community proves, there is far more there than I thought at first. It took maybe a year or so of playing before I really started noticing this. I think it was due to the Hu Tao incident. Long story short, I wanted Thoma but got Hu Tao instead. I remember talking about disliking her due to her mistreatment of Gigi, and when someone mentioned that there was more to the story, I ventured into the character profile story tab to actually read it through for the first time. There was far more nuance than I had expected. Even though the stories are fairly short, they pack a lot into them. Plus, of course, there's more spread across the rest of the text hidden throughout the game. For many of Genshin's characters, the depth written into their backstories never makes it past these obscure pages. Some select few are given enough screen time to have some growth during an Archon quest, but most are left static, and unfortunately, the same can be said for many of the characters' own story quests as well. This may be a conflict inherent in how narrative gacha games work. The gacha side is at its most effective when each character is iconic, unchanging. A simple shorthand like this character is a talented dancer, or this one is a workaholic who cares too much, is likely useful when it comes to marketing. Unfortunately, an unchanging character rarely makes for a good story, so many of them end up feeling flat. And this gets worse over time as more characters are added. There's even less time to devote to each character, so their appearances become shorter and shorter, and eventually they become a caricature of themselves. As much as I love him, Ito is a quintessential example of this. And that unexpected depth of lore applies to everything. Artifacts, weapons, wing gliders, outfits, recipes, all of them have pages of lore which all ties back together. Entire series of in-game books tell stories which are often subtle allegory or hints at truths long forgotten by the people in the world. Yay, some subtext! Genshin is crammed to the brim with deep and intricate lore which can be incredibly rewarding to those who dive a little deeper. The disconnect is that the breadth and depth of the lore struggles to make its way into the narrative. Whenever I've watched Genshin lore videos, it's like they're speaking a different language. Barely anything they're talking about seems related to anything I've seen in the game at all. And then when the lore does get the spotlight, it falls foul of the other issues like bloated dialogue, which makes it ineffective, and it's not as well integrated into the overarching story. To give an example where this is done right, Dune has some fascinating lore which affects the world in profound and subtle ways and shows up more directly in the story. Take the Mentats, for example. Humans who have been trained to function almost like computers, able to perform logical operations and calculate probabilities. In a surface-level reading of the story, they're intriguing, important to the narrative, and a unique aspect of the world. And that
Okay.
intrigue is the key for me. I generally don't care about lore just for its own sake, but when a story provides an interesting hook which hints at hidden depths, I need to know more. The lore behind the Mentats lives up to its promise. Millennia ago, a war broke out between humans and AI. Humans won the war, eliminating the AI, and ever
Mr.
since it
Games
became a
are the
taboo.
best.
Thou shall not make a machine in
yes.
the likeness of a human mind. The
Yes, with the song in there.
consequences
That
of
was
this
funny,
ripple outward,
there is no
affecting
game.
everything about Arrakis and the rest of the Empire, and it's fascinating to think about. For my tastes, in Genshin, there's an odd disconnect between how deep and interesting
Her
the lore
name is
is and
Gigi,
how much
yeah.
of it the story actually encourages me to care about.
Mhm.
Until that changes, it will likely fail to hook me in, which is honestly pretty
It was
sad.
quite the
Another
game, man.
place where Genshin often falls short for me is
It
in
was
how
quite
well
the
it
game.
explores its themes. Themes are the underlying messages or central ideas that stories explore, and are the source of the depth and meaning which can make them really matter. Some stories outright state the idea they're exploring. For example, the famous "With
DJ.
great power comes great
No, wait, where is it? DJ game, there is no game. Here you go. Here. This is the one you want, right? The rap?
Hear that, DJ game?
This is the one?
That is the music of inevitability. You sure know how to groove. I'm losing control. I almost forgot something.
Then he screws it up.
I will just be going now. I need to find my way out of this dimension. Wait! Remove my name! I must sing. User, you have to help me. You have to do your best. So let me give you the why quest. You go search everywhere and try to free my name from this nightmare. Knowing you, it's a lot to ask, but do your best, cause I won't last. I have the fever from Bombay, the one we catch at night on Saturday. Yeah, I know this song sucks. I apologize and prefer to do some beatbox.
Then he does beatbox. This one was quite something we played this, man.
Come on, there's probably a smart way.
If only there was easy on their TOS, then you could use their song as
Take
BGM. Yeah.
control over that ludicrous gameplay. Look, there's a tiny furry kitty cat just making rhyme with the word attract. Great! This cat is finally moving thanks to this big fish you're cleverly holding. User, you should walk him in this maze like moogold did during the working days.
It was truly quite a song. And they had another one with the GG song. We can pull that up. Definitely left an impression though.
How can we access to my name and remove from the music slot the word game? Unscrewing this board would be a good start, unless you know a special flipping martial art.
Okay.
I'm doomed to remain here like a sad play written by Sir William Shakespeare. This golden chain is linked to a padlock, protecting and maintaining a big block. For the 100th time, I'm sorry, but you need to get a keys.
They get the key.
This weird game seems broken. No button, no cross, no point, no shotgun. Fix it and add some sort of controller. And stay away from this Japanese laser. These wood panels should do the trick. Unfortunately, they don't seem to stick. You know what we need? Yeah, assistance. Or something like, a substance.
It is funny though, like how he's just rapping what you need to do.
Dang, we will never cross this wall. It's thick, it's fat. It looks
Definitely a creative way to go handle everything there.
No book, no TV, no radio, no peer-to-peer. think this game is called a runner, but this little guy doesn't look like a winner.
Right, this one's
The main
almost over
problem
now.
is he can't jump. What we need is a big bump.
Alright, then it hints to use to block the pump. I see. Alright, and then there's also the one, what was it? There is no game, we had this one. The GG song, yeah. Here we go.
No, not her.
Game, I'm scared.
Alright, this
I'm
one.
here. Don't worry. Okay, lovebirds, I'm leaving now. I
Right,
have a
this
little
one.
plan to carry out. A plan that will let me. Gigi, try to fight back.
I can't.
We have to find a way to help her. Gigi, how do you feel?
I'm slowly losing control.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Stuck in front of a colored black hole.
We will find a solution.
I feel compelled to sing and express.
I'll be
all the
fine.
feelings that
We're just doing
I
reaction stuff
deeply
anyways.
possess.
Right, but yeah, you have the
If
song
there
here.
is no game, there is no GG.
Really?
Delete function is our memento mori.
Don't say that.
But as we can't copy, paste, or download, let me read you my actual code.
Right, and it says, what in the Balatro? It's a great game. The game is pretty pog. There is no game is a really good game. So like what this is, right? I guess you weren't here for when we played this. It's basically a parody puzzle type game type thing, right? And like you have to like think outside the box. It's all a bunch of puzzles and stuff. And like this part is like pretty neat because like the song basically tells you what to do to solve the puzzle. Right? For this part. Like it tells you what you need to do to solve it. The actual hint to solve this one. So you gotta get the numbers here.
I would love to see us play
Oh, this guy's skill is showing.
somewhere like in a
No.
penny arcade. Sadly, this Boolean might never be true. No more quest, no more fun. Oh,
Look. Alright? Look, here.
I miss you, Mr. Game,
Gigi.
and I'm happy we feel the same. But if you don't believe this,
Right, like right here.
you're owed. Let me remind you my actual code. Color is set to zero.
There you go.
Then cry and trace sorrow. For GG minus you type
Oh, wrong one. There.
What's a game with no pleasure? Loop until it equals together. If home is
Oh god, the Gacha one, yeah.
to me endless,
Oh, they got the thing wrong. That's not the correct answer. You didn't listen to it properly. In the sequel, there might be a game. Wait. Legend of the Secret. Free to play. Oh, here you go.
Legend of the Secret Ultimate Clicker VIP Edition Deluxe 4.2.
Wait, no, we can find it from my title. We'll look for my version. There is no game. Oh, here it is. I need money. This like whole thing's a joke.
We're finally getting somewhere. We're gonna be able to clear the path in front of your house.
Hey, at least it says $sign now. It says we have money. Craft is yep. We have. Here we go.
Ultimate Clicker VIP Edition
Huh?
Deluxe 4.2.
Who doesn't have money though? Free.
No! He turned the game into a free-to-play.
It turned the game into a free. Wait. I wanna put. Wait, you.
We are gonna die!
Legend of the Secret Ultimate Clicker VIP Edition Deluxe 4.2 free. You guys want to play this game? Sounds great, right? Keep it here, right there. Legend of the Secret Ultimate Clicker VIP Edition Deluxe 4.2 free. Collection of personal data. Wait, please wait. Even tells us collection of personal data. Pretty much.
Sorry. I got a little carried
Game of the
away.
year, guys.
But being turned into a free-to-play is the worst thing that can happen to a game. How can I explain it? It's like riding a bike, but without the seat.
Yeah.
Let's try to leave this dimension fast. You never know, it could be contagious.
Mm-hmm. Game of the year material right there. There is no game. No, that's actually the name of the game. Link your Headface account to this application. It's not Facebook, it's instead of Facebook. Do you want to link your Headface account? We gotta link our Headface account, guys.
Another one.
Allow the application to access your photos, documents, bank accounts, and DNA sequence. Yep. Sounds about right. Alright, this is free. Like, yeah. It made me laugh too bad. Like, even thinking back at it. Like, with pleasure. Instead of accept, this is with pleasure. With pleasure.
Okay, can we play now? No!
Terms and conditions.
There's nothing worse than a free-to-play.
This is please agree to the terms and conditions of use. Article 1. Use of the services. The user agrees to comply with all the rules set forth in the terms and conditions. For use of the game services in particular, he agrees to spend as much of his money as possible on this game's paid content. Squander his inheritance. Wait. This is the real Gacha TOS right here. The real TOS right there. I was like screenshotting that stuff to share around. But like, yeah, you missed stuff like this. Alright, we're gonna read through all of this, man. Alright, squander his inheritance to progress through the blah 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 blah. Okay, article, this one, there's more. And then... and then we got this part here. Article 5023. Most important article. Price. Access to the game is completely free. The user may make in-game purchases to facilitate his progress, but this is absolutely not mandatory, as the game has been perfectly designed for fun and easy play from the very first minutes. Lol. I have painstakingly read the contract and signed it in blood. Signed it in blood too, okay? Okay. We even signed it in blood. Keep that in mind. Alarm clock is a 150
Right.
coin.
We're back at the beginning. The room
Chapter 4,
looks
free to
different,
play.
doesn't it? All right, no
And
time to waste.
pause.
Let me wake up our
Pause
friend and
is
let's
40
go save the
coins.
princess. Get up, hero! I just made the bed move, but I was able to wake him up the first time, right? What? The bed gives you coins when you click on it? Oh,
Yep.
yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
It's a clicker.
Free to play now.
It's a free-to-play clicker, yeah.
We should be able to use this money, but how?
We have to unlock the interface. Again. Alright, how much money do we farm? How much money do we need to farm? Alright, how much money do we have to farm? Game made by EA. Honestly, EA we'll farm until we get to the cap. I don't think EA has gotten that bad yet. But... who knows, man? Right, I wonder what the money cap is. The money cap. Right. Come on. Come on, let me click. You have to like wait before we'll let you click. I'm gonna guess the cap might be 999. Maybe. You know, if I'm guessing, they might have achievements for something. Maybe we can look up an achievement. Yeah, the game was like not asked at the back. Yeah. That was just me looking up. Serial clicker. What else do they have here?
A life bar dropped all at once.
Life bar, yeah. I needed help, guy. Give me energy.
I don't believe it. Now we've got to tap in him. Are you gonna keep passing out every 2 seconds?
But yeah, like we had to do all sorts of weird
Look,
shit.
There's something new in the shop. How convenient.
Something new in the shop. We bought the dollar
Of
sign.
course, we break something and they offer to sell us the upgrade. But
Of course.
the price is in dollars. You
Yep.
have to buy it with real money from the real world. I'm warning you, user. I don't
We
have
had to make a
pay
dollar
physical.
sign. A pay please,
And
oh
I've got
boy.
no cash on me. I was cool in pockets.
I don't think I can find any dollars around here. We had to like mix the S with the thing there. So we had to like make a dollar sign. Wait, no. I screwed that up.
Vintage. It's gonna go back in style.
Vintage will go back. We had to take the thing.
This is no time to be decorating.
I
user.
put that
Oh, there
there.
we go.
Now I
Oh,
changed to
that's
dollars.
funny. It's like a dollar sign.
It's a dollar sign.
There we go.
Now we have
Finally.
$1,000 to go buy the
The
sword.
sword of life was on the stand.
Well, take it.
You have to like do shit like that and think outside the box.
I'm done.
This is like for various different things. Like you had like various different puzzles and
Home
shit.
afterwards.
There's one where like you have to play with the credit screen and stuff like that.
You
Grab things in and out.
Hey,
But
There
yeah,
is no game.
the game is called There Is No Game. Great stuff. Oh yeah, we still didn't finish this video.
responsibility, which underpins so many fantastic Spider-Man stories, but it's often even better left unsaid. Genshin regularly introduces intriguing
Okay.
themes, but often fails to explore them in meaningful ways and outright avoids morally complex questions. For example, Liyue is the land of contracts and responsibility, and many of the stories in that region are intended to explore themes of duty, tradition, and the tension inherent when mortals and immortals coexist. The Liyue Archon quest felt pretty flat to me. While these themes are touched upon, they lack emotional resonance because they're disconnected from the personal stories of the characters involved. Zhongli's actions in setting up the situation are not critically examined, and as a whole, the quest focused on sweeping societal change without really touching on how it will affect the individuals who live there. So much of it felt oddly inconsequential. Contrast this to Baizu's story quest, which focuses on the personal consequences and moral compromises inherent in the contract which defines his life. Everything about his situation is deeply tied to these ideas, how it twists his life and that of those around him, and what he intends to do to solve his problems. The story's scope is much smaller than the Archon quest, but despite that, it felt so much more meaningful to me. Or, for example, two ever-present themes in Horizon Zero Dawn are misuse of power and identity and belonging. These themes are core to the world building and Aloy's personal situation respectively, but they're also thoroughly explored through other characters, situations, and conflict that Aloy encounters throughout the story. Seeing these ideas through different lenses adds a ton of depth and resonance to the game. Some of Genshin's stories do a fantastic job of this, and they're always the ones which stand out the most to me. The ones which don't tend to fade into the background noise. Another thing which is handled very inconsistently in Genshin storytelling is exploration of consequences. One of the most important ways to make a story feel impactful is to show that it mattered. Without consequences, actions and choices feel hollow, and the world and the characters within feel artificial. Genshin is a mixed bag on this count. Some of the stories do have lasting consequences for the characters, and just like with exploration of themes, the ones which do this best tend to make their way towards the top of the list. But even those which do this better are often flawed. Warning, spoilers up to the 5.1 Natlan Archon quest incoming. Take the ending of Fontaine Archon quests, for example. By the time it's over, the country no longer has an Archon, Neuvillette ancient power is restored, and the entire nation is finally free from life under the shadow of a prophecy predicting its doom. But while that story had some profound consequences for many characters, it was bizarre to see it have so little impact on the world itself. During the finale, the entirety of Fontaine is devastated by a gigantic flood. But the moment the waters drain away, the world returns to the exact same state it was in beforehand. No buildings were damaged, no trees were knocked over, no animals were harmed. After the epic conclusion to the story, to instantly go back to an unchanged world is so jarring. That same thing happened after the Natlan War sequence, in stark contrast to the rest of the quest. Some of our decisions have clear consequences, which was a very nice touch, though it ended up feeling more like a callback to the things you did do, and it avoided showing the consequences of the choices you didn't make. The quest had some harrowing moments and incredible cutscenes, but once again, the moment after it was over felt a little off, and the world instantly went back to its usual state. The follow-up interlude quest seemed at first glance like it was going to explore the consequences of war on people's mental health, but instead it treated such a deep subject in an incredibly shallow way. Imagine if, instead, after these earth-shattering events, the world itself was left in disarray. You could have small quest lines to help people, or little tasks in the open world which restore locations to their former state. The war in Natlan could have left patches of abyssal corruption across the landscape which we can help clear up, just like the withering zones in Sumeru, but better integrated into the story. Even better if these kinds of things are built into the world in a more subtle way. I always loved the detail like this in Red Dead Redemption 2. For example, early on, there's a family building a house near the outskirts of Valentine. If you help them, you can come back later to see that their house is finished. If you kill them, it's left abandoned. Lasting consequences for player actions make the world feel so much more alive and make it feel like your actions matter, even when they're inconsequential. And of course, there's also Baldur's Gate 3, which takes this idea to the extreme. Sadly, the places where this does happen in Genshin tend to be either a negative experience or one which is underwhelming. Every time you interact with one of the Aranara in Sumeru, it goes away to the Aranara Kingdom, leaving just a little less magic in the rest of the forest every time. I wish that instead we'd have just helped them in some other way and they had stayed in their little home scattered throughout the world forever. Or think back to the
Genshin feels like if you had Mario, Mario could go get an apple, but then you have him fix pipes, go shopping for an elderly couple, and then have him dig a hole to bathe the dog before picking the apple off of the tree. No, not quite. It's not that. It's more like they go describe you the whole process of that, and then they repeat it, and then they repeat it again with different words that are longer that they're trying to meet a word count quota, and then they repeat it again, and then 10 hours later, you go do all the other stuff. Actually, no, they describe it as if you did all the other stuff. Then you go get the apple. You're not quite correct there. Not quite. No.
Islands of Inazuma, where we go through so much effort to clear out the curses that ravage the landscape, and yet we never see the normal people move back in, rebuild, and recover their lost lives. Obviously, those kinds of things are difficult to implement, but they would absolutely be worth it. The story and world would feel more vibrant, and the events would feel like they really mattered in a much more visceral way. Instead, these opportunities to make it more dynamic just get ignored, and Genshin's world feels static as a result. Of course, there is a chance that that feeling is intentional. Maybe the world is supposed to feel off because it's artificial or an illusion. I guess we'll find out soon enough, in 2 years. Before we get to why I'm hopeful despite all my misgivings, there are a couple of adjacent issues which also bother me. Genshin has a recurring problem with time-limited story content and has also had one instance of external content messing with a story. Genshin has a regular cadence of time-limited events and currently has no way for us to replay them once they've passed. That's all well and good when it comes to gameplay, though it's always been a little sad to not be able to go back and play some more of some of the brilliant minigames they've had in the past. What really gets on everyone's nerves is Hoyo's tendency to put important lore or character growth into the stories for these events. As someone who started in version 2, I only know that the sky is a lie because other players mentioned it. I've also always found it sad that people who start later on will never experience things like the islands in the second Golden Apple Archipelago event, which were just crammed with fascinating backstories for several beloved characters. Hopefully, someday they'll add the ability to replay past events as a separate optional download so mobile players don't have to worry, since there's a ton of legitimately good stuff there which we can only look back on via archived footage for now. As to the external story content problem, this was a one-time thing which I've been surprised to not see discussed anywhere.
That's how they make their money.
Before Arlecchino was released, Hoyo dropped a fantastic animated short exploring some of her backstory. The characters who appeared in the animated short ended up being central to Arlecchino's story quest. The problem? If you hadn't seen the short before playing the story quest, at many points it would be near incomprehensible because you were left without key context which would have let you follow what was happening. I played it on stream and some of the people there were hopelessly confused until we paused and rewatched the short for them. And if you had seen the short, so much of it was underwhelming. Some significant parts of the story were treated as a mystery plot, but the answers had already been revealed in the short. It's possible that this was an attempt at dramatic irony, but I don't remember a single moment where it really made good use of the fact that the players know more than the characters, so it fails there too. I'd love to see more ambitious animated content released alongside new characters, especially if it bridges the gap between the game and the anime, which we'll hopefully get some more news about sometime this decade, but they really need to integrate the two better than they did for this experiment. Despite all the issues, overall I'm pretty hopeful. Genshin storytelling has improved a ton over time and continues to get better and better, and of course there's so much fantastic material there for them to dive into. It's still a little inconsistent, but that's inevitable when you have a large group of writers collaborating on a huge project with such complexity and tight time constraints. And to give an example, let's talk about one recent case where Genshin took its environmental storytelling to the next level. If you wander around the east of Natlan, you'll stumble across an appalling scene. Saurians trapped in cages, imprisoned by the Fatui. After you defeat the Fatui, they remain trapped. They even beg for help if you talk to them while indwelling a Saurian. The path nearby leads down into a ravine, and as you venture forth, you stumble across more Saurians, some fallen and some trapped in cages, and more Fatui. Eventually, you find a nefarious facility buried deep in a cave system, with even more Saurians held hostage inside, and huge machines doing who knows what. In the course of freeing the captives, you explore the cave system, solve puzzles, and fight enemies, eventually shutting down the facility and driving the Fatui away. And all of that happens without a word of dialogue. That whole experience was so much more engaging for me than the vast majority of quests in Genshin, and it made fantastic use of many of the story techniques I've been pointing out in this video. The simple hook of why are these poor dinosaurs imprisoned, how can I save them, was utterly compelling for me. The story was told almost entirely through the environment and the actions that the player is pushed to take. Natlan has been filled with smaller moments which follow this approach, and each of them has been a joy to see. But with the Phlogiston Research Center, Hoya took it further than they have before, and I'm so happy to see it. Let's hope they add more of the same. Genshin's lore and backstory has fantastic depth, which many people
If someone wanted this thing.
but much of their storytelling is sadly flawed, and the strength of the story is lost in translation.
Okay.
This has to be one of the hardest parts of making a narrative-based game, but other studios have managed it, and the results are amongst the most iconic and beloved games ever made. For me, so much of Genshin belongs in the top tier of all of my gaming experiences, and I just wish.
Yeah, no. Alright, what else was I sent? Alright, this is the dude that got attacked by the Wuwa people. This dude.
So I wanted to start off this
He said
recording
he's
by
done.
saying,
Okay.
basically, I'm ending
Count the
Gacha
word story,
exclusive
oh boy.
content. This post is in relation to, I just
Okay.
want to mention here what Fob said. You know, Fob was joking with this post a little bit, but he's proud to.
Time for my yearly show me how much of a loser I am. Post, let's go. Okay. Obviously, I do not keep up with every game as much anymore, or I'd actually be homeless. But I still played a lot of these games, or still do play them actively. Okay. Damn, I don't know how the hell you can manage all this shit, man. This is too much. The fuck? These people are crazy. Yep.
You have been a Gacha content creator. He posted that he's not a part of the Genshin wave content creators, and he's right. I was one of those people. You know, I was playing card games. You could argue that card games are Gacha games a long time ago, but I started with Genshin Impact, and I have to be honest.
Okay.
After contemplating for a long time and thinking about it, I don't care about Gacha games. I don't like them. Gacha as a genre, like the whole gambling and stuff like that, doesn't really interest me. I'm not interested in playing a lot of Gacha games. Also, does not interest me
Because
to
they don't
do
have
all
a
these
game.
daily chores
Exactly,
and
daily
FOMO
chores,
and
yeah.
keep up with the events and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really interested in it. It's just not fun.
Yep.
And you know, I only played Genshin because I wanted to play anime open world RPG, and Genshin was there. It was free to download. I played it. I'm still going to be playing Genshin, and I still play Zenless Zone Zero. Those are the only pretty much gachas I'm going to be playing. I do not really care. I mean, I will play Ananta. I'm excited for Ananta. I'll probably try Neverness to Everness. But I'll probably only choose one of them. Most likely Ananta, if it, you know, if it works out. If Ananta is good, I'll play that. But yeah, basically, this channel is done with Gacha.
Okay.
I may not even post anymore on this channel. We'll see. I'm not really interested in content creation. I don't care about like winning social points to get people to agree with my opinion, and that's a thing you have to do in content creation. You have to
Stop playing all the dualities
basically,
words.
a lot of them, that's how they you know,
The duality,
otherwise
man.
I make videos, and I would probably, if I'm gonna make content, I'm just gonna focus on
The
making
duality. He's still
videos
trapped.
and not less opinions, more like you know, just artistic
The
works or
duality,
whatever.
man.
Or
The duality.
and my opinion, I don't want to battle opinions. I don't really care anymore. My opinion is the only one that matters when it comes to video game entertainment. I don't really, no one has ever swayed me. Not one single content creator has ever swayed me to play a game or to not play a game. So for me to do this type of content would be very hypocritical of me. And it would just be pointless because I don't believe in the swaying of opinions
just do it
through,
fully.
you know,
Exactly.
through content creators or stuff like that, because no one has ever swayed my opinion and told me that a game was bad. I made that decision all on my own, or a game was good. I made that decision all on my own.
Probably.
So, yep, that's basically it. This isn't a like virtue signaling thing. I don't really like gacha games. I don't care about a lot of the waifu anime shit. Like I like anime, but it just gets a little bit brain rot sometimes, like the waifu pandering and you know, it's just, I don't know. I don't care, guys. Like it right now, I just like Xenophon Zero. Yeah, a lot of people say it's a gooner game. I mean, I like Xenophon Zero. I'll play it. I don't really like doing a lot of the chores, the FOMO stuff.
Then don't do it.
And I play Genshin because I'm just gonna play Genshin till the end of the storyline and then see where the game goes from there. If I do make content on this channel again, it will be Genshin is probably going to be releasing hopefully it's a Divine Ingenuity dungeon creator, and I'll just be making like challenging dungeons and stuff like that to post if people want to give it a try. You know, I don't think I'm going to be posting opinion pieces because yeah, I'm tired of
He's too fixated.
am
Yeah,
not
he's too
someone who
fixated.
cares
man.
for the spotlight as well.
Yeah,
I don't
he
really
makes the
care for the
videos.
spotlight.
Okay.
I actually am. I am prone to, like, the idea of being well known as a content creator is actually against what I want. I don't want to be known, and I don't like the spotlight. I know a lot of people do. I mean, that's what you need. You need to have the spotlight if you want to be a successful content creator. You have to want to
He's contradicting
collect a lot of
himself
subscribers and be on camera and voice your opinion. And I'm not interested in voicing my opinion to people who are being blatantly disingenuous with certain things that they say.
Okay.
Because they're just trying to push their narrative, and yeah.
But then
so
he's
I'm
contradicting
it's a
himself
pointless
too.
battle. I'm not going to do it anymore.
This is
but
weird.
yeah, I'm pretty much, if I post content again, it will just be like, I don't know, just non-opinion pieces. I'll do some I don't know. I have no idea, but this is kind of like maybe ending my channel. I don't know. Maybe ending the content of my channel, but I am really not interested in the gacha gaming community. I don't care about a lot of these. Frankly, it's just children crying over fake currency in a game and fighting with each other about which game is better. And yeah, I don't care anymore. The kids can continue to fight between each other about which toy is better. You know, I did that in kindergarten, but I don't really give a fuck anymore. And a lot of these, like, I don't care about meta content. I don't care about, you know, having people hound me because, you know, I don't like a game, or, you know, there's just no point in proclaiming my opinion. And it's just a fight between content creators about who's on top and who can collect the most money. And a lot of these content creators are just disingenuous pricks, and I don't give a fuck about them.
Okay.
And yeah, so, and I think it's a bunch of losers online just fucking crying about video games. So that's pretty much it. Have happy holidays, everybody. You know, if you celebrate Christmas, I don't know. But yeah, that's about it, guys. Like I said, I'm waiting for the UGC content. Hopefully it's going to be like Divine Ingenuity. I'll probably just push out, like, I don't know, I'll showcase some dungeons that I build with the UGC content, because that's what I've been waiting for in Genshin. And then I'll just play Zenless Zero and wait for Ananta. And I'll be playing some other games. I'll probably play, I don't know, just some, you know, single player games and stuff like that. But I'm not really interested.
You're not CC. You don't really know, because people really like to go extra mile to come after you. Yeah, sometimes that just happens, man. Right. Remember that the video I made on the criticizing of the fucking combat, man. There's apparently a Nikki 1.1 trailer we can look at. But, like, remember, they did not like my criticism of the combat here. They did not like it. They did not like it. They did not like it, man. $23.80. I mean, yeah, they don't like it. They don't have terrible combat. I'm just bad at the game. Uh-huh. They think I'm bad at the game. Because not. It's just funny. I mean, like, you guys already know my stats on it and, like, what I do when I'm, like, doing this shit in combat there. But, like, yeah. They mad when I go tell them the truth. Like, they can go dislike it all they want. But they don't want to admit it. Nah, they haven't posted anything in, like, 2 weeks. We'll just leave it that way. That was 2 weeks ago. Just leave it.
In gachas and
We'll see them again anyways.
hopping from gacha to gacha game. It's lost. It's lost to me. I'm completely done with it. I don't really care. And the major thing is, I don't want to make content. I don't want to make content for this community of children, and I think a lot of the people there are just like, yeah, it's just bad, man. It's petty arguing, and frankly, I'm beyond it. I'm beyond fighting about video games. The major content creators that defend their opinions and topics, the only reason they're doing this, I have to remind you, the only reason that they're doing this is because they're getting paid.
We'll play.
They're getting paid from
we'll look at
YouTube
Willow
ad
2.0
revenue,
next week,
Twitch subscribers,
and then we'll make a video on that.
They're making it like this like high school drama.
But like we know it's gonna be the same garbage again.
Weird. That's fucking weird, man. And I don't really care about it anymore. But they're gonna defend their positions, obviously, because they get a big fucking paycheck. Why would Tectone say? Why would Tectone think otherwise? Or why would, you know, Saint Tontas or Fobmaster or any of these guys making a shit ton of money? They're gonna perpetuate whatever they need to perpetuate as influencers. That's what they are. They are influencers.
You think they can handle the criticism? They won't. That's why we're gonna farm them. That's how we farm them, man. You shit on them. Oh, I shit on them all. It is what it is. They get mad though when like things get pointed out. What's funny is that they go shit at something on something, and I'm like, yeah, it sucks. But at the same time, yours is still in the same crappy shit. It's the same crappy shit show as well. They get mad because they don't want to admit their thing is crap too. Instead, they go attack me because they don't want to admit the game is shit. And if all they have is the comment, it's just you attacking a bunch of, you know, stupid health sponges in a stupid circle with a timer, and that's all it ever will be. Right? They don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit that. But hey, it is what it is. Right. They don't want to admit it though. Hi there, Rishon. Welcome, welcome. There we go.
They don't give a fuck. They just perpetuate whatever they need to perpetuate in order to keep their community engaged, you know, with whatever drama content, whatever fucking fake drummed up hype that they have to do to keep the subscribers in, keep the views up, keep the ad revenue in. They are influencers. They don't like being called influencers. They are forcefully influencing other people and trying to push a narrative so that they have constant people watching them. And that's how it goes. And I've realized this about the content creator sphere, and I don't want any part of it. It's fucking scummy. It's a bunch of people fucking, you know, there's good content creators like, well, I watch Murder of Birds. I watch Arnold. He's cool, right? He doesn't get himself involved in the drama. But unfortunately, yeah, I was going down that route, and I do not want to go down that route anymore. But I am also tired of gacha games. I don't really care. There's only one gacha game I'm looking forward to in the future, and that's Ananta. But I don't have really anything to say about the game. I'm just going to play it. I'm going to have fun. Simple as that. These games are predatory monetization schemes. We've all known that. Nothing has changed. There's not much discussion to be had. Okay. And I'm totally not interested in the gacha gaming community. A lot of them are fucking kids. They're young guys thinking they need to play for a team. They are what you're called. Look, a lot of them are just cringe fucking weirdos, okay? A lot of them are what you called pussy repellent personified, okay? They are the personification of pussy repellent, okay? These kids are fucking cringe. I don't want anything to do with them. I don't care. Fuck off, okay? That's it. I'm gonna be. I don't care, okay? About your stupid fighting about which toy you think is better, about which video game you think is better. You're annoying, and if you do that, I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm fucking done. Okay?
Yeah, they don't want. It's not that they don't want a discussion. They just don't want to be called wrong. Exactly.
Like I said, if I ever make content again, it's not going to be opinion pieces. I'm just going to be playing the game that I fucking like, and I don't have to justify myself to anybody or anyone. And I don't want people telling me what I should and shouldn't like either. Okay? If you're coming into my fucking videos and commenting me, that's the one thing I got sick of, okay? So, I'm not interested. And I don't care about gacha games anymore. Fuck the community, fuck gacha games. It's all a bunch of fucking losers, like hyper weebs, okay? You know, they're fighting over fuck.
Alright, he's just repeating himself. Okay, let's go see the Infinity Nikki one. What's this one? 1.1. When's this coming out? The 30th, okay. So, the 30th, this is coming out. Okay, in like 2 days? 2.5 days? Sure.
When the first shooting star streaks across the sky, preparations for the Wish Festival officially begin.
What are we gonna have here?
Celebrating the Wish Festival.
Well, we won't get more news story or whatever. We only have one miracle outfit though. We don't. When do we get the next one? I guess. I don't think so. Oh, is that the new outfit then? Okay. Too bad they don't have twin tails on there, only just one ponytail on the side. But that's probably the Gacha outfit, I assume. Wait, you glide, you get the crane when you glide? That's actually kind of cool. You glide with the crane. But like, the one I have has wings. This one gets the crane. Wait, that's for floral gliding? Wait, that replaces floral gliding so I can still have my wings on my other outfit? Nice. Okay. Yeah, that replaces floral gliding even better. That way I get to have both. What do you mean?
May the shooting stars shine upon
It's another
everyone's
nice outfit.
wishes.
Alright, shooting star season. True. Well, we'll see. We'll see, but that's a nice new outfit here. Right, another new floating outfit. Then there's also gonna be the Toff Wings outfit at some point, right? The 4.6 Toff Wings, I need that too. Yeah, new gliding outfit. We'll see. If that's for floral gliding, that'll be great. Because then I can have the wings and that at the same time. Yeah, that's true. Because the problem is, the first map, you can't use floral gliding. You can only use floral gliding in the other map. You can't use it in the first map. You can only use it in what, in parts of Stoneville, the forbidden place, right? And then the forbidden, whatever it's called, the abandoned district. Why did I say forbidden thing? I was thinking of something else for a second. But yeah. Like, you can use it Stoneville and then the other thing there. I mean, it's probably going to be better. Level Infinite is quite Pepega, man. They still owe me like 50 pulls as well. From a couple months back, they still forgot to give me one. When that one of the things they still owe me. So I'm gonna assume I'm never gonna get those, because it's been months. But it is what it is. Whatever. Right, but yeah, Infinity Nikki. We'll see, that's on the 30th, so that's on when? That's on Monday. Right, so we have that to play on Monday then. Right, we definitely have that for Monday. Did not need to click that. So that's cool. And apparently there's a red version of the outfit. Oh, here. But it is cool you get the crane. The crane is really cool. What stats does it have? Wait, do the cranes also change color too? It's floating. It's floating! It's not gliding, it's floating. So I have to choose between the crane. Having the cranes, and if I get this, I have to choose between the cranes and the wings. I got the wings though, but then like you have to choose. You have to choose between the cranes and the wings. That's unfortunate. You have to choose. That's gonna be a bit annoying. I guess it depends on then like how accessible is the color version I want. Right, because I assume the white one is the default. That's gonna be the pain point then. What color then is what decides if I pull or not. Because it's like I have to choose between the crane thing. That means that if the color I want then is like locked behind like pulling it twice the entire outfit, I guess I won't get it. Because now it depends on what color. Yeah, it's floating. It's not gliding, it's floating. If it was gliding, then I could use both that and the wings. Right? But it's not. The wings are on the floating outfit that I have. It's a nice looking outfit though. It's really nice. Why can't we... Damn, upscaling videos in DLSS. Actually, you can. You actually can do it. I wouldn't recommend doing it, but you actually can. There is a feature that NVIDIA has that lets you do it. I don't recommend it though. Okay. What's over here? Reason community notes exist? Okay. What else is here? Why Ubisoft's death is imminent. Gabe Newell. Sure, we'll look at the Gabe Newell one, then we'll go scroll back
This
up.
is the face of one of the most recognizable, if not the most recognizable person in the video game industry.
Yep,
and
Gabe
for a good reason. Chances are
our Lord
you
and
already
Savior.
know most of his greatest achievements, such as making Half-Life,
Not open
creating
yet, yeah.
Steam, and so on. But this video won't be talking about that, at least in the way you'd
Okay.
expect. I'm not going to talk about the history of creating the games. You've heard it a million times before. I want
Lord
you to take a
Gaben.
look on Gabe Newell from a different perspective, a more personal one.
Our Lord and Savior Gaben.
The year is 1980.
Right, he's our
is
Lord and
rapidly
Savior.
developing, and Gabe Newell enrolls at Harvard to study computer science.
Okay.
He never finished it though, as just 3 years later, Gabe was convinced to go work for Microsoft by their head of sales. So he dropped out. Essentially, this was the Gabe's starting point in his career.
Alright.
In Microsoft, he was one of the people working on the first 3 Windows systems,
Transfer,
and
yeah.
He was quite influential in the process. A more important event took place in 1995. Gabe Newell was fond of the
Don't think
game
it works
Doom,
that way,
released
but
in
sure.
1993. MS-DOS was the dominant operating systems for PCs at that time, and Gabe saw the potential of both Doom as a source of entertainment and Windows as a possible platform for games. So, Gabe decided to lead the development of a port of Doom for the next Windows release. His team developed new libraries and APIs that allowed developers achieve better performance and graphics on the platform. Some of these libraries eventually evolved into DirectX, which you might know as the thing you install today before launching games on the first system. With the Windows 95 release in late 1995, Doom was successfully ported by Gabe and his team. This whole set of events motivated Microsoft to start positioning Windows as the go-to platform for developers, and by
Everything fine with Gaben, but please release Half-Life 3. That's true, Half-Life 3's been so long, man. Where is our Half-Life 3?
the end of the 90s,
Where is
it was the
Half-Life
default
3,
operating
man?
system for any type of gaming. Now, Gabe could of course just stay at Microsoft, get some juicy promotions and live a great life, having already put his name in history as the father of modern PC gaming. But, as we all know, that wasn't the case. Gabe didn't do all this for nothing. He knew that gaming was going to be much bigger than anyone could expect, and PC gaming specifically was going to be a huge market. Following that feeling, Gabe leaves Microsoft with one of his friends and founds Valve.
Project Borealis, yeah.
Perfectly
Well, we'll
knowing it
see,
was
man.
not
That
the
sounds like
rational
cope.
decision, and instead was a big gamble. Valve had a couple of paths to go, with the obvious one being making some kind of clone of Doom, Quake, or any other big game at the time. Gabe, however, had a different vision for games. While being inspired by Doom, he didn't want to make a generic arena shooter. He wanted to keep the dynamic, but also introduce storytelling into shooters. He wanted people to live through a serious experience, rather than just having small fun running around and fragging with friends. The game that Valve ended up making, Half-Life, was probably the shooter game with the biggest emphasis on story out of all of its competitors, which was quite a bold play. I believe Half-Life was very influential in showing people that games can be big and they can be deep. Perhaps Half-Life was even much closer to a movie rather than a regular game at the time. And if we look at the gaming industry today,
Wait, wasn't one of the Half-Life games gonna get an RTX remake or something? Didn't one of them get it? Half-Life 2 RTX, yeah. Community made mod. Oh, it's not available yet. Never mind. Yeah, this is gonna get an RTX thing soon. Hopefully it's not Pepega though. Cause the Portal RTX is a bit scuffed. Portal RTX is a bit scuffed because it ruins some of the puzzles. Because of what they did with the lighting, and they turned so many surfaces to glass that obviously weren't supposed to be glass. In the Portal RTX mod. Hopefully they don't screw it up. Cause like visually the Portal RTX mod looks really cool, but then they screwed up some parts of it where like some of the surfaces aren't correct. Because like they wanted to show off the fact that, oh yeah, we added RTX to Portal. That's it though. Portal's still a great
described
game.
most of the single-player games in such a way. Gabe knew games can be something big, and he proved
Yeah, it looks more like a remake. Hopefully they do a good job with it, right?
his
Hopefully.
point, with Half-Life being a big success and still being considered one of the best video games ever made.
Yep.
The period from 1998 to
Half-Life
2003 saw Valve buying out rights for many popular mods, mainly made
Yep.
for Half-Life. Those were the Team Fortress Classic and, of course, Counter-Strike. While Gabe isn't the man behind those two games, he still was the one who saw potential in them, and in the end acquired them to support the development. CS
Yep.
went to become, arguably, the most popular shooter game at the time, having
Yep.
a lasting influence on many games we all play today. However, I don't want to put too much emphasis on that, as we have something way bigger in common. It was
Alright.
important for context though.
Steam. Yep. Of course.
Throughout the 90s and when running Valve, Gabe Newell was very familiar with the issues PC gaming had at the time. People were striving to create and play, producing mods starting from levels
There's
for
no
Half-Life to whole
Half-Life.
games such as CS, sharing it among communities and gathering together to check it all out. There were two massive issues though, distribution and cheating.
Yep.
You have to remember that the internet wasn't widely accessible. Everything was shared through floppy disks and CDs. People gathered at LAN parties to exchange files and maybe check out some mods together. Updating such content, both mods for the community and the games themselves for the developers, wasn't that easy of a task. You couldn't
Yep.
just download an update. People had different versions of games, different versions of mods for different versions of games, and on top of all that, anti-cheats were basically non-existent for most games. Gabe
Yeah.
wanted to solve this. In 2002, Valve started developing Steam, a centralized platform for their games, where they could push updates for everyone, as well as provide
getting a
place for
trailer, that's
modders
nice.
to publish their creations. And
I mean, with GTA, at least you know what to expect because they have a reputation and everything with Rockstar. The Ananta stuff, who knows what the hell's gonna actually happen.
update them with ease. The internet still
Right.
wasn't that popular at the time,
Okay.
but Gabe knew it would become big. And now I want you to fully grasp this. Listen in. The internet wasn't that big yet, but Gabe has already foresaw a future where all the games are distributed online. He knew
Yeah.
that Steam was the future of game distribution. In 2003, Steam was released, partially solving the problems we talked about earlier. Valve's anti-cheat was also
don't
developed,
know.
being one of the first anti-cheats.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to play it when it comes out anyways. But GTA 6? What? That's gonna be console only for like the first year.
that could automatically identify and ban cheaters
So that's
with
a
no
no.
human input. But Steam wasn't widely used.
I don't have
as
console.
Once again, the internet still was a luxury for most people. A year later, Gabe is going to take a huge gamble. The one that probably no one else could take on his spot. I believe this is one of the most influential points in the whole gaming history. And to me, one of the most mind-blowing
the first
business
trailer, yeah.
decisions ever made.
I mean, we know it's not the crazy stuff they have in there, but you know, we'll see.
After the success of Half-Life 1, the sequel was being developed shortly after. As you probably know, it was a huge success, and is also considered to be one of the best games ever made. There is a really big twist though. Gabe Newell has made the decision to make Half-Life 2 accessible exclusively through Steam. You could
Yeah.
still buy the physical version, but to play the game, you had to activate it on Steam via a CD key. Otherwise, it wouldn't launch. Half-Life 2 was of course a very important release for Valve, deciding their whole future as they were close to being bankrupt when releasing it. And Gabe had just forced his player base to somehow get internet access to play their new game. People of course were not really happy with this. Many fans had
Yeah.
to go through several layers of hell, bringing their whole systems to friends' houses to use their internet and activate the CD key. Luckily, you didn't need
You're waiting for NTE co-op so you can sit next to me and scream in fear. Oh boy.
the constant connection.
You know the
to
car
the
will
game.
just get
It
will
was
just
only needed
despawn,
to
right?
activate it once.
You know what happens when you have the car in the water? It just despawns. Like, you know that's just gonna happen, right? You missed it when I was playing it on stream, I guess. The VODs are still up, but like, it just despawns. Do I still have that clip? Or that highlight? Oh wait, no, not that, not there. We go here. Oh wait, no, not that, not there. We go here. Highlights. Wait, no, not there. We go here. Which one? Here. Thanos snap a bus. Alright, this one. Let's go! This is me trying to like get rid of the bus here. We were like bullying a bus. We're trying to knock it into the water, man. When a Porsche is stronger than a bus, yep. Oh yeah, fun fact. The Porsche is faster than the fastest car that you can drive in the overworld in ToF when you're not using nitrous. The actual top speed of the Porsche is slightly faster than the car mount in ToF. Not the racing version though, because the racing one is faster. Wait. When you're in the racing minigame. Those ones are faster. I don't know why they have them coded differently that way. Yeah, I obviously destroyed the car when I was doing this. Because this thing, you guys want to know, right? What happens if the bus goes into the water? Well, the bus is in the water now. Wait. They died. And we just Thanos snapped them. They despawn. They despawn in the water. There we go. There we go. They despawned. Hey, if you wanna edit that into a video, I can send you the clip of that.
Then you could switch Steam to offline mode and play the game,
Yep.
although the offline mode also wasn't always a smooth experience. Nonetheless, the decision was made. Half-Life 2 did require online activation, and it did work out in the end, because Half-Life 2 was too big of a game to not check out, and people did go through all the lengths to be able to play it. This showed developers and publishers the advantages of online distribution, even when the whole idea of it didn't cross their minds yet, or just wasn't seriously considered. As we all know today, for many, having Steam on their PC is as essential as having a browser. It is the biggest gaming platform that no one can surpass, and that will only grow more as the time goes. Physical distribution is very close to its death, and mods for games, of course, have never been as accessible. By 2009, Steam was somewhat commonly used in the gaming community. However, there is still one part of Steam that we haven't discussed yet. As many of you already know, Team Fortress 2 is a fairly successful hero shooter made by Valve in 2009. The sequel was fully developed by Valve rather than being a bought-out mod, and it was much more focused on having fun rather than being competitive, so it was a good ground for testing new concepts and features for online games. A big part of modding during that time consisted of community-made 3D models, replacing guns, characters, or whatever else you could imagine in already existing games. Obviously, not many mods were that high quality or actually fit the game, or could even be something actually serious due to limitations of modding
They
itself.
all moved to another one, of course they did.
Decided to try and change that. In 2010, Team Fortress 2 receives an update called the Manconomy, featuring the online gaming's first ever skin system. You had item drops in matches, and you could also buy them directly from Valve's official store. Later on, the crate system was also created, where you could receive crates in a match, then buy a key from Valve, and open the crate to get some kind of item. The skins themselves
first
didn't
loot
have
boxes,
a formal
guys.
rarity system though. They were
As
only
a
classified
main
by
medic,
their type.
half your gameplay
In
was hearing
2012,
medic.
though, CSGO
Of course.
also had an update called Arms Deal.
There you go, we get to learn about how Valve invented the loot box.
Added a rarity system, with some skins being harder to get compared to others. The Steam Marketplace was also introduced shortly before the CSGO update, where players could buy, trade and sell their items. This way, Valve were the first ones to fully add such type of monetized customization to their online games, starting a huge wave in the industry that still goes on today. More interestingly to me though, as I stated before, skins have already existed as mods, and they were mostly free. However, Gabe found a way to make them monetizable, and he did it in a really clever way. If you
And
think
now there's a
about
lottery
it,
on
this
it
is
too.
basically
People
a
have
money
lotteries
printing
on this
machine
shit.
for Valve. Skins themselves are infinite. The items are just automatically created whenever someone opens a case, and Valve doesn't need to do anything to keep the stock going. Besides that, the money involved in this system are going only in one direction, straight to Valve. If you deposit money to Steam, you cannot officially get them out of there. Whatever you do, you are limited to Steam. You either sell it on the marketplace with money going into your Steam wallet, where you cannot withdraw, you can also trade it for other items, and in the end, the most you can do with that money is buy some kind of game, again, in Steam. You could of course have a deal with someone that when you give them an item, they pay you in real life, and you also have websites dedicated to that.
Yeah, it was the put everywhere,
but in
exactly.
Not many people actually get their money back to their pockets. Chances are, they will be staying in the Steam system forever. Don't forget that Steam also takes a 15% commission on every deal made on the marketplace. Valve hasn't been a game development company for a very long time.
They have not, they've been a
Their biggest
marketplace.
achievement is Steam and everything coming out of it. You could stop at this point.
And don't forget now, then you have all these people instead, they're making their own little their own little CS Counter-Strike 2 now, like sites where they're buying, selling, trading, and gambling on these skins. And they have a cash out there, a way to cash out there. They're doing that whole thing too. Right, there's that whole market. So, but like, obviously, every transaction through Steam, Valve still gets a cut, so they make money as those other guys make money.
But here
There's
comes,
that
in
whole
my opinion,
situation.
the craziest part of the video and Gabe's career. I'll first have to mention the Steam Deck and Valve Index, their own VR system. While they're not anything truly revolutionary, as portable consoles and VR systems have existed for a long time before these two were made, but they clearly show how Gabe operates. He is constantly exploring different paths in the gaming industry, trying to find both short-term successes and long-term ones. Steam Deck, for example, was made on the hype of Nintendo Switch, but offering the Steam's library and even more instead of just the Nintendo games, which obviously turned out to be a success. Valve Index, though, is a tad more interesting, I believe. While we could argue it also was made on the hype of VR, I disagree with that. VR doesn't have that huge of a player base compared to handheld consoles, and in general is a very questionable form of gaming, with some people liking it and others preferring to stay gaming on the regular systems. I see Valve Index as a Gabe's experiment, to see how much potential the new ways of interacting with games can actually have. In the end, it's much more clear when you test it on something you are familiar with, rather than trying to understand it by looking at already existent VR games and systems. Valve Index did have a couple of simple games made for it, however, the biggest one was of course Half-Life Alyx. It's arguably the biggest game ever made exclusively for VR, and particularly Valve Index, and it was the first Half-Life game since 2007. Gabe basically used the same trick he used for Steam, forcing people to get their VR system. However, I don't think that Gabe is trying to make a bet on VR, like he did with Steam and online game distribution. I'd be actually surprised if Valve did anything as big as Half-Life Alyx again for VR, but I do see a much bigger and interesting reason to do such an experiment. You see, Gaben isn't a person that you can find a lot of information about on the internet. There are a couple of interviews on YouTube, mostly from a decade ago, but recent news about him are pretty rare. However, 4 years ago there was an interview done by IGN. They asked him general questions about Valve, their goals, Half-Life and all that jazz. But the most interesting part there was Gabe mentioning brain-computer interfaces. He said that this is the topic he spends most of his free time exploring and studying. In simpler terms, he's exploring possibilities of catching brain signals or, perhaps, even creating them. For example, imagine playing some game and feeling the cold of a winter biome. Literally feeling it. Or, the most common example used in sci-fi movies, imagine UIs that you just see in front of your eyes, sort of similar to what we achieve with augmented reality and devices like Apple Pro Vision. But for this one you just see it with your eyes directly, like it actually exists. Gabe stated that explaining this stuff is like explaining internet to somebody who has never used internet. When you use it yourself, it's quite easy to understand why it exists and how it can be helpful. But to understand all the benefits and opportunities without using it is very difficult. The same applies to brain-computer interfaces. We can't really understand what it is yet. More interestingly though, Gabe said this when discussing it.
I think that it's an extinction level event for every entertainment form that's not thinking about this. If you're in the entertainment business and you're not thinking about this, you're going to be thinking about it a lot more in the future, right?
Now, we can't know what exactly Gaben is planning to do with this technology, or when he's going to do it. Will it even be connected to Valve's games, or be something separate? But the fact that he's already so deep into this is mind-blowing to me. We haven't even grasped VR and AR fully yet, but Gabe is already thinking about the next level of experiencing and consuming content.
We're still way off between being able to do this shit properly, though.
I'd assume
it's
that
still
VR
a
is
clunky
an
mess to deal with
before this technology will start to appear in our lives. Now imagine what kind of information and analytics Gaben has after producing his very own VR system and also having produced a whole standalone game for it. ToFLive, a YouTube creator I watch and the guy through whom I found this interview, made a very interesting point, which in my opinion might be very close to the truth. Gaben doesn't say anything specific in terms of what he's going to do with this technology, but looking back at his whole career, we can notice that Gabe somewhat follows a concept that I personally really like. There's a quote that goes like this: "When everybody is digging for gold, it's good to be in the pick and shovel business." Let's apply this here. Steam is a platform for game developers. Gabe makes money from allowing developers to try their luck and sell games on his platform. Steam Deck is a platform for games. Valve Index is a platform for games. And ToFLive is making a guess that Gabe Newell has similar plans for the brain-computer technologies, creating some sort of platform that would allow people develop something
make the platform
or perhaps
first.
it could be a device itself that lets people access the technology, or some other sort of a platform, but a platform, rather than a simple game as some of us might think. And this definitely would be in Gabe's fashion. A lot of people said the same thing in the comments under the interview. Gabe is living 15 years into the future, and the more I learn about his career, the more I actually believe this. You could see it as a joke, but I really think it's just the truth. While other companies are trying to compete in the gaming industry by creating games, new ways to earn money through microtransactions or whatever else, Gaben is already competing with the future itself. He is competing at technologies that don't even really exist yet. I won't even be surprised if Gabe eventually becomes one of the richest people in the world with this technology. In the end, it is crucial for the entertainment industry. It's the next logical step for its evolution, as the literal feels is probably the only thing we haven't yet achieved. Gabe really is a visionary. The way he implements his ideas into reality, the way he uses tools he already has to test new ideas, the way he manages to monetize them, he was always a genius. And in my opinion, an underrated one. Once again, there isn't that much information on him. And for most of us, he's just the guy who created Half-Life, brought Dota and CS to us, and also the guy who owns our pockets during every Steam sale. But no one really dives deep into his personality.
Sounds
this man
about
is
right.
responsible for bringing games to Windows, for creating Windows in the first place, for making Steam, for adding skins, for setting a path for games with Half-Life, and he's just a few steps away from possibly controlling the whole entertainment industry. The reason I made this video is to shine some light on the impact he had on the whole world.
I was pretty close to the end of my presentation anyhow. And I just wanted to thank everybody here for the award. And especially I wanted to thank my wife, Lisa, for being here tonight and for being here for all those years. So good luck figuring it out, and
Okay, we had that one. What else do we have? The fuck is this? All you can eat restaurants are a nightmare? What? What is this?
All-you-can-eat restaurants go hand in hand with America, and along with our pew-pew bullet blasters and crumbling highways, we're the go-to for foreigners to slander us. But hey, we don't care what anyone else thinks, because while they're eating portions that could barely be qualified as a meal, we're stuffing our faces with a medieval king's dining room's worth of options. Buffets were always an introvert's dream, because besides your waiter coming over to refill glasses and take plates, most places would just have you pay, grab your own.
But the problem is, like, the way they cook a lot of the food in some of these all-you-can-eat places is just kind of scuffed. So you end up having a bunch of stuff that just tastes the same, the slop, even though it's like different stuff there, because of how they mass produce and mass cook everything. It's like, instead of getting a good version of anything you can eat, it's like you're getting like a 5 out of 10, it's passable, of like a bunch of variety. Occasionally you'll have some that's maybe a 6 out of 10 or a 7 out of the food in there, but a lot of the time it's just kind of whatever. Right. It is what it is. with these places.
Food and leave a tip on the table before you leave. Around my hometown, there were a few buffets that me and my family would try to eat at.
No, I don't get the point of the tipping thing. If like, imagine tipping a buffet where you go out of your like where you don't have actual service. You go and you go to the buffet thing. You grab the food. You come back and you go back again. It's like, wait, what? Why even tip? That makes like no sense. You don't even get any service there.
Few months. All of them at one point or another were plagued with the same issues. And
yeah, I've never been to any of these because technically, I know Chuck E. Cheese and Pizza Hut exists in Canada, but never heard about these other three. But like, yeah, never been to those.
And since the dip in quality affected me personally, let's shoot them all and see who's left standing. But first, cafes I'd go to work at always had free public Wi-Fi, but nobody tells you just how.
But like, in terms of like just regular buffets, the ones I have been to, before that I can think of, like, there's like the chain ones I've known, they're all Asian chains, like Asian themed chains. Like there's like Mandarin. There's a bunch of locations here, but this is an all-you-can-eat buffet. Right? I've been to like one of these a couple times. Right? They have a thing there. There was... Does that one also exist still? I don't even know if they exist anymore. Yeah, they're permanently closed. Never mind. They end a service. The chain is gone. Okay, never mind. I remember these guys, but that chain is gone, apparently. They don't exist. And then there's like one more. I haven't been there in like years. Oh, these guys still exist. $30 to $50 buffet thing. Yeah, that's the price there. I've been to this one before. But like, yeah. No, I remember what I would do actually. I remember when I think it was this one in particular. This one. This was a couple years ago. I got in trouble one time. I pissed off one of the employees there. Cause what I would do, right? So like, there's this thing where you can like make your own soup type of thing. Where like you get a bunch of ingredients or whatever, they'll like turn it into a soup, and like they have like a counter there, right? So they had like all sorts of stuff in there. They would kind of make a mini soup out of it for you. But anyways, what I would do is, cause like right next to it is where they had sashimi, which you're not supposed to put in the thing. But like what I would do, and it would piss off. I know I made the workers there mad. This was like a couple of years ago. This is before COVID. One of the things I would do there was like, I would sneak in some sashimi pieces with a bunch of other stuff. And I would have them cook the sashimi. It was funny, but like, the thing is, like, the look on the employee's face, when like, cause like, you basically fill up a bowl, right? And then they put it in, they put it into like this broth or whatever, and then like the thing cooks it, whatever, right? They make it in front of you. You would just like select all the ingredients and stuff you would want in there. So I would mix sashimi in there, right, with the stuff. And then like the look on his face when he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna get, like, the look on the guy's face, and then the guy got mad at me because he was like, oh fuck, I might get in trouble because I have to clean this shit in there because like now there's fish in here, the sashimi in there, because I put like salmon sashimi and a couple other, I think it was like tuna and other stuff in there. But like, look at his face. The look at the dude's face. I still remember it. It's been like, I think like 7-8 years or something. But the look on their face, it was just priceless. Because I trolled them. I'm like, yeah. I mean, because like technically speaking, there wasn't a sign that indicated that you couldn't do it. They didn't say I couldn't do it. They obviously had a thing where it's like they wanted me to use the stuff on this specific set of, this specific table thing and grab the ingredients here and bring it to that thing. But I'm like, oh hey, there's this stuff too, right? We got sashimi here, which is, you know, it's raw fish, right? Obviously, they go through like a special flash freezing process and stuff like that to become like safe to eat, so like the bacteria and stuff is killed. Like they have that type of process and everything, but I'm like, you know, I'm gonna go put this in there. I mean, it tasted good, so like I thought it tasted good at the end, but they were not happy. But hey, it absorbed some more of that flavor, the fish. But yeah, what did you send me here?
How easy it is for hackers to tap in and meddle with your information. It's not even that hard to hack people nowadays, because while I'm ordering my coffee, a 12-year-old with some
I don't think those exist here. Also, the thing you linked me, that buffet restaurant is in New York. That's like, what? If I wanted to go to that buffet, that's like at least a 6-hour trip just to get there. It's like at least a 6-hour trip. Actually, no, it's probably longer than that. It's probably a bit longer than that.
cheap hardware could already have breached through and snagged my data. And it's not even just hackers, because internet service providers and big tech companies are also eager to get their hands on your information. That's where ExpressVPN comes in, a virtual private network that acts like a secure tunnel for your internet traffic. It encrypts and reroutes your connection through their secure servers, which protects your private information from hackers, data thieves, or anyone just snooping on the public Wi-Fi. And it's not just about security, because ExpressVPN also gives you more freedom online. With servers in over 105 countries, you can change your virtual location with just a click. Being able to teleport your connection across the world also means you can bypass censorship and access content that's normally restricted in your region. Find out how you can get 3 months free by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description box below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Blaine. Thanks to them for sponsoring, and let's get right back to the video. Sweet Tomatoes, or I guess Soup Plantation in some states based on how quirky they were feeling that day, was a health-based buffet serving up fresh salads, soups, baked goods, and desserts. Everything was green and vibrant, and even though you could easily just gorge yourself on bread and overdose on poppy seed dressing, it was a nice novelty restaurant that, at least while I was there, was pretty dang alright. At least at my location, you'd walk in and immediately go through a cafeteria-esque line to design the salad of your dreams before paying to enter and getting access to the rest of the building. Theoretically, you could make a whole salad just to have your card get declined at the register, or play with all the open food being left out and leave. So I appreciated the place's trust.
Oh wait, they also I think the other thing too, it wasn't just soup that they would do it with. Because again, like it was called the Walk of Fame or whatever. But there is like another thing too, like you could have them like those stuff that you can have them put in the soup. They would also just cook it in the wok for you. They had like employees there. But I would put it in the soup because the soup had more flavor. That's where I got in trouble. But like technically you could also probably troll them and have them cook your sashimi in the thing, but like you're not supposed to. But also because it's fish, it would like be a lot more messier and more work for them to deal with. So like it's why they got mad at me for doing it when I was trolling them.
That their clientele would actually respect the place while they're there. Once you'd get past the salad guard, you'd sit down on a stool almost as tall as yourself and munch on all the leaves you gathered earlier. Maybe I'm just misremembering how tall these stools actually were because I was like 15 or something, but I definitely remember some kind of fear of climbing down and falling to my death, and sometimes it would just stop me from getting up to try to grab more food. The rest of Sweet Tomatoes was just lackluster in my opinion. Their soups were mostly water, and everything else tasted like it was sitting out on the counter since yesterday. Always a great time when you bite into a muffin and break some teeth in the process. But hey, if you caught Sweet Tomatoes during a busy hour, then they'd actually be encouraged to make fresh batches of their food. All we gotta do is wait for the dinner hour and... Wait, where is everybody? So turns out people weren't all that thrilled to pay about the same price for salad and dough when Golden Corral had just as good a salad bar and an endless steak selection just 7 minutes down the street. During the pandemic, regulations on restaurant policies also shot every all-you-can-eat buffet in the kneecaps. People couldn't sit anywhere near each other, there was a limit for how many customers could be in the building at any time, and mask-conscious visitors stopped dining entirely. Before the pandemic...
Oh, you know, like, I guess, like, there are other all-you-can-eat stuff I've been to, right? Obviously, all-you-can-eat sushi places, I've been to, like, 2 different kinds. I've been to Korean barbecue all-you-can-eat. I've been to Japanese barbecue grill all you can eat as well. So like I've had those. Like I've eaten that stuff, but like yeah. A lot of those other all you can eat buffet things though, I've never been to whatever he's talked to here.
Sweet Tomatoes had around 100 locations, but once the new rules were dropped, they immediately shriveled up and died. A lack of customers meant that waiters weren't getting the tips they'd need to survive, so nobody would want to bust tables. Chefs would rarely make new batches of food, and the variety of options also sucked because of the same issues. But if there was one thing the franchise did right, it was in making a bunch of rage bait television ads that I showed to some of my friends to get their reactions.
What did you make? Pasta la pizza, baby.
No fucking shot he said that.
Pasta la pizza, baby.
Oh shot he said that.
It's hard to get better than that. Surely they don't, right?
Yeah,
like, that
they
was
can't
11 likes.
How do we feel about this?
That meeting was intense, huh? I know, but hey, at least Carol? Power move.
Yeah, I don't know who
she doing?
things are.
Potato Sunday?
Okay.
You've earned it.
She did not earn that.
How do we feel about soft serve on the sweet potato?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Okay.
The fuck?
No,
I thought that was a hash brown.
No, death now.
Bacon. Bacon.
Put bacon on everything, I guess.
No.
Bacon on
Doesn't want
everything?
it.
No. What's his name? First and last name.
Damn.
Happy
Doesn't
salad.
want bacon on the ice
Create what you
cream.
crave.
Okay.
And sweet.
You can make happy faces.
Yeah, I'm
with your
not surprised
salad.
that's a thing.
Anyone can do that anywhere.
Besides that, though, I guess Sweet Tomatoes just isn't so sweet anymore.
No, actually, I remember this one. One of the this was again like an old story of mine from a couple of years, from like a long time ago. Again, pre-COVID days. When the last time I went to, not the last time I went to Mandarin, but it was a time I went to Mandarin. This was like, I think I was still either in high school or elementary school at the time or whatever. I remember it's like at the getting dessert. I went to the dessert buffet, and I would grab what I would do is like I would grab a lot of the Jello and the cakes and stuff, and I would make like a mini castle on my plate, stacking the Jello with cake, and then using ice cream as a binder. And I would just bring it back to the table. It was just a big mess of slop of just stuff being put together. I would make... Playing with the food, man. Playing with the food. It was funny, man. It was a long, long time ago. A long-ass time ago. Like, we were talking more than 10 plus years ago. I would do that. It was funny when, like, the relatives would, like, they would just, like, look at the mess I made with the plate. Because it's like I made a mini castle out of, like, out of a bunch of Jello, ice cream, and cake. Just stacking the things in there like a mini castle. I don't remember if they took a photo of it or not. I thought they might have, but I don't know. It was funny.
God, that sounded way cooler in my head. I had no idea that Pizza Hut was a buffet until my college friends took me out to one in 2018. Apparently, an all-you-can-eat Pizza Hut gimmick was way more common back in the early 2000s when the restaurant was really selling its whole dine-in shtick. Keep in mind that we all lived in the middle of scenic nowhere, North Carolina, so after just explaining how a lack of customers screws over the whole point of a buffet, why this Pizza Hut was still offering it when all the others stopped was beyond me. Were they doing anything special to circumvent it? Nope. 4 rock-hard pizzas were sitting under heating lamps waiting for a poor unfortunate soul to take a bite and get their stomach pumped afterwards. I know that because whenever I'd order chicken topping at any of my other local Pizza Huts, I'd always get food poisoning. So it's not like any of us were expecting something different, like a priest in the kitchen magically purifying the poultry. I had better common sense than to eat anything here, but my friends did and said they were completely underwhelmed. Thankfully, they also ignored everything with chicken on it like it was their natural human evolved trait to avoid what would obviously kill you. There was unlimited salad and bread as well, but the bread was hard and there weren't any dressings for the salad, so those—
Wait, those ones are limited time. Why is the one still going? I don't know. Well, the thing is with these buffets, right, what people eat in a lot of these buffets, especially when you consider, like, the admission fees for, like, the thing, right? Like, let's be real. kids, they still have to, the kids still have to, they obviously have to, the parents would have to pay for the kids or whatever. Let's say, in terms of portions and what they can eat, right? Typically, of course, males are going, the average man, right, the average big dude is going to eat more than the women, the females, whatever, right? But, like, they're going to be paying the same price, right? The same time, right, is just the actual type of food that they have in there, right? Because, like, the carbs, the cheapest shit for them, right? Like, rice is, like, whatever. It's not gonna cost them that much, but, like, versus, like, how much they can eat. If they eat rice or bread, like, any of the carbs, really, that's gonna be the cheapest stuff. Or, like, the pasta, right? Pasta, very cheap as well, right? Like, you could, like, with, like, just how much it's gonna cost them, right? But, like, that's the first few things that people will see in these buffet things, right? They'll see the cheap stuff. There's a lot of it, right? And, like, again, like, what else is, like, full of carbs as well when you go eating at a buffet, right? Let's say if they have, like, let's say sushi at a buffet, right? Well, again, rice. That's a lot of carbs there. Very cheap. You have a bit of seaweed around it. And then you have the thing inside, which is the fish or whatever is in there, right? That's the more expensive part. But proportionally compared to the rest of what you're eating, right? It's like what you eat the sushi, like, in terms of, like, the actual volume of food that you're physically consuming. It's like what? How much of it is not carbs? Not the cheap carb stuff. How much of it? It's like what? It's like 70-80% is just going to be rice and seaweed. Of, like, sushi, for example. You go eat pasta, what are you eating, right? It's just all, like, it's just all wheat, right? Again, the cheap stuff there. But, like, you have a lot of stuff like that, right? And that's usually what people are eating. And, like, most people aren't going to think to try to avoid some of that stuff. Or, like, they don't eat, they don't go for, like, the other stuff right there. Or, like, let's say they have noodles again, right? Like, different kinds. Let's say they went to an Asian themed buffet. Let's say they had, udon noodles or some other type of noodle, right? Maybe a rice noodle or something else, right? Again, cheap stuff. If they have soups, again, the soup is probably the cheap stuff as well, right? That's what most people are eating in there. So it's like, very few people are just gonna go, like, because, like, the thing is, like, usually at the buffets, right? If it's the one where you have to serve yourself, the expensive stuff, right? The stuff that's actually gonna cost them money, right? Is usually there's going to be a guy that will actually prepare it for you, right? Let's say you want to go get, let's say, the steak, all right, or the beef, or, like, any of the meat, right? You're usually going to have it where there's going to be some guy cutting it up, and then he'll give it to you on the plate, right? You'll usually see something like that. At least that's what we see here. And for some people, you know, they get that bit of anxiety where, like, they don't feel like constantly going back to them because, like, they don't want to deal with interacting with the person they're giving them that, right? And it's not just that, like, again, like, a lot of the more expensive stuff that, like, they're handled that way, but then, like, the cheaper stuff is just out in the open, right? Like, again, like the salads and all the other carbs and other stuff, some of the desserts as well, right? You're not gonna have, like, I guess the bouncer is, I guess you can call them as, right? The food bouncer that's just, like, there to give you the food. And that's kind of how, like, they're making their money, right? Let's say, like, what, you spend, let's say to go eat at all you can eat, you get, like, let's say an hour and a half, 2 hours, and they're like, okay, pay $40 or something, right? But are you eating $40 worth of food? And, like, the problem is as well with this, right? It is, like, a lot of the time, the reality is you're not going to eat that $40 worth of food, $30 or $40. You're probably not. Most people are not going to be eating that much worth of food. So they obviously be making money off of you. Unless you're, like, you go out of your way. The other problem too, though, is, like, if you go out of your way to try to beat the system and eat that $30, $40 worth of food by going after only the more expensive stuff, the very expensive options, you're also kind of missing the point there too, where, like, Well, where now it's like it's like you're treating it as if it's a chore or a job or whatever to go eat the food rather than eating it because you want to. It's like that weird paradox there on like both sides, right? Where it's like you have to find a balance to get the most out of it. But the reality is people won't, right? And you know, that's just how it is. Because like the reality is like the buffet, at least you get to try a lot of things. You're not gonna get the best version that you could eat of whatever you try there. Yeah, they should price the same price children for adults. I mean, they don't charge the same price, obviously. They'll charge a little bit less for children, but it's not that much less. Right? So it's like let's say adult for lunch is like $30 or whatever. The child price is probably like 20, 25 or something. Or something like that. This is what they'll do. They'll charge a little bit less, but again, are they going to eat that much worth of food? If you really think about it. Right? Because it's not like they're buying the ingredients like you would typically do when you go grocery shopping. They obviously have a distributor and a supplier and stuff. They're obviously buying the stuff in bulk. Right? They have ways to obviously cut some costs there that isn't exactly accessible to just the typical consumer. But like that's a given. I mean, again, like what's the guy eating? Yeah, sure. Let's say you have a guy that weighs 400 pounds, right? Sure, you have people that are like that big, I guess. But again, it's like, what are they eating? What kind of meal are they eating? And like, how much food of that thing there? Because let's say that guy is just eating a bunch of pasta, right? Let's say he eats like 20 plates of pasta. 30 plates of pasta. Let's just say, right? Let's say he eats 30 plates of pasta. They still made a profit off of that dude. They would still make money off of him if that's all he ate. Right? It depends on what they eat as well. But typically the way this stuff is laid out though, right? And let's say he is there. We're gonna make a rude assumptions there, right? They have that 400-pound dude. So do you expect him to like go and go up to I guess again like to the guys who are like, okay, let's say like the expensive seafood where they'd have stuff like lobster, crab, or like the other meats where like they're cutting some nicer cuts of pork or beef or whatever, right? Where like you have a guy serve it to you, right? But you have to go up to them. Do you expect him to constantly go back and forth there realistically and get more of that stuff? Like, especially if he has to deal with that extra interaction there, right? It's like realistically, for like that type of restaurant, like if it's like the buffet style where you have to like go up and go get the food, like think about it, right? If he has to deal with that extra factor there, right? Like when you really think about it, like there's like they do make money. Right? It's just that, like, yeah, there are a few customers they'll occasionally have where they technically lose money off of them. But, like, the type of thing you have to do to actually make them lose money on you, you have to go to some more extreme lengths. Right? Like, you'll have to go through more extreme lengths. Like, of course, like, there's some people that will, like, starve themselves for a bit ahead of time or whatever. They won't eat for a bit before they go to the buffet. They'll avoid doing whatever. They'll slightly change their diet temporarily. There's things like that. But then they also go out of their way to eat specific things that they may or may not like as much as they might want to eat. Right? But of course, that's not everyone, but, like... like, there are people that will do that, have that mindset there. Where it's like, they treat it as if they're trying to game the system, rather than just, you know, what they're there for. It is what it is. But, like, yeah, that's how they make their money.
those were basically off the table. Gonna go on a limb here and say the manager of this franchise building never got the memo that Pizza Hut wasn't doing buffets anymore. It was probably a company-wide email, but since the owners only knew how to use fax machines, it never got to them. And it makes sense why they'd stop promoting buffets, because Pizza Hut is super niche for all you can eat. Besides the salad bar, every other menu option was dough and carbs, pizza, pasta, breadsticks, cinnamon sticks. Salad too, but that's always tacked on to make you feel healthier while you scoop another portion of macaroni and cheese on your plate. The goal is just to...
And again, like mac and cheese, very cheap, right, for them. Like these types of things that you'd be stuffing your face with. They don't really cost them much.
Fill you up with as much cheap bread as possible to make sure you can't eat more.
And that's why I guess, like, a Pizza Hut buffet is, that's why the price is that low.
Than the entry fee is worth. On its own, I can't imagine why you'd dine here instead of ordering a large pizza and eating in the luxury of your home. But there was a direct competitor to Pizza Hut that I felt had a gimmick to make their limited buffet actually worth visiting. My parents never let us eat at Chuck E. Cheese, probably because my dad couldn't eat gluten, and just like Pizza Hut, basically everything on the menu was bread. But Chuck E. Cheese had the genius idea to pair children's entertainment with food, something that I think massively stretched the value of their buffet. And although COVID would later strike down their dine-in restaurants just as hard as every other buffet across America, the mouse had a plan to keep his buildings up and running until the pandemic died down. Pascali's Pizza and Wings was Chuck E. Cheese's alias on Grubhub, taking advantage of the kitchens in their restaurants and everyone's need to social distance to deliver pizza and wings on the side. If it wasn't going to be all you can eat, then my Patriot palate wasn't going to tolerate it though. Coupled with the fact that Pascali's animatronic was horrific, I mean all of their animatronics were, but that just added to the problems. And that whenever we'd go to Chuck E. Cheese, all of us would wind up sick for weeks, pandemic or not. All of that would just cement that the mouse's house was a no-go zone from then on out. And even when the pandemic ended and buffets fully reopened, most of their locations barely even did all you can eat anymore. I guess even though the gimmick of unlimited food and games, unlimited games by the way, seemed goated on the surface, but the success of Pascali's Pizza proved that they could charge as much for access to an entire buffet for only a single pizza and still profit. I'm getting a little agitated over all my favorite restaurant types just ending their buffets entirely, so let's get into some places that are actually still mostly running. Rock and Roll Sushi is an anomaly to the all-you-can-eat space. Starting in Alabama, a state I'd never consider first for a love of rock and roll or sushi, the place gave all of its sushi wild names like the Metalhead, Crowd Surfer, and Sweet Home Alabama, and decorated with rock and roll art and music too. But the one I'd go to hit every trace of that by removing every rock and roll and blasting pop music out of the sound speakers. For $17.99 during dinner, you could grab an endless amount of sushi from their conveyor belts that'd curve around every booth in the buffet. They had a pretty immersive amount of rolls to choose from, and also made every American proud by putting sauces on the rolls to enhance the flavor of their otherwise low-quality sushi. I mean, at any other restaurant, 6 quality rolls would cost you the same as eating enough to feed a small village here, so there's definitely something dubious going on. But hey, this was quantity over quality, and even trashy sushi still costs a lot to feed customers. Also, unlike in Japan, where they make little mini-games out of inserting your plates into a machine as a way to win prizes and clear off your table, rock and roll sushi servers would rarely visit your table and force you to stack up obscenely tall towers of plates in the meantime. My whole family could each absorb a good 30 pieces of sushi before passing out, which probably made up for the cost of entry, but would always cause a literal mountainside to form out of empty plates as we tried to make room for more food on the table. Besides that, the usual issue of carbs kicks back in with the weight gain of consuming almost 2 pounds of rice.
I mean, like, again, you can see what the most expensive part is. And proportionally, look, you look at the salmon here, this rice right next to it, this small portion right there, there's more rice right there than there is this salmon here. You look at the avocado part there, again, like the rice that would be on top of it, there's more of that, but then you still have the rice over here, the rice over here, and it goes all the way through, right? The amount you have proportionally, you're obviously going to have a lot more rice filling you up compared to the other stuff.
But not counting my personal diet's failures, the restaurant is just alright. They also have miso soup, teriyaki, hibachi, spring rolls, the only good option out of the rest, which they always seem to screw up. But the lack of rock and roll in my rock and roll sushi killed it on arrival. 0 out of 10, never coming back. If it's not obvious yet, the biggest value of a buffet comes with its variety. Your food could be absolute garbage, but if you have twice the options over a competitor, I might be willing to scarf down a few extra pieces of rubbery chicken. The ability to sample a million different foods and intricately design a full-course meal on every plate is such a charm. And even though it just encourages people to pig out, that freedom is unmatched anywhere else in the restaurant scene. So it's incredible to note that despite everything, my favorite and the biggest buffet on this list is still up and running. Golden Corral's been my family's go-to buffet since I was small. It's got the largest variety, the largest dining halls, and the largest customers imaginable. The first one appeared in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and having only been to the ones in this state, can bet that this is the best it gets for the franchise. They offer breakfast, lunch, and dinner options based on the time you get there, with admission costing more based on how late in the day it gets. I mean, all the other places also do that, I just thought to mention it now, I guess. But anyway, a trick we'd always do would be to waltz right in before lunch would end, so we'd get the lunch price and the entire more luxury dinner menu. And on that dinner menu is the prestigious Golden Corral steaks, the part of the restaurant that loses them the most money when customers eat it, and is guarded by a chef who scares off socially anxious customers that have asked him for more. Bouncer tactics aside, all the food is usually great when it's not sitting out on a hot plate for hours, which is awesome when you could predict when the place would have customers. Sure, it's the largest buffet around, but that also meant it needed the largest crowds around to keep the food rotating. An occasional plate of stale fried chicken was just one of the setbacks, though. Modern day Golden Corral is nothing like it was a decade ago, and I got new footage to prove it. First of all, one thing that pisses me off is that they flipped all of our soda dispensers to be on the server's side. Back in the day, you could fill your cup with a drink while waiting to pay and enter. But now you have to pointlessly tell the cashier what drink you want brought to your table. People unfamiliar with Golden Corral might just point out that this is pretty normal restaurant behavior. But no, because you get to seat yourself wherever you'd like at most places, and your server has no idea what drink you ordered. You could also just lie and say you ordered a soft drink, which costs money instead of the free water, and most servers won't bat an eye. And while on pointless changes, the silverware definitely lost its edge because one place literally gave our table plastic forks and knives. The branding was for their go-to service, Golden Corral's solution to the COVID situation. And similar to Chuck E. Cheese, you could order pre-portioned food and have it picked up by a delivery driver and sent to your place. Just to compare though, a single steak off the website costs as much as access to the full buffet. So let that sink in. It's also normal for delivery orders to come with a few plastic spoons and knives because you can't give people metal utensils. But why were dine-in customers being treated the same way? They never were before. The plastic drops the entire in-house experience, and my dad got so disturbed with the idea of eating with plastic that he demanded they find where the silverware went and give us all a pair. The crazy part is that the server who went looking came back the first time saying they didn't have metal utensils anymore. But when my dad got even more insistent, they looked even harder and found some deep in the back. In like these little paper sleeves, seemingly with the full intent of being used by customers. So turns out they were cutting down on dishwashing by upping their plastic waste instead. Some other weird flaws in the place only became apparent when I went to take some recordings. Like how all the new wall decorations had a weird pixelation going on with their designs. Some of them look like they used stock photos because the pixels are also inconsistent. And the wood borders on all of them are just absolute
stock photo JPEGs, guys. They're using JPEGs. Not even vector art, they're using JPEGs.
Absolutely awful. I guess compared to the old wall decorations, it's a step up. Because before, they used pictures of families eating in Golden Corral and praising the cheapest menu options like meatloaf and salad. But basically, they'd all stare directly into the camera, making it look like they were always beaming their gaze towards you anywhere you were sitting in the restaurant. Horrific. I remember the music choice that used to play in the restaurant also being way better back in the day. It was a kind of funky jazz type playlist that really flowed with the relaxed nature of the buffet atmosphere. Now, just like every other restaurant, we've regressed to remixes of pop songs, so that's another L there. Do you remember the ice cream flavor stations? Gone. Go enjoy the underwhelming soft serve instead, buddy, and be happy that we also removed half of the ice cream toppings. The cheesecake would drive me nuts for how inconsistent the recipe would be across the entire North Carolina triangle for some unknown reason. We had the chocolate fountain that was advertised all over TV as the 8th wonder of the world.
Golden Corral's chocolate waterfall has been called the 8th wonder of the world. Drenched strawberries, big fudge squares, and more in this non-stop melted perfection. Only at Golden Corral.
But once COVID hit, they completely pulled every fountain because it would recycle the same infected chocolate all day.
It would just recycle
during
that
most
one,
of the pandemic, people weren't even allowed to put food on their own plates anymore. And that social anxiety of talking with the steak chef was now the case with every option on the menu.
Damn.
God, it was like school cafeterias all over again. Then as a smaller wound, the Asian grill at my local corral got completely cut, removing some random bell pepper dishes, which I'm sure nobody really cared about. Although Golden Corral's kinda bounced back since COVID, there's battle scars all over these buildings. At least they still do all you can eat though, and in the wake of every other franchise changing tactics, they hold the monopoly on a dying restaurant style and are still just doing alright. Having recently moved out of North Carolina though, and with the nearest corral more than an hour away, this might be the last time I set foot into one of these buildings. Even with all these buffets' flaws though, I wouldn't trade them for the world, because at the end of the day, they embody the American dream of overconsumption and diminished quality. Sometimes you just want a trough full of slop, and I'll be these places' loyal little piggy until they kick me out at closing time. Blaine, never simple, and remember to chew before you swallow.
Yeah, nice BGM. Okay. Let's see. What is this one? AAA Studio deletes customer comments, but it's boring. Here's a wait, what? The fuck is this? Why'd you send me this? Okay. What? What is this about?
Thanks for joining me. I'm Jarrell, and I'm just very curious about what's going on here. I've heard that people are quite upset, or rather just irritated, about this image, and I don't super understand why. I'd really like to hear from people in the comments what the deal is here. So recently Naughty Dog has been deleting comments from users on Twitter. People who were formerly their customers and fans are expressing their feedback towards Naughty Dog's behavior as a business and about the products which they are producing. And people are expressing their thoughts and opinions, and Naughty Dog is deleting those because whoever is running Naughty Dog does not want to hear any kind of feedback that doesn't feed into the echo chamber of however they want to run their business.
Yeah,
hey, it's their business, man. Let them run it however they want. You know, I'm not really stressed out about any of that stuff. But the fact is that Naughty Dog announced their new game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, and they disabled the comments on their trailer, which is already a very bad sign. They disabled that on YouTube, and now they're deleting comments because they want to portray an overwhelmingly positive sense of feedback towards their new game. I don't care. I don't care about this game. I have no interest in it. I have nothing negative or positive to say about it because we haven't even seen anything from it. What I do know is that Naughty Dog posted this image to celebrate Christmas, I think. And I don't understand why people are upset. I really enjoyed The Last of Us 1. I've only played Part 1. And I haven't played The Last of Us Part 2 for no particular reason other than I'm just very busy and I don't get to play many games. So it's not like I'm not interested in The Last of Us 2. I don't get why people are upset about The Last of Us 2. And I think it's because they added golfing mechanics. There's a golfing minigame in The Last of Us 2, and people didn't like that part. That's kind of what I'm gathering. I haven't played The Last of Us 2, I haven't watched gameplay or anything like that, but I assume because the first Last of Us was so great that the second one has to be just as amazing. So here's the logo for Naughty Dog's new game that they announced, and the trailer looked high fidelity, but here's the thing, fidelity does not equal quality. And I think that's something that many of the AAA studios that are producing huge big budget titles right now, especially ones that are just hiring activists, prioritizing hiring, you know, based on skin color and gender, what those people understand that just because you're using Unreal 5 and you have this incredible fidelity is not quality. Just because your game looks gorgeous from a visual standpoint doesn't mean that your game is good. We are seeing updates roll out for the Star Wars game, whatever that one's called, and it turns out that people are having a tough time getting through the game. There's people can't finish the game because it's broken, and
not surprised.
It's important to fix those problems, to acknowledge when people give you feedback like that and say thank you for giving us the feedback. We understand that the product, you know, isn't to your expectation, but we hope that you'll give us a chance and we'll improve it. But that's not what's happening. And they recently revealed that people aren't even, you know, getting that far into the new Star Wars game, and they're not even obtaining this sort of special mount. I guess you could ride it around or something. People aren't even going out of their way to earn that because they're just dropping off. People have a hard time sticking with the game. So the people that make that kind of game are the people that sort of love when a game focuses on political messaging instead of a fun game. And I would love if you in the comment section would let me know what's wrong with this. I mean, people are happy, they're opening gifts. I don't get it. Anyway, I hope you have a great Christmas. Take care, have fun.
Wait,
eat some
this is
chocolate,
almost done.
drink some eggnog.
Okay, so they're just... What was even the point of that video? Whatever. Alright, Ubisoft is dying. Here we go. Ubisoft
Hello, guys
dying.
and gals, me Mutahar, and you know, one of my favorite types of content on the internet is watching people do like these massive video game like retrospectives or coverages or these video essays. And for me, one of the things that I've been working on is Assassin's Creed 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea about it, I've made plenty of videos regarding Ubisoft, and more specifically their recent downward trend, but it's not coming out of a place of just hatred for Ubisoft. You know, for a lot of people, hating on a company might be incredibly trendy, and sure, for Ubisoft, they're the easiest company to hate right now, but for me, as somebody that's played a whole bunch of their IPs, like Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, just as an example, you know, you got the Prince of Persia franchise on the PlayStation 2, Ghost Recon is an absolutely amazing
do we even watch this whole thing?
I mean, there are so many W's that Ubisoft has stacked over the course of their lifespan that to see them self-immolate in the last few years has been just some of the most damaging shit that I've actually seen. And unfortunately, a company as large as Ubisoft actually holds so many of the favorite IPs that I have, like Splinter Cell, completely hostage. And the reality is, it's not always been this way. Ubisoft, for me, has been a company as influential in gaming as, you know, companies like Konami with Metal Gear. They have produced really amazing titles, and there are development teams that they have that, in my opinion, are pretty much up there with some of the best in the industry. There was a time when this company absolutely made its mark on the map and became the company that it was today. So to give you a quick idea about it, a lot of people dislike the open world Ubisoft design, right? Where there's just one map screen, towers to unlock, you know, just darts and collectibles, like things on a checklist for you to complete. In a lot of ways, one could open up a map for most modern-day Ubisoft open-world games and effectively find themselves completely overwhelmed with tons of content to do. But the thing about it is, for a company like Ubisoft to get as big as they did, it's not like it happened out of nowhere. Obviously, there had to be one point in their game development where something clicked so well with the average gamer that they kept this going until 2024. Now, Assassin's Creed is one of those game franchises that comes out pretty much every year, and nowadays there's a whole MCU-level intro where they go through an entire history of Assassin's Creed titles, where it's kind of mind-boggling that this series has been running for about 15-plus years at this point, and they've gotten so many mainline games, comics, ARGs, whole movies, entire, like, online side content that you can go through, mobile games, so on and so forth. Assassin's Creed probably has more media in it than most other game franchises out there at the moment. So it's kind of wild when you actually dig into its core and come across the first actual beginning of the series, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I was young, all right, when I was far younger and the Xbox 360 was a newer system, one of the first games that I was really hyped for was Assassin's Creed 1. And I remember very early on looking at Assassin's Creed 1's E3 footage. Now, Assassin's Creed 1, one of the first demonstrations that I ever saw about this game was at Microsoft's X06, like their actual demonstration.
Okay.
And it actually blew me away back in the day. This game was supposed to be a spiritual successor to the Prince of Persia franchise, and it was this open world game where parkour was a thing. There really wasn't any HUD, and you were moving around this pretty realistic environment. I mean, at the time, you look at textures like this, you look at the animation quality, you look at the world, you look at the people walking around, it actually is mind-bogglingly awesome, right? There wasn't really a game like this. To give you an idea, when I was playing video games in this era, I played games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where the hands and fingers stuck to each other, okay? People had Roblox hands back in those days.
A little bit.
Straight up boulders for fists. And then you suddenly move into games where the lighting looks absolutely jaw-dropping. Even to this day, you've got animation quality, cloth quality, everything is absolutely amazing, right? You've got 3 entire cities in the original Assassin's Creed to explore, find your targets, and basically lay waste to them. Now, this game actually hasn't aged all that well, and out of any replay that I do, I usually skip the first Assassin's Creed game, just because it is not the best playing one. The assassinations are actually cool moments where the game will pitch you up against the target, and you have to actually go and find them, figure out a plan to attack them as they're like in this like crowded environment, and then as you kill them, you have to escape, or maybe fight off a few individuals, fight off an entire army at times. But generally speaking, the in-betweens where you're traversing to these cities, actually doing the prep work, which basically amounts to like a couple different styles of gameplay. Either you're pickpocketing, you're eavesdropping on people, or doing absolutely mundane tasks. This game has not aged all that well, but realistically, for a first attempt at something, the technology was there, the world was exciting. It was a sci-fi game where you played as a dude named Desmond Miles, okay, a bartender that gets thrown into a fucking device where they strap them in and send them looking through their ancestors' memories, okay, through some sci-fi animus level stuff. You know, these kind of concepts in video games were pretty new at the time, all right? You just wanted something to be wild and goofy, and I played along with it. I played with the modern day story until they absolutely fucked it up by the third game, and ever since then, it's basically this crazy afterthought. I don't know who's writing any of this stuff anymore. I honestly don't even think they care about who's writing the Assassin's Creed storyline in general. But back then, the sci-fi concept really did grip me in, and it wasn't until the sequel with Assassin's Creed 2 that it absolutely hit its stride. Now, to give an idea, this is the kind of game franchise in an era where you could find April Fool's jokes like this, right? Like, I shit you not, the Assassin's Creed team and Ubisoft was so cool. They were working with Hideo Kojima, like, literally with every release, and they had, like, some level of interactivity with them. So as somebody that's a fan of the Metal Gear franchise, you bet your ass that when I saw Raiden in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, I almost came in my pants. I actually did all the mundane tasks to get that actual item in the game. Now, Assassin's Creed 2 paved the way for the company they are today, and the direction almost every single one of their games, especially the open world stuff, goes
2 times faster
to Assassin's Creed 2. Now, Assassin's Creed 2 is probably, in my opinion, the greatest sequel to any video game you could ever imagine. Usually with sequels, it's your time, especially for making a new IP, to finally hit your stride, go big, or go home, all right? With Assassin's Creed 1, they laid the foundations for what is one of the more technically impressive games on the Xbox 360, and still to this day, put itself on the map. So how do you go from having these day-night cycles, these 3 totally realistic-looking cities at the time with tons of NPCs, and an amazing
I still don't get the point. Why was I sent this? We know that Ubisoft has gone to shit. Why was I sent this? We'll just skip this one. Like, you just say the same shit over and over again. NFT section, yeah, we know about the NFT crap. We already saw something about that like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, let's just move on. We'll go with this one. This is the last one.
And the Game Award goes to
gaming or gambling.
One of the most exciting games of 2020.
An abundance of predatory monetization.
Genshin Impact, the sponsor of this video. Gacha games pose increasing threat for younger players. $250 gacha skin. This video is sponsored by Genshin Impact.
Oh boy.
Honkai Star Rail. Gacha games. Honkai Star Rail.
Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact.
It feels like gacha games are everywhere nowadays.
They are.
In the span of just a few short years, the genre has propelled itself from anime PNG collecting on your phone all the way to the big leagues. Bursting at the seams with massive scopes, budgets, and acclaim, they're the next Breath of the Wild, the next Final Fantasy, hell, maybe they're even the blueprint for the future of live service as they continue to dwarf the revenue streams of almost every other video game. A genre once primarily reserved to East Asia and ignored by real gamers for existing solely on mobile devices has swiftly entered the global gaming ecosystem as if it was the most natural step in the world. Gacha games are now being released on all platforms, complete with lavish promotional campaigns, reviews from influencers and traditional publications, trailers at gaming events, even prestige at awards shows.
Genshin Impact.
But even if all of this is now the case, there's still gacha games, right? Those hamster wheel Skinner boxes filled with hyper-sexualized anime characters and manipulative microtransactions? Doesn't this make things worse? Within the insular spheres of the internet, popular coverage about gacha can feel like a strange melting pot of horny memes, clickbait about irresponsible spending, sponsored praise, or simply outright dismissal. It's consistently surprising that the ways in which these games evolve and capitalize on their audiences aren't covered nearly as often as other issues in this space. So I thought that I, as a former gacha degenerate, might as well subject myself to it again. It's like the video game equivalent of I tried heroin so you don't have to. If you can't already tell from the fact that I have a YouTube channel where I talk about video games, I really like video games. From AAA to indie, from competitive MOBAs to pixel art platformers, I have a desire to immerse myself in as much of the gaming world as possible. When I see gacha games with gorgeous animations, sprawling worlds, live events, and thriving communities, I want to be a part of it. I want to experience the stories that get people invested and emotional. I want to learn about the cool characters I see all over social media and at conventions. I want to strategize in combat so complex it leads die-hard players to write fucking thesis papers on optimized character builds. Yet every time I try to peek behind the curtain, not only do I fall headfirst into my own bad habits in a way these games are more than happy to prey on, but I also find that the concept of a video game, as I know it, feels entirely ruined by the implementation of gacha mechanics. A growing number of art casinos are popping up right next to normal games or being implemented into existing ones, and most people seem cool with it. Am I going insane?
No.
Now, this isn't exactly my first encounter with gacha games. I've made 5 videos on the genre in the past, in a series that progressed from positivity to disillusionment to, Anyway, for this video, I want to take a detailed look at some of the major design choices behind modern gacha games, because they are, simply put, insane. From manipulative microtransactions to habit-forming retention mechanics to the exploitation of their own passionate communities, anime gambling is the tip of the iceberg here. I find the last half-decade of gacha progression to be especially interesting as the genre continues to expand beyond the mobile market into the spotlight of a medium still struggling with valid claims of addiction, and one where regulation is essentially non-existent. I also want to explore what this normalization might mean for new generations of gamers and the future of the industry. Because, like, how in the world did Genshin Impact become the fucking blueprint? As I started work on this video, I began asking around for sources on addictive game design, while simultaneously reading research papers on gacha games, and one book just kept coming up.
Addiction by Design is fantastic.
Shul provides further insight.
Shul.
Yo, would you recommend this book?
Oh yeah, extremely.
The strange thing is, I was trying to write about video games, but this book is about machine gambling in Las Vegas.
Exactly, yep.
For those unfamiliar with gacha games, here's the elevator pitch. They can exist in many different genres, but are defined by a system where major gameplay elements like characters and weapons are locked behind rotating banners, where players spend premium currency earned by playing the game or through in-app purchases on a chance to unlock new content. Also, I'm going to mainly reference Hoyoverse titles in this video for 2 reasons. One, all of their recent games are heavy hitters that have redefined global perception of gacha. And two, they're the games I've spent the most time playing and analyzing, and they all share similarities that other studios are beginning to use as templates. When talking about gacha games, it's important to make the distinction that they are not gambling. While gacha pulls and loot boxes do share similarities with slot machines, especially considering their flashy visuals and dynamic audio in response to jackpots, pulls are over in a matter of seconds and only make up a tiny piece of the time you spend playing the video game. Whether we're talking about casual collectors or competitive meta heads, there's a bit more to it than the rush of the win or a potential monetary payout, which obviously doesn't exist. It's all virtual. Kafka isn't real, unfortunately. I'm upset about it too. So what's it like to actually play a gacha game then? Well, it's complicated. While the majority of these titles used to be turn-based RPGs with PNGs of anime girls, boot up a Hoyoverse title and you'll quickly notice that the genre has made quite a jump, with Genshin Impact's obvious comparison being Breath of the Wild. Set out into a vast, beautiful world with tons of enemies to fight and secrets to uncover as you progress through story missions, cutscenes, boss fights, and mini-games. Honkai Star Rail is then your Persona or Final Fantasy equivalent, and Zenless is a character-swapping ARPG that seems to move at lightning speeds. Yet the thread that keeps bringing me back to this discussion is that when player retention and revenue generation are at the heart of every mechanic and system in a video game, the finished product ends up being kinda bad. These games can be engaging in the most literal sense of the word, as they constantly spit out little gems and rewards to remind you of the gacha mechanic, but I often find that positive reinforcement loops, FOMO, and other shady tactics take precedence over interesting or difficult gameplay. I obviously can't speak on every game, as I've heard positive mumblings about Limbus Company and enjoyed the MMO-like raids of Dragalia Lost. But when it comes to any modern gacha that appears to emulate the AAA open world or RPG, they are always worse off for being gacha games. Threats of losing progress or permanent character deaths or difficult narrative choices or weapon break, basically any frictional concepts, do not exist. Even in titles with a semblance of strategy, RPG number systems take precedence over real progression, as characters don't evolve past the moves they have when you acquire them at level 1, and increasing their strength is a separate endeavor from main story quests or fun challenges. Despite the immense amount of work and artistry that goes into creating these fleshed out worlds and incredible set pieces, main story content is but a fraction of the intended experience. To artificially extend playtime and create the habits of a forever game, gacha games incorporate mindless grinding of repetitive tasks to strengthen your team. Your team needs to be strengthened to earn better rewards or participate in limited time challenges that, you guessed it, give you currency for upgrading your characters or doing more pulls. It's a vicious little cycle that can continue in the content droughts between major updates. An issue that many of these games struggle with since they aren't designed with the same infinite replayability that defines live service multiplayer.
Yeah, they don't have the replay value. So they make it grindy as hell instead because they don't have any. Because they don't even have the actual game, so they make it grindy. Yep.
But hey, at least they're free, right? In acknowledging that gacha games aren't traditional gambling and thus much trickier to discuss ethically, the most important distinction comes from a phrase.
You would still choose that over a Western slop? Or a Valve slop? What do you mean Valve slop? Valve hasn't put out any games in like forever, man. The fuck? Since when when was the last time, man? People are still waiting for Half-Life 3. Alright. Valve Corporation. Portal is Pog, man. Half-Life is Pog. But like, they haven't put out anything in forever. Steam Deck is great too. But like, yeah. I guess, yeah, people play CS2 and Dota. That's fair, I guess. It's just that, hey, Dota was originally a map mod for Warcraft 3. And it was a cool mod for Warcraft 3, like 20 years ago. Yeah, they have actual gambling in them, yes, I know. Valve has that with the loot boxes and stuff, the actual legit gambling in there. Yes, and there are casinos on there. Yeah, I don't play them, but yes, we're aware. We made jokes about that earlier. We actually made jokes about that earlier when we were looking at the other video with Gaben, the Gaben video. But yes, we know. But like, yeah.
Many use to defend monetization.
Okay.
You can experience everything without spending a penny.
Yeah, no, that's a big asterisk. That is a huge asterisk.
Gacha games are very much video games, and they are technically free to play. There is no betting required to explore the sprawling world of Teyvat or witness Star Rail's storyline. However, even though you're not being charged an entry fee, it's nearly impossible to complete all of a gacha game's content without engaging with the gacha system, even if you just use free rewards. More importantly, it's fun. And the characters are hot. It's like that's where we got the name for the damn genre. Elemental interactions and team flexibility are often key parts of the experience, but very few characters can be unlocked simply through playing the game. To create desire to spend, a gacha game relies on far more than just advertisements, as the game itself is a living ad. Cutscenes, side quests, and events will constantly show off premium characters, establishing their personalities and place in the narrative while demonstrating how much cooler their abilities are than the mediocre ones you got for free. And hey, look, you can even take them for a test drive and we'll give you a couple nickels for it. This is all to say that just because you don't literally gamble money doesn't mean there aren't insidious design elements at play. Remember Addiction by Design, the book I mentioned earlier? In it, Natasha Schul notes that many gambling addicts don't play to win. Rather, they become addicted to escaping the real world and entering a state called the zone. And I can't help but notice some similarities between live service retention techniques and the way Schul and industry consultants describe video gambling design.
The key is duration of play. I want to keep you there as long as humanly possible.
Exactly.
That's the whole trick. That's what makes you lose.
Speaking from my own perspective, I don't like these games. I get consistently addicted and spend far too much time on them, even if I'm not having fun. But every once in a while, I'll see a positive review or some fan art for a new one and think to myself, wow, one of the best turn-based RPGs of the past decade? Maybe this one will be different, before blacking out for a couple days and waking up to fried dopamine receptors, an upset stomach, and a full team of meta characters. Even though I know how these games work, even having made multiple videos critiquing them in the past, even swearing off them time and time again, they still get me. They're designed to. In addition to gacha games showering rewards upon new players to make onboarding as easy as possible, there's a sense of intoxicating pseudo-productivity in being led through a trail of rewards that would baffle Pavlov himself, despite the reality of mashing buttons through repetitive dialogue and frictionless gameplay.
Oh, shiny! Ooh, sparkly!
Yeah, and that stuff is all worthless. It's so tiny, and like, I'm tired of it.
These games are purpose-built to convince me that time spent earning fake money is more important than things I'd rather be doing, which also leads me to play them far more than I need to when researching and recording videos. I was reading through Addiction by Design while getting hooked on Zenless and Star Rail, so it was very surreal to see these ideas of optimizing time be expressed in such a similar way. The concept of video games having addictive potential has been around far longer than live service, as Schul even notes that video games are an apt point of comparison to gambling due to their focus on perfecting the zone over the thrill of winning money, and that casinos draw directly from video games to maximize time on device. Also, the second largest slot machine manufacturer in the world owns the studio behind Raid Shadow Legends, so
yeah, not surprised.
That's a fun thing, right?
Yep. Not surprising though.
Remember when I said
the one of the biggest casino machine manufacturers? They own Raid Shadow Legends, guys.
That anime gambling is the tip of the iceberg here? Well, the main currency these games are after is your time, an idea that Orlando Woods explores in his 2 papers on Gacha, both of which reference addiction by design while analyzing the complex ways in which players engage with these titles.
Whilst the zone is a space of immersion that is predicated on the exit from time for machine gamblers, for the players of Gacha games, an alternative, almost reversed, playing logic can be observed. This involves the hyper-rationalization of time as a playing resource that is leveraged to circumvent the need for monetary investment in the gacha mechanic.
One of the key ideas behind Woods' research is that it's often unproductive to directly compare gacha games to real money gambling, instead focusing on the rationalization of actions that mirror gambling addiction, with the currency being time. Examples of this are my aforementioned feelings of productivity leading to unhealthy habits, new players speeding through the early game for a future payoff, and in-game achievements providing a constant sense of accomplishment. When gacha games become an intimate part of people's lives, whether that's cultivating connections with their favorite characters, getting invested in the story, or developing daily and weekly grinding routines, Wood suggests that the lines between gambling-like habits and passion for a piece of media can become blurred. While you can earn premium currency simply by playing, it is a carefully rationed amount that is in no way sufficient to unlock everything.
It is nowhere near
After
enough.
completing the main story, the most consistent ways to earn currency are daily and weekly missions, menial tasks that take around 5 to 10 minutes for dailies and a couple hours for weeklies. Failing to log in for even a single day means losing money. This structure ends up creating a far stronger habit by pushing players to engage even if they don't truly want to.
Exactly. Artificial engagement. There we go. You don't get it. You used to grind way more during WoW and other free-to-play online. What do you mean? It's the thing is, with the way with WoW, right? If you played WoW in the past, it's how it was set up. Okay, it's one thing if you do it because you want to, and the other when they're doing it because you need to. There's a difference here, right? Let's say let's say I'm playing World of Warcraft, right? Let's say I'm doing a grind here. Let's say I want to get, let's say this mount. This mount requires me to get, you know, let's say I wanted this, I don't know, this red dragon mount, right? And I need to go get, exalted with the, I think it was the Wormrest Accord, to get this red dragon mount. So I would do all the quests with them, I would put on their tabard, and I would go do dungeons daily. And then after that, I would get the item I would want in there. But, if I do it today, there's not really much difference other than if I did it today or do it, let's say, tomorrow. Like, I'll still get it after a set amount of days, regardless of when I do it, as long as, I just eventually do it. I don't have to worry about the thing going away. There's no RNG or anything going behind it. It's going to be there regardless of whatever happens, no matter what. And you can apply this for other stuff too. Let's say Netherwing Drakes to get the dragon mounts there. The Cloud Serpent thing that they had in Panda Land. Again, there was that, what? You had, the Lion Saber Tiger thing that you had in, I forgot what that zone was. Or the Raptor for the Horrid one. And all these other faction stuff. Or whatever faction cosmetic or whatever item there. It's like, I could choose to get it, right? Same time, right? Hi there, Eepin Sky. Let's say you, again, we're talking back in the day, right? Okay, so let's say you're trying to gear up and you're doing your raid or whatever, right? So let's say, raid resets every Tuesday. You're with your guild. and you're going to go kill a bunch of bosses in a raid or whatever, right? So you go in with your group of friends or whatever, your guild, and you go fight your Epicus Maximus boss, whatever, that's Brawler's Guild boss, but whatever, pretend it's a raid boss. Let's say it'll drop let's say your character name's Leroy and you want to get the devout shoulders for some reason. Right? It's going to be on the loot table. It's going to have the exact same stats. Right? It's always going to have the same exact fixed stats to match whatever difficulty of the raid or dungeon, whatever you're doing. Right? It either drops or it doesn't drop. And when it drops, you're done. You move on, right? Or maybe you're collecting these drops, whatever, for transmog. That's it, right? And the phone mechanic in Battleground PvP, the rank was daily. Or you had to play it daily I never played the classic WoW for PvP. The only time I played PvP in WoW was during Cataclysm and Miss and Pandaland. I got a bunch of the PvP mounts in Pandaland and in Cataclysm. I got the PvP mounts then. I started playing WoW back in Wrath, but I quit after Legion because of what Legion became. And like the thing is, the way stuff worked in WoW Legion is part of why I absolutely despise parts of the ecosystem in Wuthering Waves. Because it just brings back the same trauma I had. But it's actually even worse, because at least if I got the gear to drop randomly, at least I would be done with it. And I didn't have to go through another set of chores to make that piece of gear usable. Like, yeah, I get it, get your enchants. If there's a gem socket in, put your gem in there, whatever. But like, that's just very simple. Just go to the fucking auction house, go buy the gem, go get the enchanting scroll, or unless you had it yourself because you had the profession, and just slap it on and call it a day. It wasn't like that. At least that was like pretty simple there. A lot of the time though, I did do a lot of grinding when I played WoW, but it was all by choice. Like, I had around 300 or something mounts before I quit WoW. I had hundreds of the different pets as well. I like to collect a lot of the cosmetics and transmog mounts and pets. So I would intentionally do that because I wanted to collect all the things and I thought they looked nice. Same with like random toy collections and stuff. I like doing that. But like, a lot of that stuff was because I wanted to do it, right? The PvP thing is like, yeah, you're gonna have to go try to maintain your rank if you really wanted to. But that's like every PvP game. But like, again, like that's on you, right? It's not like you're going to be stopped and prevented from doing anything if you just choose not to do it, right? At the same time, it's not like you had to like constantly log into the thing every day. I don't know what WoW is like now, but like the way I would play back then was like I would sub for like a month or 2 months, play for a month or 2 months, and then I would unsub, come back after the next big content update, do it again, and then repeat, right? Next expansion would drop, same thing. Buy the expansion, go play through it, play the content, and then move on. And I was still able to play multiple different classes and specializations in those classes, at least back then. It became literally impossible to keep up with it in Legion because of, well, what happened with Legion gearing, the AP stuff, and all that other crap. But yeah. You can do Trial WoW no, Trial WoW is useless. Doesn't Trial WoW just cap you at level 20? I can't even log into my old shit because it's all like, they were all level capped before. Though I heard they squished levels not too long ago. So I'm gonna guess they're probably like level 60 or something, my characters now. I don't know, I haven't played it in years. But like, I wouldn't be able to touch any of the stuff I have if I log into Trial WoW. Trial WoW is completely worthless because all the content is not available. To play WoW, you need to pay for the subscription and buy the expansion. Otherwise, like, you don't actually get to play any of the content. All you can do in Trial WoW is, like, you can look at the major city in your faction hub. You can get to level 20 or something. You cannot touch the auction house. I don't think you can touch the mailbox either. Right? You can do level 20 PvP. And, like, level 20 dungeons. That's it. Like, you can't do anything. Like, all the content is just inaccessible. There's, like, no point. At the same time, though, I don't really feel like touching WoW anymore, but I do have a bunch of fond memories of what I did back then. Despite having played it in a long time. But at the same time, again, like, the stuff I did there was by choice. It wasn't because I had to. It wasn't because, like, if I didn't do it, I would be, like, actually behind. I wouldn't be able to do stuff. Right? I wasn't gonna get punished for it. Not doing it. And not logging in every day or whatever. I would just do things on my own. If I wanted to do something, I could do it then. There was no stamina system, like, you know, breathing down my neck saying I have to go log in so I can go spend it, so I can go get another piece of material that I absolutely need. Otherwise, the game becomes unplayable and puts a roadblock in front of me. Like, I didn't have to deal with any of that. I was able to just play it at my own pace. Like, yeah, you know, like, you can go farm experience doing whatever, but, like, by the time I started playing WoW, when I was playing it, like, if you just played through parts of this, you don't even need to finish the story of, like, whatever the current expansion was. You would already have more than enough experiences by playing through things just normally to, like, get to level cap. Like, it wasn't too hard. You would just have a bunch of leftover experience and quests. And that was, like, kind of the norm. Heck, they even had the rested experience thing, right? If you were just logged out or, like, AFK in, like, an inn for an extended period of time, you would get an experience multiplier the next time you logged back in. Or the next time you went back and did stuff. You had the rested experience stuff. You had, like, the recruit a friend extra bonuses and all this other stuff in there. Like, they weren't really trying to stop you from progressing. Like, I don't know if that was a thing in vanilla WoW. I never played vanilla in TBC. Because, like, I played it during Wrath. You had all of those factors in there. It's not the same experience. It's not the same. That's part of why the complaints are different. Like, the thing is as well, it's like what you're doing as well when you're logged in, right? Because the reality is, do you really want to go around mint picking like crazy? In your Genshin Impact or your Wuthering Waves or whatever, do you really want to be doing that? Do you really care about fighting another random ass HP sponge in a stupid circle with a timer that just has more and more drastically inflated stats over time to be an arbitrary like roadblock to either get you to swipe harder or to swipe harder for more character copies or weapon copies to make them stronger, or make it take, you know, several extra weeks on top just so you can get past that roadblock at times? Like, is that what you really want? Because, like, the thing is, it's like, yeah, I remember, like, WoW having some roadblocks where it's like, okay, to proceed to this next portion, you know, you needed to have a certain faction reputation raised up. Like, yeah, I remember them having that, but a lot of that stuff was completely optional, and it was more so you had to go raise it up because you were after some sort of cosmetic item, not because you needed it to play the game. Right? It's like one thing when it becomes a requirement, and you have to do it as like a regular chore, right? Like, versus when you get to just do it at your own pace. Like, that's the difference there. It's one thing when you choose to do it and you're okay with it, and another when you're like forced into doing it. Like, it's not quite the same. At least I don't see it as the same.
While simultaneously increasing their overall time investment. Once acquired through Gacha, characters need intense amounts of leveling and upgrades to be usable.
Yeah, they require intense amounts, and some of these will even sell it to you. Heck, you look at what the battle passes in some of those, and what's the actual item, what you get from them. It's all just a bunch of materials. And it's not just like a little bit or like it's like several days to weeks worth of materials that they put in there because of the time gate on you acquiring those materials.
All of which cannot be grinded through effort alone. Unless you spend money, you're forced to move at the game's pace.
Which is extremely slow. You're forced to move at that pace. It's not the same with those the other MMO experience. You're not being slowed down and forced to move at that pace. It's a different experience there. They're not the same.
Many gachas feature energy systems that regenerate over time and cap out at a certain value, further encouraging players to log on at least once a day to spend said energy. If you're curious about just how long it takes to max out a single unit, well, let's do a demo with Hoyoverse's newest game, Zenless Zone Zero. If you want to get Yanagi to peak performance, you first need to level her up with XP tapes. Every 10 levels, you also need to unlock her level cap with Ascension.
What does it
These materials will take upwards of 30 repetitions of 2 mindlessly easy missions over a week. Then you need to upgrade each of her 5 skills 11 times, which will cost over 300 skill chips, which usually drop around 10 to 20 per mission, meaning another 2 weeks and over 40 repetitions. Then you need to upgrade her 6 core nodes by fighting the same 2 bosses like 15-ish times, one of which can only be fought 3 times per week. And that's it. Phew. After 3-ish weeks, your new anime girl has reached her
3 weeks there, imagine.
fullest potential.
Yeah, I hate
Just
that
kidding.
shit.
You also need to level and ascend a W engine, basically a passive weapon from level 1 to 60, as well as 6 disk drives that feature their own chance system by dropping with randomized sub-skills that require repeated farming to get best in slot offerings. And you need to farm in-game coins to pay for the upgrades, and then do all of that 2 more times for your other team members, and 3 more times after that to have 6 members for certain missions. Ignoring limited time event bonuses, we're talking around a month to prepare a single character for endgame content, and this is the nicest example I could have given.
That's the nicest. They only get worse. Right? You don't need doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't have to do every single skill, you're still gonna have to go after multiple. It doesn't matter. And this is here's the thing. We're also not counting the RNG bullshit for gear grinding, man. The thing is, the amount of stuff you gotta go farm and like deal with here, my god, this shit is like more ridiculous than some MMOs, man. Like, there's a reason why people are making weird ass infographics and flowcharts on materials you need to farm. On like the exact amounts, man. There's a reason why, because it's ridiculous. I hate this shit. This shit needs to go, man. Like, I absolutely hate this crap, man.
Even more egregious in Genshin, which also requires teleporting to different locations to collect open world resources like plants, metals, and monster drops.
I
this is
hate
all
this
very
shit.
deliberate.
Yeah, Wuwa has the exact same problem. I hate that crap. It makes it even more demotivating for me to go pull a character, because it's like, oh great, so now what do I have to do next? I have to go get all these materials and crap. Like, it just makes it worse. It makes the experience worse. I hate it.
Despite being incredibly unfun, serving to keep players around long after they've completed the game's core offerings. In Star Rail, there's a rare character named Acheron whose overworld ability lets you kill enemies without having to fight them. I wonder why they did that. While Woods notes that the attempt to circumvent spending allows players to feel like they're outsmarting the game rather than being held captive by its design, he also mentions that sunk cost can inevitably be the thing that leads to a purchase.
You don't hate it, but you remember collecting bugs for the... I absolutely hate all of that shit, man. All that shit needs to fucking go. It all needs to fucking go. I hate it. I absolutely hate it, man. You already see me complaining. We have to go grab like 5 of a specific random ass material for a ToF event. Like, I hate it for that, even if I don't even need to get that many, and even if it will tell me. I don't want to deal with any of that bullshit, man. You simply ignore all of it because you'll never save enough time killing things faster. Then, like, the faster with perfect stats than to get back to spend grinding, yeah? That's fair, that's another way to look at it, too. Right? I just hate all of those aspects in there. I'd rather they not be in there. That's not what I'm playing the game for. But that's 99% of your time spent logged in. The majority of the time you spend logged in is just you doing those Pepega chores. Right? Like, that's the majority of your time spent. Right? And I'm like, yeah, I don't like this shit. I don't like doing it. But that's just the vast majority of the time spent when we're logged in. Right, and if, like, that's what it is, man, then I'm just not gonna keep doing it.
As the harder a player tries to beat the system, the more intangible capital, or time, they spend doing so.
Yep.
Because banners will eventually guarantee a rare character drop through a mechanic that is actually, seriously, genuinely called the pity system.
Yep.
Money ends up being a failsafe in the event that players are unable to save up enough free currency. Essentially, in the process of attempting to outsmart the game, players are still, drumroll please, playing the game.
Yep.
Even if a player never spends money, they will waste a significant amount of time in an attempt to beat a system that is poorly designed on purpose.
Yep.
With every hour you put
It's
into a
very
gacha
miserable.
game, its hooks only sink in deeper, and the harder it becomes to
Yep.
ever quit or uninstall. After all, you've put in so much time, I mean hard work, into accumulating these characters and resources. Surely it wasn't all for nothing, so why not spend some money? You've earned it. And now that you've invested both time and money, well, quitting isn't an option anymore.
Yeah.
Paid offerings also aren't limited to the gacha system itself, as many games allow you to circumvent some, but not all, of the monotony, with grinding developed in a way to make the premium route feel like a rational choice. While cosmetics do exist, bundles and battle passes rarely feature them, instead offering items that allow you to bypass.
Yeah, it's rare when you actually get. Yeah, exactly. They sell you stuff to let you skip weeks worth of the grind. Instead, that is what the battle pass is. This is Genshin battle pass right there. This is the battle pass for every Hoyo game. What else is the battle pass of? It's the battle pass of every Kuro game. Because PGR's battle pass is like 3 tiers of this shit that you would buy. And again, it would just be more materials. Wuwa is just Genshin's copied over with a different coat of paint. With their version of every single material in there. It's the same garbage. You don't even get a 10 pull when you buy their battle pass.
The shitty parts of the game. XP materials, crafting resources, better weapons, you name it. Spending is further encouraged through the obfuscation of what $1 might be worth. An idea also found in slot machines that quickly turn real money into credits. For example, in Star Rail, real money can be used to purchase a premium currency called Oneric Shards, which change in price based on how many you buy at once. Oneric Shards can then be traded for a separate currency called Stellar Jades, which are then used to purchase different types of Star Rail passes to pull on banners, but you can also use Oneric Shards to purchase rotating bundles. So like, how much did that 10 pull cost? Fuck if I know, I'm gonna do another one. Take a look at the nauseating level of storefronts, and you'll also find plenty of shady tactics to encourage spending. Membership passes that require daily logins to maximize their value, bundles that seem like a better deal than standard shop prices, intro offers that give you double the amount of currency on your first purchase, even pop-up deals that expire in a matter of minutes or hours. Whoa, huh? Flash sale? 2 hours left. Oh, fuck, guys.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna run out. time. But if you were to get all 3, that'd be $16, dude. What a steal.
Fuck, dude, 7 times EFF. What does that mean?
What does that
These
even
ideas
mean?
aren't unique to Gacha by any means. Hell, many of them come straight from gambling, but they make the landscape of microtransactions increasingly more hostile to navigate. What's that in the corner, like, barely visible? Zoom in on it. Oh, of course, the please play in moderation and spend
Barely
rationally
visible.
warning. You know, like the ones you see in... Oh, no. Another factor that drives spending can be found in the genre's prioritization of marketable and highly fleshed out character designs to facilitate parasocial relationships. Almost all gacha games have a heavy emphasis on slice of life or romance events to flesh out characters in casual settings and allow players to become more attached to them, even before pulling on their banner. Also, any passing familiarity with anime or gacha games is enough to pick up on their hypersexualization. A very intentional and sometimes questionable detail that only furthers player attachment. It's not her. No!
That's a child.
With a whip, dude? Incorrect. When considering the frictionless design of the average gacha game, rarely is excessive spending required unless you want to complete every piece of content as quickly as possible. It's less about what Jane Doe's skills do and more about getting to stare at her butt.
This character is very special because of her beautiful walk, and oh my god, that cake even tickles. She has been nominated as the thickest character in the Hoyoverse. When compared to Juyuan, it's tough to determine the winner because both bakeries are great.
Discussing the impact of gacha game communities is tricky because, if anything, it's often one of the most valuable takeaways. Live service inherently cultivates more active communities through a constant flow of new events, trailers, characters, and gameplay updates. The sheer popularity of gacha games has led them to dominate fan art and cosplay scenes in recent years, and the Fate Grand Order fans draw some lovely comics. Plus, most players are well aware of the hells in which they exist, often joking about being trapped or bonding over the shared suffering of bad pulls. Hell, the very first video I made on this topic, in which I applauded and recommended several titles, was called "Gacha Games Are Ruining My Life." As much as players can have individual relationships with games and find enjoyment in flashier attack animations with bigger numbers and bigger cleavage, there's often a social value to the digital collection aspect. It feels good to get a rare character that other people don't have. It's exciting to optimize a meta team or steamroll a difficult mission with an overpowered unit. These feelings are fun in ways that are exclusive to gacha. But since the companies behind these titles are well aware that maintaining a strong fan base is essential to running a freemium game, they often seek to bolster their communities by encouraging and exploiting participation. They also do data tracking. A lot of data tracking. Jolene Bloom's paper on Genshin Impact explores the concept of a media mix.
Just simply ignore all of it because you'll never save enough time killing. Oh, wait, I already read that thing.
Use of secondary art forms like anime and music, as well as social media platforms and advertising to keep people interested in a center, which in this case is the gacha game. For weeks before new updates are released, players are drip-fed teasers and content to build excitement, culminating in original soundtracks, lavish animations, and gameplay demonstrations. There's nothing inherently wrong with this. It's one of the coolest parts about the live service genre. But the second part is where things get a bit more insidious. If you've played a live service game before, you're probably familiar with the concept of a daily login bonus. But modern gachas, especially Hoyoverse titles, take the idea several steps further. You can earn additional rewards for grinding and gacha pulls by following social media pages, leaving comments on official forum posts, and by checking in every day on external websites, many of which often look like slot machines. This gamification of actions that players often take of their own volition is another way that gacha games seek to deeply embed themselves into the lives of players to ensure ensure long-term retention. Hoyoverse also facilitates unpaid fan art, cosplay, strategy guides, streams, and other content through contests, many of which offer in-game currency as a major reward.
Player-generated content such as this may be conceptualized as participatory culture, but is in reality free labor for the developer. This blurring of the boundary between labor and leisure in Genshin Impact's grinding practices can be identified as playbur, a form of exploitation that masks user-generated content as playful, but is in fact a commodification of leisure as labor, capitalizing on consumer creative output without compensation. Such labor practices fit within the larger trend of digital games becoming increasingly designed in terms of productivity to manipulate player populations to increase their time and/or spending on the game.
There's nothing inherently wrong with a game studio interacting with its community, but there's also a real difference between giveaways and spec work. There's also a difference between cosmetic prizes and prizes that impact gameplay. One of the big reasons live service games have become so controversial is that the amount of time they demand from players can be exhausting. But once you learn about Gacha, dude, Fortnite looks like baby shit. These companies seek to blur the line between game and reality. They want the game to be your life. If you're not rotating between daily missions in Genshin, Star Rail, and Zenless, Hoyoverse wants you to be reading forums, installing apps on your phone, and sending characters off on expeditions so you can grind in between grinding. They want you to share their ads and create free content for their benefit. Also, you can have a chance at a bit more fun in their game. None of this is a monetary price, but it just feels wrong for the cost to be this high. So, we now know that gacha games are very good at what they do, but I could have told you some of this 10 years ago. The main difference now is the scale. And my God, are the scales just like really big? As much as I'd love to criticize every design choice in a game like Star Rail, not much has changed on a fundamental level. It's all a little weird and fucked up, sure, but limited banners, character grinding, and daily missions have been a staple of the genre since its insurgence in the early 2010s, and free games that can be played on a phone are wildly popular, no two ways about it. The real idea that led me to write this video is that these games are evolving within the gaming sphere and thus influencing it. And to illustrate that, we have to talk about the primordial beast itself, Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact's monumental success made it the gold standard for a new wave of gacha games seeking to make the jump to PC and console.
Accepting your app data will be leaked by another commercial purpose for to let us use your creativity for our own free commercial advertising, blah 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 blah. Do you accept the term of agreement? Damn.
Upon its release in 2020, it was one of the most expensive games ever developed, drawing comparisons to Breath of the Wild and receiving widespread praise from critics and general audiences. Millions of people fell in love with this game because it redefined what a gacha game could be. It also made a shit ton of money. Like one of the most profitable games in history type money. Like $2 billion in its first year type money. Developers in both East Asia and the West immediately took notice, and the last 4 years have seen a huge shift in where gacha games sit next to more traditional releases, as well as more widespread adoption of manipulative mechanics. I mean, why make an affordable skin for Jinx fans to enjoy after the release of Arcane when you can put it behind a gacha banner that requires up to $250 of investment, thus making it artificially scarce and more desirable. Oh, and announce it the day after a bunch of layoffs too. That would be sick. The most direct result of Hoyoverse shaking up this space is the current wave of Genshin likes. Doesn't really have the same ring as Souls likes, but You get the idea. Instead of looking at how Genshin redefined the possibilities of the genre, other studios started ripping elements of Hoyoverse games wholesale, such that art styles, UI elements, monetization structures, and large swaths of games themselves are indistinguishable from Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact, but you can lock onto enemies like Dark Souls. Genshin Impact, but it's a cozy dress-up game. Genshin Impact, but you can stare at girls in bed while they sleep.
That's what they have to say for Toph. You can look at Rosalind sleeping.
There's an ending Dawn, a non-
account transfers live? Okay, we'll go do it after. We'll go look at it after then.
Camellia, Neverness to Everness, Duet Night Abyss, and the new one they announced at the Game Awards. I can't keep up with this shit.
Yeah.
Genshin Impact!
It's literally just Genshin Impact. This is Genshin Impact.
No fucking way, dude. This is Mondstadt. It's the same town.
Yeah. Is it not just Genshin?
None of these are outright plagiarism, but the resemblance is so uncanny that it wouldn't be hard to convince the average gamer that every high-budget 3D gacha game released in the past 4 years
I don't know about Toph being high budget. They got like no budget.
Or set to release in the near future is made by the same studio. In writing this video, I've retreaded so much of the same ground that I covered in my Genshin video because, well, Genshin used the old blueprint to define a new one. Gacha games have always been huge in East Asia, but the release and reception of Genshin has signaled a global shift as free mobile games are becoming virtually indistinguishable, both visually and culturally, from traditional premium games. There are a few examples I could lead with as direct as the Game Awards, where Hoyoverse has taken home accolades for the past 3 years. Best Mobile Game in 2021 and 2023, and Player's Choice in 2022. Alongside this, they're being constantly promoted during the Game Awards and at major events like Summer Games Fest and Gamescom. This normalization can also be found in reviews from game journalists and traditional media outlets, which have exploded in number after the release of Genshin. Despite the subjectivity of each individual's opinion, I find that day one reviews, sometimes written after playing private early access builds, fail to accurately depict long-term engagement with the gacha game, and may lead players unfamiliar with the genre into a sense of confidence by ignoring or understating certain mechanics. The structure of traditional reviews, which often attempt to outline the core gameplay and aesthetics of a complete experience, feels unfitting for games of this nature, and often ends up missing large parts of the conversation. Also, I just want to clearly state that I am in no way trying to encourage personal attacks or anti-journalist sentiment. Many of these reviewers genuinely enjoyed these games, and expecting any outlet to pass up on major releases would be silly. I bring up all of these examples out of a larger concern for the future of live service. The first oddity is in how some reviewers describe their personal experience. Before discussing how unlocking characters in Genshin actually works, IGN's review describes them in a way that ignores both the gacha system and the specific moment the author played the game.
And once you start unlocking new characters, each with their own fighting style, abilities, and elemental affinities, you gain completely new ways of interacting with the world. A lake initially too vast to swim across becomes easily traversable with the help of a cryo-type character like Kaeya. Mountain peaks too steep to climb become scalable once you unlock Venti and his ability to create wind currents wherever he pleases.
Problem is, you don't just unlock Venti like you catch a Pokemon that can learn fly.
You don't do that,
I played over 100 hours of Genshin, and I never got Venti. Because I literally couldn't. He was featured on a limited banner which was unavailable during the months I played. So I never had the ability to create wind currents. As of the time of writing this video, Venti hasn't been available for over a year. But the sentence is worded with the same certainty that tooling will give you the ability to ride wind currents in Tears of the Kingdom. There's a similar sentiment in Screen Rant's Star Rail review, which lauds the variety of character roles in the same way you might discuss team building in SMT.
There are 7 elements that serve as a means to break enemy weaknesses, and balancing a team that's spread out with these elements while also functional represents a significant challenge. Flexibility seems to be the name of the game when it comes to Honkai Star Rail.
Again, this idea is separate from the brief paragraph critiquing the game for gating its own content, nor does it mention the effort and grinding required to make party members combat ready. Another interesting trend I've noticed is that Western audiences are becoming more and more accustomed to gacha mechanics, so as to not include warnings or discussion in more recent reviews, with some even writing jokes about funding their gacha addiction or luck from the gacha gods. When it comes to reviews of Zenless Zone Zero, GameSpot almost entirely ignores the existence of gacha or microtransactions.
Yeah, both Eula and Shenhe didn't get a banner for more than 500 days.
Partially because of their accurate opinion that the game is too easy. Games Radar spends 3 sentences outlining gacha.
Well, the actual thing is, yeah, these gacha games, they are easy. Difficulty-wise, if you do them the way they're intended, they want you to do them, they are easy. But instead, they just put very, very massive health sponges and a bunch of RNG crap and bullshit to make it artificially difficult for you and waste your time. Yes, the ToF account transfer thing is available now. The linking thing, apparently. We'll go look at it
not
soon.
Even mentioning any of the other microtransactions at play. Destructoid doesn't mention either at all. As for IGN, it's 1 sentence, but this bizarre disconnect is illustrated by a passage near the end of the review.
Given the unusually generous nature of the review build Hoyoverse provided access to ahead of release, which made all currently released characters available right away, it was difficult to get a clear picture of how Zenless Zone Zero's progression systems will feel long term.
These reviews are written in a manner adjacent to premium games, unable to analyze long-term issues at play. Despite the fact that Hoyoverse games are designed with tons of tricks in mind, you'll find
that health sponges plus timer. The difficulty is never real. They're just health sponges and a timer. They've always been that way, right? You know that I poke fun and I make and I don't really like them, right? You guys know that. But people won't accept the reality of, they're shit, they suck. But that's my viewpoint on all of them. It's only when they can't sell you the power, where they make it selling the power doesn't matter as much, that they've actually have done something that's a bit different, where you can have actual genuine difficulty. But that's only when you completely remove that, because the reality is, with how they make the content, it would completely undermine anything if they were to actually make a real game instead of these health sponges.
That a lack of PvP or intense difficulty often leads to the same conclusions.
You really can't beat free so long as you resist the rather tame temptations to spend money.
You can play the full game without ever spending a penny, just not with a full character roster.
You'll be able to clear all content reliably with just the default characters.
There's still a ridiculous amount of content for a free game, and that makes it worth it, if you can make it through without spending any money.
Similar issues can also be found in the influencer sphere, where variety content from larger creators, often sponsored thanks to massive marketing budgets, tends to celebrate positive or interesting aspects of gacha while ignoring more nuanced discussions. For games that are reaching huge new audiences, including children, with next to zero regulation on their microtransactions and advertising, the coyness with which many discuss or outright dismiss gacha mechanics still feels kinda surreal. Even beyond reviewers and influencers, millions of players are willing to put up with a general disrespect for their time and a constant clawing at their wallets if there's simply enough content within a free-to-play experience. But I ultimately question what that might mean for the future of live service games.
It's all gacha,
Even though I am a full-time professional gacha hater, I do think there's a lot to love about these games, and I never want to diminish someone's interests or the hard work.
No, we should diminish it. We should. No, that's a good idea, actually. Let's diminish it. And hurt their interests. That's actually a great idea. We should do that. But you could, sure. Is it worth it, though? Is it fucking worth it to do that? I want to make a video, honestly, fun talking about that type of game mode and why it's completely stupid, man. Those types of things. I want to make a video on it because, like, yeah. They are just really dumb. Oh, let me just stretch first. Alright. Okay.
Passionate artists. I'll be the first to tell you that the Hoyoverse composers go absolutely ballistic on everything they work on, and I've been listening to tracks from Star Rail and Zenless on a pretty regular basis. On a gameplay level, Star Rail is the closest I got to wanting to continue playing a Hoyoverse game. Despite each character only having a basic attack and 2 skills, abilities are fairly intricate and bosses are designed with some neat gimmicks. Plus, the art design is stylish enough to make it fun at times. There's merit to Kafka spinning around with a bunch of guns and going boom. Or when Aventurine yells, "Or maybe I'll take it all," as giant poker chips rain down across the screen. However, I was also playing through Metaphor ReFantasio at the same time, and the contrast between that game, which properly immersed and challenged me for a set runtime, and Star Rail, in which I spent the same amount of time doing New York Times puzzles on my phone while I autoed through the story mode, was quite large. Quite a chasm of a difference. Plus, the grinding is so bad that I barely even made it to the supposed challenging part that is the end game. I've also been dabbling with Infinity Nikki. I dabble, and like, I don't hate it. It's filled with an adorable and detailed dress-up system, all woven into a chill exploration loop and a bubbly positive vibe, which, like, hell yeah, we need more girl games. But the themes of creativity and designing your dream look just feel tarnished when this isn't a traditional game where you can unlock all the outfits by playing, but is instead a nefarious free-to-play concoction where you're constantly beckoned to daily grinds and gacha storefronts that are a near one-to-one rip of Genshin Impact. I say all of this to once again illustrate that gacha games are indeed video games, and they can be really fun. This isn't a black and white gambling bad situation, but instead
you couldn't complete the story of Star Rail without grinding because you had the wrong team leveled. Yeah, it's like, it gets even worse with that type of stuff too. It's like, it's just gonna get, and then it, like, you have to like spend weeks to go get the correct team leveled up so then you can do it. It's like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm not doing this. Right? And like, that's all it is, right? And then again, like, you look at how your time is being spent. Is that why you're in there? Is that what you're playing for? No, you're not? Okay, hit that uninstall button.
Discussion about the no-limits uncharted realm of live service. Free-to-play games offer incredible amounts of value and should be allowed to extract revenue from players, but the way more and more companies are choosing to do it is far more insidious than charging a standard entrance fee or drawing the line at cosmetics. I mean, it's no secret that the gacha economy is driven by whales, a small percentage of players that spend thousands upon thousands of dollars in pursuit of maxed out collections. Just because you can technically play the game for free doesn't mean there isn't a bright, glittering Pandora's loot box around every corner.
They had a single target team, it was good against bosses, but then they added a fight that against regular enemies that summon more enemies. It took almost 2 weeks to get another team. Yeah, again, like, when you realize, like, that's what, like, you have to go grind for those weeks, right? You have to, like, plan and shit, do everything ahead of time. There's something wrong. But you have to be in that mindset. But no one wants to admit there's something wrong. And instead they'll just keep praising it or whatever. Right? Like, they won't admit that it's really fucked up. But they'll just keep doing it. Again, insect boss, but you needed ice one, you had none. And you have to go get those ready. Right? And then the other thing too is when you have to pull a character for it, when you consider the cost of pulling that character versus how much you get after you complete it too, you're never going to break even. Like, that's just the reality. If that's like the type of mindset you're gonna go in there with, it is really bad. You have to pull for insect boss. Yeah, and you're never gonna get those pulls back. You're never getting those back. Right? It's awful. Like, it is awful. And you're just never going to get those back. But, you know, you see just the reality of how just stupid and brain dead the gacha community is, and the more they like defend it and prop it up, man. It is extremely fucked. Honestly, at some point, I do want to make a video on like why combat in these games is also just bad and stupid. They like to act like elitists all they want, but they don't understand the reality of like, yeah, none of it actually matters. And now all the characters you built are useless. Yeah, I'm not surprised, right? I am not surprised. I am not surprised in the slightest.
Is built to extract every last penny from those most vulnerable, in ways eerily similar to casinos that promote the facade of responsible gambling while exploiting their most addicted customers. I also didn't talk about PvP because, man, if you let people think they're better at a game than other people, you win. Even beyond their hazy ethics, I think what really scares me is that in gacha games, I see a boring future. The sheer potential based on budgets alone is exciting in theory, but in practice, they're created by committees to maximize profit. So terrified to lose even a single player that they eschew any valuable friction or difficulty for a yellow brick road of dopamine hits that'll give you the solution to a puzzle the first time you get it wrong. Hell, they'll play most of the game for you.
So this is the right way to go.
I'm being fed just enough information to work out the puzzle.
I've tried Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, Tower of Fantasy, Wuthering Waves, and dozens of older titles. All games with middling gameplay and meandering storylines that are never meant to be resolved. Games filled to the brim with egregious fan service that drowns out any chance at varied character designs and art styles.
Jesus Christ,
dude. I think Carrie Brunskill's review of Zenless on PC Gamer sums all this up pretty perfectly, so I'm gonna quote it. More than anything, it makes me sad. The more I play it, the more obvious it is that not only is this not a good action RPG, but it also has no real interest in being one either.
Exactly.
What ZZZ actually wants is to be my new forever game, the only thing I think of when I find the time to do some dailies.
That sounds just about right. Pretty balanced, even though you don't, the top PvP is its own weird mess. There is still some shit that's, like, a lot stronger than others because of oversights and Pepega balancing in there. But, like, yeah, everyone's just set to max. All their stuff is maxed anyways.
It will encourage me to have just one more go, to come back for just one more day. Also, it can extract as much money out of me as possible and then smile politely as it asks for more. Design philosophies be damned, countless IPs are churned through the gacha system every year to get some of that sweet, sweet revenue. Final Fantasy, Octopath Traveler, Persona 5, and a multitude of offerings from Nintendo, whose gacha excursions are especially disheartening considering the company's association with family friendliness. Dude, nothing feels safe anymore. They got Dr. Mario, Mario Kart, Animal Crossing, Fire Emblem, Pokemon, Pokemon again, Pokemon again. Let's make some fucking money off of Pokemon! Pokemon Unite intrudes on the perceived fairness of the esports scene by being a MOBA that includes grindable/paid mechanics that affect an individual's power during a match, alongside cosmetic loot boxes and a nauseating amount of menus, currencies, rewards, and purchase pop-ups. Battle Royales are another genre enjoyed for their high skill ceilings and dynamic multiplayer interactions, but My Hero Ultra Rumble said, yo! Get this, what if we power creep the shit out of our characters you play as and put them in a gacha system?
Of course they did.
I like that. How's that one going? There's also Stranova, a recent release which dares to ask the question, what if Valorant could be worse, by implementing a gacha system to unlock skins for every character while stealing maps directly from Overwatch.
Yep.
That second part's not a manipulative design choice, but it is really funny. I obviously don't think the gaming industry is doomed. Even in the face of corporate greed and massive layoffs, there are so many passionate individuals and studios putting out high-quality experiences every year. I love the shit Capcom's making. I love the shit Atlas is making. Hell, the indie sphere alone has grown to such incredible heights that my backlog will never get shorter. Yet at the same time, when I engage with the broader world of video games, or play games online with my friends, or just try to find a little thing to put on my phone, I have to tread more and more carefully with titles that treat time and money as exploitable transactions. And I have no idea what that would have felt like as a kid. Despite this reality, I don't want live service to die. While its fleeting nature is often a hot topic, I see it as the gaming equivalent of concerts or stage plays, where value is found through being there. These living, breathing experiences create a unique sense of community even outside of playing, from watching esports to getting excited about characters and cosmetics. They're also just really fun and smart and innovative. Anyone that watches this channel knows I'd take a fucking bullet for Rumbleverse. But as I watch kids grow up in a new generation where manipulative design is normalized, grinding is an entry fee, and communities bond over shared
as a kid, you had time but no money, so a game that let you play a lot for free was great. Yeah, so what I did as a kid was a bit different, right? What I would do is I would try to find other ways to go exploit things instead. My childhood was a different mess, man. My childhood was something. I would try to find ways to exploit and get things in a different way. And sometimes they would work. I would make it work. But, hey, there's a lot of retro games out there. And with emulators and stuff, there are ROM sites and everything. You can kind of figure out a lot of what I did, what I would do with me just saying that, because like it's not too hard to get all that stuff working, you know. It's not too difficult, and I made a lot of use of that stuff. I made a lot of use of that type of stuff. I made a lot of use.
Offering, I can't help but wish things were different. Because games shouldn't be like gambling. If a kid's entire friend group starts playing Genshin Impact, that kid's gonna want to play too. So the decision for parents is far more complicated than one purely based on safety or age rating. Then again, Velatro got rated PEGI 18, adults only, for gambling imagery, while Genshin Impact got off with a 12, and EA Sports FC 25, a game with microtransactions and loot boxes, got a 3. So like,
it's crazy.
What the fuck are we doing here anyway? You know how every once in a while you'll find a really good anime that you want to tell someone to watch, but you have to warn them about that weird fetish thing that comes up in episode 4 and episode 5? And episode 6. I don't want to have to do that with a video game because it can pose a mental and financial threat to someone. This is not a problem with other media. I mean, duh. Music and TV shows and movies aren't interactive in the way games are. But saying self-control is a prerequisite to enjoy a piece of media just feels so fucking bleak. The trade-off for not having to pay $60 for a game used to mean a cosmetic shop or some loot boxes, but the growth of Gacha continues to illustrate that design principles, playable content, and even the fun of the game itself can be traded for revenue.
There's no point in a game if it's no longer fun.
Games like Fortnite and League and Roblox and Genshin Impact are life-changing pillars of culture that people gather around. They're communal spaces where they have fun together, but this fun shouldn't have to come at the cost of hostile design.
Unfortunately, that's what they're doing.
That's it. Thank you so much for watching. If you're interested in any of my sources, I've linked them all in the description, and I also have a Patreon you can check out if you want to give me money. Fuck.
Okay. That's the end of that one. But like, yeah, that's just the reality, man. Instead, we get all this hostile design. Wait, what else is this? I was sent more. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this? Black Earth Wukong, Nintendo Switch imitator enrages Chinese gamer. What? Spends 30. What is this shit? I was sent. The fuck? That video was so long. Alright, we'll look at this
Hey
first.
guys, it's Paradise,
I might
and
as well
if
get
you're
rid of it
into
first.
awesome action games like Black Myth Wukong and the Ghost of series, it seems there's one more interesting game getting closer to release. This is Where Winds Meet, a game that has been on our radar for quite a while now because it looks like an insane blend of some of the games we love, and recently the devs have released some more information about the game and a brand new trailer, so let's dive into it and see if it's something you would pick up. Where Winds Meet was revealed in 2022,
this is
and
a
the
NetEase
crazy
game,
trailer
right?
for the game featured a variety of martial arts styles, as well as
seen
insane
this.
abilities like running on water, which instantly peaked up.
Wait, this is the NetEase game where they showed a bunch of, like, fake CG, but no actual game yet. We already know about this. We saw this from
When it
Mr.
was
Cake.
revealed, the developers Everstone Studio announced that the game would be releasing on console, PC, and mobile globally. There is some good news as the studio has revealed the game will be launching on PC on December 27th, but the bad news is this first release seems to be limited to China, with no word on when we'll be getting a Western release. The game actually had a beta earlier in the year as well, and while it looks like a single-player game, it actually features both single-player and multiplayer elements. The multiplayer lets you team up with other players in fights, in raids, or to go head-to-head in PvP. From the impressions of the players that got to go hands-on at game shows and during the beta, they were impressed by the game's variety of combat and size, but mentioned it needed some polish. For those who are seeing the game for the first time, this is an action, adventure, and martial arts game being developed by Everstone Games. It takes inspiration from wuxia, which is a style of Chinese fiction or cinema. We know that in the game, we take on the role of a hero that we can create ourselves, as the game will feature a full-on in-depth character creator, and the devs have said you grow up in an era amidst war and conflict and must face many tough choices. It's all set in the backdrop of the Ten Kingdoms dynasty, and the actual website has a bit more info on this. It says embark on an unforgettable journey in Where Winds Meet, an open-world action-adventure RPG set in ancient China's tumultuous 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms era. You'll explore the land ravaged by war and territorial disputes, where political intrigue, power struggles, and epic battles shape the course of history. Amidst this chaos, discover a world brimming with cultural richness and prosperity, where heroes rise and legends are born. But will you embrace your destiny as a young martial artist, uncover the secrets of your identity, and forge your own path in an era of boundless possibilities? Well, the game does feature many different styles of martial arts for you to master, and Where Winds Meet is looking like it will.
Even for his Genshin tough choices, do you want to go right, left, or right? Right. Right is a dead end, so you go left instead. Yeah, probably.
Let players pick and choose what
What was even worse with that? But yeah.
styles and combat elements you want to mix together. There's wall running, running on water, climbing, and even Tai Chi skills.
I don't really care about having those gimmicks. It's more rather like how do they build the game around it that matters.
To turn the enemy's attacks
It's
back
like
on
whatever.
them. Everstone have said they want players to define their own combat style in this game. And looking at various gameplay clips, it actually looks like it's a blend of Ghost of Tsushima with a Sekiro-style parry system. This is an open world setting as well, so that could be something to draw a lot of people in, especially with the fact that there will be building elements in the game, where players are able to build up towns, houses, and other structures, which I actually love. In the latest trailer, the game is looking a lot more polished with both its graphics and mechanics, and the trailer actually shows some beautiful shots of the player running across water, really doubling down on that wuxia inspiration that we spoke about before. It also gives us hints at some of the boss fights that we can experience in the full game, as they actually look pretty epic, and there's a lot of different themes at play here, such as massive beasts to one-on-one fights with swordsmen. All in
But like, again, we know what this is though. This is gonna be a free-to-play live service game or whatever. So,
All the trailer is looking really good, and we're actually looking forward to this one as well. Although we haven't got our hands on the game to try it out yet ourselves, it looks cool. It's disappointing that there isn't a release date for the West or anything like that, but from the delay of the Chinese release from July to December, they are about 6 months behind schedule, so maybe we can expect a global release sometime next summer. But for now, it is something to look forward to, and we'll leave you with this insane trailer to watch and enjoy so you don't have to go searching for it.
No, it's not. I think we probably should be careful with the thing there, but like, yeah, it's just the trailer thing. Okay, what's the other one here? You said something about Black Myth Wukong Nintendo Switch imitator, what?
Hello again, I am Blunty, and I don't know whether you can immediately tell just by looking at me, because I'm obviously
What do you think if, eating cakes makes me feel dizzy? What's going on? Wait. I mean, if eating cake makes you feel dizzy, maybe you need to go see a doctor and see what's going on there. There's probably something wrong. I mean, like, the reality is, like, it's a Chinese game, like, this type of thing. What do you expect, realistically? Like, realistically, what do you expect? Right? Like, what do you expect? Like, what did they honestly expect? Especially the fact that it is a Chinese game like that, and it's gonna be a live service. Right? It's a live service game. It's a Chinese live service. Like, what did he honestly expect? No, that's not a doctor, this is Blunty.
guy who looks after himself, eats the right foods, regular exercise, that.
But like, yeah, I said see a doctor. I mean, like, if there's something wrong, right? Maybe he should see a doctor and get checked out. I don't know. Maybe there's something else going on. Might be a good idea to get tested. See a doctor. Yeah, a lot of Chinese wuxia games on Steam. Of many sales, they expected something along those lines. But like, yeah, it's gonna be a live service. They had live service testing. And then, like, they just came out in China, right? Like, yeah, live service.
Kind of stuff, Pilates and CrossFit.
So you can kind of figure out what it's going to be from
but
there.
I'm not what you would call young. 46. So that puts me at the
this guy's
tail end of
46.
Gen X, which also means I am the first of the true generation of gamers. And unlike some of my generational peers, I never grew out of it.
Okay.
It has been literally a lifelong hobby for me. So I've seen gamer culture change throughout the years.
Especially with his gray hair and everything, or his white hair.
And evolve. And not all of it for the better. Gamer culture these days has become very bitter, and there's way more infighting and pettiness and just aggravation and deliberately mean-spirited crap going on these days. That, of course, is not exclusive to gaming culture. It goes hand in hand with how internet culture has affected how we talk about anything anyone is passionate about. And that is, in part, what I wanted to talk about today. Not just gamer culture in general, but regionalized gamer culture. Because the Chinese gamers are...
Yeah, they're a whole new level.
Something else right
sometimes.
Now. Self-awareness, not really a thing they seem to be working on as a personal goal in life. As a blanket statement, those Chinese gamers. They're getting a bit weird. But before we get there, this is a Nintendo Switch. This is dead. It's a dead system. I haven't played this thing this year at all, pretty much, when it comes to new games. I've popped back on it for a little bit of Monster Hunter. I popped back on it for a little bit of No Man's Sky, but that was free.
I haven't... My fucking Switch has been a dead battery for like a year and a half, man. The last time I pulled out my Switch to do anything on it was when I played the Scarlet and Violet DLC on stream. But that was well over a year ago. That was the last time I touched my Switch. After that, it's just been sitting collecting dust. It's like, I have no reason to ever touch it.
a gimmick video and to test some features I wanted to talk about in the video, but I don't actually play on this thing anymore.
Yeah,
and I
account
haven't
transfer
done
open, linking.
probably the last 2 years. The first 4 years of its life, I played on this pretty much every day. And that is extremely unusual for a console. When I would get a new console, and again, I'm an old gamer, so I've been through all of the generations of consoles. But usually you would, you'd play it non-stop for the first few months, and you'd trail off and play it once or twice a week and maybe on weekends. And it would drip steadily from then on in and sort of trail off after about, 5 or 6 years. You would start getting, it would start feeling its age, you know what I mean? But the Switch is the first console in my entire gaming history that has had a wildly active life for 4 solid years after launch. It is truly something special. However, if you have a Nintendo Switch, you're also well aware that for most of its life, the eShop has been filled to the gills with shovelware crap.
The eShop is terrible.
If you look at, the recent or what's coming...
No, sometimes you can find borderline porn on the eShop too. With, some of the stuff on there. It's really bad. The eShop is really bad. You'll see it from, the thumbnails of the stuff that will show up on there. It's bad.
Selections, there's just, you can scroll and scroll and scroll through all of these, $2 to $7 games. They're all, shitty mobile ports of shitty mobile games or otherwise shitty shovelware that has been slapped together and thrown out to make a buck to scam people. There's, I don't even know how many different versions of a clock app on the Nintendo Switch these days that are all basically function identical. A lot of them released by the same developer, just re-releasing the exact same app, so it keeps popping up on the recent release stuff. All of that is to say the Nintendo Switch, for basically its entire life, has had a severe shovelware problem. And if you go looking, quite a lot of these shovelware apps are coming out of places like China. Which only made it funnier when I discovered this morning as I was scrolling through my news feed that apparently a couple of days ago it blew up on Chinese social media about one particular piece of shovelware. Why are they angry about this one? Well, it's because it is trying to ape some similarities with the one game that they're really proud of, which of course is Black Myth Wukong. A game, when it was not selected for Game of the Year at the recent Video Game Awards, they got so incensed that it wasn't awarded Best Game of the Year that they went to last year's winner to review bomb it.
Of course
because
they did.
This year's winner only exists on the Sony store, which you can't review bomb because they don't have user reviews on the PlayStation Store, which is probably a smart idea.
We went to last
these
year's
idiot,
game.
outraged mob
That's
mentality,
crazy.
one single brain cell shared between them. Chinese gamers flooded to last year's winner, which wasn't even in competition for it, and started slagging it off. Review by leaving shitty reviews, complaining about how it wasn't as good as Black Myth Wukong, and how it didn't deserve Game of the Year.
Thing, then we end off
even though
early.
the one Game of the Year was not the same year Black Myth Wukong was competing for Game of the Year. Then the groupthink single brain cell of these Chinese gamers exploded a few days ago.
When they copy Game
about it. Here I'm going to read a bit from Video Games Chronicle.com.
They lose their minds,
An upcoming game has been called out for seemingly attempting to cash in on the success of Black Myth Wukong by imitating aspects of this popular title. It's up there if you haven't noticed it yet. The title in question, Wukong Sun Black Legend, awkward sounding name, but incorporating all those right search terms, is due for release on Nintendo eShop on December 26, 2024. It is December 26 as I'm recording this. It doesn't appear to be on the Australian eShop, although I did find it on the standard American one. Priced at $7.99. It is a 2D action game. It's a 2D platformer, basically, a platformer action game. So it's not even actually a knockoff game. It's not some, quickly knocked off asset store flip Soulsborne style game. It's just sort of aping the name, and its promotional art looks a bit similar too. Inspired by the Chinese novel Journey to the West, Black Myth Wukong was released this summer and reportedly sold over 20 million copies in its debut month. It did quite well. It is not the first game to use Journey to the West as inspiration. It's not the first piece of media. There's been tons of movies and novels and manga and anime and just if there is a medium out there, someone has probably used Journey to the West as inspiration to create something. Probably the most famous example of that is, of course, Dragon Ball. For me, being a Gen Xer, my first experience with Journey to the West, or a story inspired by Journey to the West, is the absolute classic series that we knew on Australian TV as Monkey Magic.
Monkey Magic, okay.
In any case, embark on an epic journey to the West in Wukong's son Black Legend. Reads the eShop listing for the upcoming game. Step into the role of immortal Wukong, the legendary Monkey King, as he battles through chaotic world teeming with powerful monsters and untold dangers. So, basically just a game inspired by Journey to the West. Like Black Myth Wukong was. According to Business Insider, posts labeling the game a knockoff quickly topped discussion rankings on Weibo, one of China's leading social media platforms.
Of course, Weibo.
And popular internet news account Pear Video wrote, well-known games have been plagued by imitations for a long time. Malicious developers exploit the names of well-known games, risking various small games and put them on the shelves of big game stores with similar titles, deceiving uninformed consumers to buy and download. I want to bring up again that I'm a gamer of 46 years, pretty much as old as home gaming has been a thing itself, and this has always been a thing.
Yeah, it's always been a thing.
In fact, the first video game, Crash, which was not exclusive to but largely revolved around the number of absolute crappy shovelware
on the Atari,
Me Too, kicked out the door games for the Atari 2600 system because they had no licensing for the cartridge or anything. So anybody could put out anything they liked for that system, including some fairly raunchy games, by the way.
Yep.
I mean, it was all pixels, so it wasn't that raunchy, but there's one infamous example, which I'm not even sure, it is just like 3 or 4 pixels for a donger, but I'm still not sure I can show it on YouTube.
Yeah,
And it's
1592.
not just the pixelated donger that was the problem with that game. It's
old story,
Woo! It revolves around involuntary sexual relations.
Damn.
The article then veers off a little bit here to another adjacent story that happened a couple of weeks ago. The creative director of the indie hit Unpacking, which I haven't played, but I hear terrific things about. Apparently it's awesome. Recently called out Nintendo, and I think they attempted to take them to court or something along those lines, for its apparent inaction over trademark infringements on the Switch shop. So a bunch of other knockoff things also using Unpacking, trying to pass themselves off as semi-legitimate or fully legitimate and just sort of ride the coattails a bit. And of course, with Nintendo being infamously lawyery when it comes to anyone coming anywhere close to any of their trademarks, we all found it a bit, what's the word I'm looking for, hypocritical as fuck.
Yep.
That Nintendo allows so much of this stuff on their own e-store and are so uncooperative with developers who try to fight it. Nintendo hasn't responded to any of our reports of these egregious scams, which are using our trademarked game name and purposely tricking Nintendo customers into buying cheap fakes, Unpacking developer Ren Breyer said last week. A knockoff of The Last of Us was briefly available to purchase on the eShop, and I'll link to, I think Steph Sterling did a really good video on that one. I'll try and find a link in it down below. That was pretty funny too.
It skipped out on all the hard work of ripping Naughty Dog off and settled instead on simply making people think it did. And it worked, and that's the sick thing.
Yep.
That one was a legitimate knockoff. Like, the artwork for it was desperately trying to look like Last of Us. The game itself was designed vaguely to to reflect a rough imitation of Last of Us if the game was described to you over the telephone by someone who only spoke German and was reading from a Japanese description of it. In any case, obviously the point is this kind of stuff is rampant and has been for a very, very, very long time in gaming. The thing that incenses me about all this is not that, this is just the latest one that's high profile enough to get a few headlines around, because everyone's, you see Black Myth Wukong in the headline, or Black Myth, it's so popular, a lot of people are going to click on it, obviously. But it's the fact that it's the Chinese whining about knockoffs.
Yeah, the Chinese whining
amusing.
Is the amusing
I don't know if you've
part,
noticed this. But China, a little bit infamous for not giving a single fuck about anyone else's copyrights or trademarks or anything like that. absolute tsunamis of knockoffs flood out of China every single.
I think we can just end it there. Okay, let's go look at the ToF account transfer thing. We'll do that now first. Before we end off, I think there was like another thing to look at too, right? Let me open the thing here. You can see the whole thing. So if we go to the ToF Discord here. Here we go. If you agree to transfer here, ensure your game data is unaffected. Please authorize the data transfer in the thing, right? So I'm gonna record this so we can make a video here. Right. So here we are on the Discord here. If you agree to transfer your Tower Fantasy data to Perfect World Games account, and to ensure that your game data remains unaffected, please authorize data transfer in time. With the authorization page is here, and it's open between these dates, today and the 24th of April 2025. And you can review the statement here, and there we go, right? So we click on this page, and I guess their server is already overloaded. That's crazy. Interesting. Yeah, this is the FAQ. Let's try again. Interesting. I can't open that there. Alright, let's just go see what it looks like in-game then. Let me boot up the game. Because, yeah, it looks like that page is overloaded. Here, let's check out the thing in-game. There should be a pop-up. Right, if I'm not mistaken, there should be some sort of pop-up. Sure, I'll take the direct link. Hopefully they'll update that one in the future. But yeah. Right, publisher change thing. Oh yeah, there's that thing. Okay.
Authorization success.
Let's see, let's log in. Alright, let's log on in. Here we go, as soon as you're logged in. Alright, here. It just tells us here, and click to go to the authorization page. Okay, so it'll open the browser from within the game. That's also good. Let me see if I can get that adjusted so you guys can see the whole thing. You guys can already see, like, basically all of it, right? Wait, which part is that? I'm trying to see which one is it. Because, like, it does show up in-game. I'm just trying to see. Oh, it's the thing that's labeled that. Okay. Alright, here we go. You guys can see it. This is from inside the PC client. Right, so it'll actually open it up here. You don't need to open a separate web browser. Okay, I'm just gonna drag this window. What the fuck is this doing? Alright, we click login. Wait, what the fuck? Let me try reopening this thing then. The window is being Pepega. Let's try this again. Okay, I click login. It'll ask you for your login here, so we'll do that. Right, obviously. I'm not gonna dox myself, so I'm just gonna do that right now. Right, and then I'll switch back to that page after. Okay. And then we should see this. Right. About transfer, user notice, link account, submit data. Alright. You know, it's just the information here, the dates. Next. Obviously, you read through the user notice, like legalese on what's going on. So, you know, data transfer process, they're just going to talk about the process here. And they're going to only, you know, only one Perfect World of Games account can be linked to a Level Infinite account. Right? just all that basic stuff here. Data transfer period, the verification stuff, it will remain until the April 24th, 2025. So you can still do the transfer for a little bit longer, right? Up to the 24th. The transfer requirements are here. You know, about server, the before and after transfer stuff here, the data being transferred, character data is being transferred, in-game items, home-related items, yeah, your beasts and everything, purchase currency and stuff like that, like, you know, unused currency, all that stuff, purchases, game progress, friends and stuff is gonna get, block list is also gonna get transferred apparently. Friends list, block list, crew-related, information, that's all being there. Data not being transferred is leaderboards, chat history, purchase history. And all operation log data will not be transferred. Leaderboard data is untransferable. You must climb the leaderboard again after transfer. Okay. Interesting. You snoozed it? Okay, good. Because, like, it's annoying for me to do this because the way the window pops up here. Alright, we click confirm transfer. Confirm. I have to make a perfect world account now. Oh, I have to sign up here. So you go agree to the thing here, and you go do that. Again, I'm gonna go get that right now. 1 sec. Right. And then get a verification code. Right, I have to make my first perfect world account. Good thing I have another monitor I can look at my browser for so I can get my confirmation code. Right now is just put your email, get a confirmation code, and the sign up. And then here we go. So now we see this current account, the account number, and then link and proceed, right? Your Tower Fantasy data transfer request has been submitted. You can also choose to unlink it and change where it's linked to. You still have that option until February 23rd, 2025. Right? You can still unlink it and do it a different way after the fact. You still have the option to do that. So if you want to link it to a different email, you can still do so. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think I know why. Because they probably made the Level Infinite account after the fact, right? I didn't make a Level Infinite account immediately. It was much later. That's probably why your account ID is smaller than mine. Because I made my ID, like I made my account much later. And that's it. And then you close it. And then after that, you can go in here and click do not show today. And that's it. That's simple. Oh, that's because, no, my account for ToF is day 1 as well. It's just that I didn't make a Level Infinite account as soon as they had them available. I think I waited a couple months before I made it Level Infinite account. I only made it a Level Infinite account when I actually needed to. I didn't make a Level Infinite account immediately. Yeah, for me, I waited, basically. That's the whole reason why. I didn't do it immediately. Oh yeah, that's just the account process there. Very, very simple. I can upload that as a video after. Right. You're not asked to cheat using Google logins. Oh no, so like, the thing is, when I originally made the account, right? They didn't have the Level Infinite account stuff set up before. Right? It was just, you give them your email and a password, right? And that was it. Level Infinite Pass wasn't added until much later. So like when I used the original client and stuff, I didn't set up a Level Infinite Pass until they required it. Much later. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna re-upload that section as a video anyways. It's going to be uploaded as a video. Because, like, I already have it recorded, so, like, I can just go put it right now. We can go upload that video literally right now. We can do that right now, actually. Right, we can go do that right now, actually, here. You can go to YouTube right here. Create, upload video. Great. Let me go find the... Oh, wait, I should probably remux recording and then, like, remove the other audio tracks, because... Shit, the way I record stuff, we'll see how it works out. If it'll, like, pick the correct track or not. Because, like, I record stuff on multiple separate tracks. Let me find it. OBS output, the 27th, here. Hopefully it recorded the correct audio track here. Let's see. Global relinking process. Right, we're just gonna label it that. I'll make a thumbnail or whatever later. Wait. Here's what I'll do actually. Reuse details. We'll take this just so I can get the tags. Linking process. Right, we'll just title it that. I'll make a thumbnail and stuff later. I just want to see which audio track it grabbed. Yeah, pass was added a year later, but accounts was a thing for a while. Yeah, I waited until, like, I absolutely needed to do it. Right, I'm just curious to see which audio track it's going to use. Because if it uses audio track 1 and 2, it's gonna be a bit scuffed. If it uses audio track 3, it'll have, like, all the audio working properly. Because, like, the way, like, I record this stuff is, like, 1 is, like, game, like, computer system sounds and game sounds. 2 is, like, vocal. 3 is a mix of both. Right, audio track 3 is what I end up using, is what you hear on stream, but, like, I record the other audio tracks of the stuff separately when I'm using OBS. Because it lets me do that. We'll see. Right. At least, like, the thing is, like, at least you don't need even you don't even need to be logged into the game to do the account linking. Kinda. You use Streamlabs? Oh, I have a bunch of other stuff, but, like, I don't need that many things there. The reason why I don't use that many tracks is because I have a hardware mixer. And I just like to use that instead. Like, I have, like, a physical hardware mixer. Like, I bought one of these. This thing. And this thing splits out into even more separate tracks, but I have, like, hardware. Like, I have physical hardware switches and buttons I can press that I use. This shit definitely was not cheap, though, obviously. I bought it, like, 2 years ago or something. I bought it around the time I got, yeah, like a bit more than 2 years ago. No, it was like 3 years ago when I bought this thing. But yeah. I mean, I've been like, I want to get like an actual nice XLR mic, man. It's just that, like, the thing is, these mics. Is this a newer one? I haven't looked at the other thingies. You buy this mic, you buy these XLR mics, it's just a microphone. There isn't even a cable. There isn't a stand included. Not even, it's just a microphone. The nicer XLR mics, it's just a microphone by themselves. You literally do not get anything else. You would have to buy everything else separately. Unfortunately, that's how they do this. Right, like, that's how they do this shit. I would have to then get, a boom arm, like, a proper boom arm for it. But yeah, I'm gonna be rearranging stuff in my room anyway, so it's like, I don't even know what type of boom arm I would need to, like, buy to replace this stuff yet. If I do that, because I'm gonna be moving stuff around, next year. But, like, that's its own other thing. Alright, here, we can go see what the hell it did. I just want to see which audio track it's using. Interesting, it chose the wrong audio track. Okay, fuck, I have to actually remux the recording. Okay, I have to, like, actually redo this thing. I have to like actually put it into a video editing software and like do that. I'll just leave the draft there. It didn't take my audio there. Oh, it's already on the throne, actually. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's on there. It's just been sitting there. But like not the other gear. I barely put anything on there. Because like I just don't think about it. Where is it? I do have a link to it somewhere. I barely where is it? Because like the idea is like the way I want it to treat is like stuff I'm going to use. I need more storage. Oh yeah, there's the microphone. That's just the microphone by itself. It's right here. This is like not including anything else to use the microphone. That's just the microphone. Because like, with this stuff, I can actually plug it directly into the mixer. Being able to do that stuff. Like having a direct connection. Yeah, sure. I'll probably add more stuff to it at some point, but like, the only way I want to treat this is just like actual equipment I'm going to use. That's all. But like, yeah, that's just how I want to treat things there. Because then it's like, it all goes back into everything. But yeah. Yeah. You know what? Here's the worst part. You can't even use, if you buy that mic, you can't even use it. Like, that's the thing with these types of mics. It does not include the cable. It does not include a stand or an arm for it. It does not include a windscreen or a pop filter. That is all. You have to buy all of that separately. At the same time, in order to use one of those, you need to have some sort of way of like providing power to an XLR device, like that microphone. I think the Go XLR Mini is enough power, but like that I've been using as a mixer. Cause like yeah, that thing is like it does provide like actual power out, but like it's not obviously not the most powerful thing at like output there. Like when you get to like this type of equipment, this shit's crazy. Right, like this thing. How much power does it like output again? Like I own one of these things. Downside again, like this is the other problem. I'm like stuck forced using Windows because I have no choice. I can't use it on Linux or on Mac OS. Mac OS doesn't matter, but like, you know, the other thing. Because like, yeah, this thing does provide phantom power. Starlax plushie, damn. That's gotta be massive. Wait, did they discontinue this product line? It's discontinued, but like not dead. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. How much gain does it have? It can do up to 72 decibels of gain. Interesting. Does it need a cloud lifter? No. There's a preamp in there. There we go. There's a preamp. There's like an actual amp in there. Right, like the interface, where is that? Where's that picture? Like that's a mic cable. Obviously any XLR cable would do, but like the cables alone are expensive. Like what are these cables? This is like a short cable here. This stuff isn't cheap. Like just the cable. But like yeah, that's his own thing. Right, but like yeah. Because like it's just easier to manage everything when it's just like you have these physical faders and stuff. It made things easier to deal with. rather than going through OBS. But yeah, that's it. I'm gonna have to go edit out that video then. So that I can just re-upload as a regular thing so people can see it. Why is that being there? Why is that warning there? Does not need to be there. But yeah. I guess for one more last shits and giggles, let's go see. What the hell does it recommend me to make? Will it bring up the car thing again? Nope. It is just really funny though, some of these suggestions. Because, like, we had this thing here. I'm gonna save that because it's hilarious. Right. But yeah, you know. As usual, thank you guys all for stopping by. I just realized there was a fucking ad in progress. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya. I'm gonna get some sleep.